Warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up. Warm up, 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 warm up. Why? Not taking this hat off until I've warmed up. Hi, Carl. Hello. Why are you stood up? Lie down. I know I need to put the cushions back on there. Go lie down. Chill. Bloody damn dog. Seven people joining. Come on, guys. I thought I'd do, you know how much I hate doing these StreamYards, but I thought I'd do one as everyone, because everyone seems so pumped up in my last live that died. My phone died. Tagging me in. Did you see my comment that I put the other week? I'd like to see more of your area, if you don't mind, Carl, not just the train stations. I'd love to see more of your surroundings and whatnot. That'd be nice to see. I mean, you know, obviously it's your channel. You film whatever you want to film, but yeah, it'd be just nice to see other stuff going on. Come on, 7 people, say hello. Who are these 7? Hey, Blackburn. If you want to jump on, you can do. I thought we'd have a chat about what was going on in the. My phone died, so it seemed like everyone was a little bit. Everyone was a little bit vent up. So I thought, do you know what? Let's get this out on the table, shall we? And yeah, I just think, right. I want to wait till a few more people come in, if a few more people come in. But I just think, are we not turning into the feelings police now? Are we not turning into the feelings police? You know, it's one thing as a community that we all talk about is. Don't watch the end of football. I just think that all I seem to see now is people getting vent up over very minute stuff. Now, okay, they might not be minute to some, but what do you want? Like, deal with it. It won't come through the door, and I fed him. You've been out, and you won't settle. What do you want? What do you want? What the bloody hell do you want? One sec, guys. Give me a minute. What do you want? I swear to God, Ozzy, you appeared in the bloody backside. Bloody pain in the backside, dog. Oh. Yeah, I feel like we're turning into a bunch of whiners by the sounds of it. We're turning into a bunch of whiners. Actually forgot what we were talking. Well, to be fair, I have, because I missed a lot of comments. And I've lost my train of thought, that because obviously I was trying to get a point out. I was talking about something and then my phone bloody went and died, didn't it? But yeah, but from what I can see on YouTube is people calling people out over opinions, over feelings. Now, if you're a channel that is focused on calling other people out, then fine. You do. Everybody's entitled to do whatever they want with their channels. Yeah, fair enough, right? But the problem is, right? People are doing it based on opinions and based on because they don't like somebody. Not because it's fact, not because it's the truth. If you have a disliking for someone, it's quite easy to turn on one of these lives. Like you, Blackburn, you're here right now. I'm going to pick on you now. Sorry, Blackburn. You know what I mean. Don't take anything. Right. I don't like Blackburn. I think he's a gobby little shit. Right. It's quite easy for me to turn a live stream and say, do you know what? All Blackburn does is go around causing trouble, causing shit. Yeah. What is that achieving? Yeah. What is that achieving? If I did that, if I turned on a live stream now and started doing that, right, the only thing that would happen is people would hate me, because Blackman Wells has got a lot of supporters. Blackman Wells got a lot of people who like him and got a lot of supporters, right? So all that would do is, oh, look at you causing trouble, look at you, do you know what I mean? And I just think a lot of people, it's quite easy for someone to turn on a live stream and call other people names because they don't like someone. It's not because they've actually done anything wrong. Now, I'm not, like I said, the problem that it's the tough one, this, because, right, being in this, right, I'm going to call it community. I know a lot of people don't like saying community because whether it is or not, I don't know, but any channel or export. Being in this community, we all came together purely based. This is what I started saying to me on the other live. We come together based on one thing: standing up for our rights and public photography and filming what's going on in the world, corruption, government, blah blah blah, high local. We come together based on that, right? Now we can agree on certain things, right? But then all I'm seeing is, why is it that these channels are tearing each other apart? Yeah, we've gone from agreeing solely on what we're doing. Like if we can all agree on one thing. I don't know what community I belong to, if I'm honest. I don't know what community I belong to, that in all fairness. But I am mainly talking about the auditing community, yeah? I'm talking from the people that are mainly here and from where I've come from, the auditing community. We come together as a unity to film what's going on in the world, what's going wrong with the world, the corruption, blah, 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 right? And somewhere along the way, yeah, it's turned into people turning on each other. Yeah, it's turned to people turning on each other. And I think it's wrong. I do think it's wrong. It's ruined this app. It's ruined live streams. Yeah. And all you've got is a bunch of people calling each other names, calling each other out, purely based on feelings. Yeah. Purely based on feelings. Now, we don't like it when the police arrest us for not breaking the law, for public photography. We call them out all day long for being feelings police. And now we're doing the same thing to each other. Or other people are doing the same thing to each other. So how can we call other people out, the police out, when you're doing it yourselves? Well, that's what I mean, Blackburn. You know what I mean? But yet we're still, I get people have stepped away from the auditing community. Right? I get that, right? Fair enough. If you've chose to change your name and you chose to step away from it, that's fine. But it still doesn't change the fact that we all agree with auditing. There's nothing wrong with auditing in itself. Do you know what I mean? This is the problem that we've got. Auditing has already got it did have tarnished with such a bad name, right? Oh, they're all criminals. They're all this, and they're all wrong, and they're all that, and they're all this. Right? I'm certainly not one of them. I'm certainly not a criminal. Right? Now, whether people class me as an auditor or not, I don't know. And quite frankly, I don't care. If people class me as an auditor, then they class me as an auditor. If they don't, then they don't. Right? But yet we still agree with the auditing in itself. Yeah? Go back to the beginning, right? Whittle it right back down to the root core of it, and why we're doing auditing, going out, filming. Then we all agree with that, right? But like I said, the problem is because auditing it has, and people's egos have taken over. People's egos are taken over. People's feelings have taken over because other people are doing better than other people. Other people's channels are doing better than other people's people. They're calling each other out. They're trying to drag each other down. They're trying to call each other out. For what? What is it achieving? What is these fights achieving? What is these arguments achieving? And like I say, if you're a channel who's intent on calling somebody else, right? Now, fair enough. Like I say, you do you, right? Now, like I said, let's think of the word. I'm going to say ponce because obviously, if I use the real word, I might get banned. I'm not sure. So it shows that if someone's a ponce, right, then I believe they deserve everything they get. Yeah, if someone genuinely 100% has been for a fact, is a ponce, then karma should prevail, and they deserve everything they get, right? But you can't just call somebody a ponce purely just because you don't like somebody. Yeah, just because you don't like someone, it's like people now. I know for a fact people don't like me on here, right? That's fine. If people come in this live now and say, "Cat, you're boring. Cat, you're ugly. Cat, you're this. I don't like your ducks." That's fine. I'm cool with that. And I've seen people running around taking little digs at me on other people's lives, saying I'm a backstabber and whatnot. That's fine. That's fine because the bottom line is, I know what I am and what I'm not. Yeah? I know what I am and what I'm not. I'm not going to allow myself to get upset by people who not only do I not know, but these people who are calling me names in other people's lives don't know who I am. Yeah? If they don't like me and what I do and what I stand for, that's one thing. But to go in other people's lives and start calling me nasty names, then they've got every right to do that. But it doesn't mean it's true. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't mean it's flicking true. Who are you referring to, Kat? Do you mean? I'm not, Joseph, I'm not referring to anyone. This is the thing. I'm not referring to anyone in particular, right? For anyone who's just joining now, I've just been live earlier on today. My phone died, and I was just it seemed like a few people were a bit vented up in the chat, and a lot of these lives have been spoilt, right? A lot of these live streams have been spoilt because of people's feelings. It's not facts. It doesn't just because you dislike somebody or another channel or another person, just because you dislike somebody doesn't mean that just because you go in a live stream and say, "Oh, I heard this about such a person and I read this about such a person," doesn't mean it's true. Do you know what I mean? Have we settled down now? Bloody filthy. You need another fucking shower. Right, I'm going to put the link in. Yeah, I'm a bit nervous now because people know how I feel about these bloody StreamYards. How do I do this now? I always forget how to do this. I'm going to put the link in here, and if anybody wants to come on, you know, they're more than welcome. And let's see what people have to say. Copy. All right. How do I do it? I always forget how to do this. You know how I feel? I just thought, you know what? Let's have a chat about this. Not a massive fan of these bloody StreamYards at all, but I thought, you know what, let's get my phone died, let's get a proper conversation going about this. Don't want any falling out arguments. But let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can get people coming together and making a peace. Oh, God's sake. Auditor, put your camera on. You would be my first guest, wouldn't you? You would be my first guest. Put your camera on. You don't have to show your face. Put your camera on. Hang on. I see, I've got to be careful here because I don't want to bring people on and bloody with everything that's bloody happened. I won't do cameras. Right, I want to risk it. I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. Don't like this because you know how I feel. And you would have to be my first bloody guest, but hang on.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello. You alright?
I'm good, yeah. You?
Yeah, I'm good. Come on then, what do you want to have a say on?
I don't know, I just thought I'd pop on.
It's been a while.
It has. The auditing game is slowly disappearing.
Well, you've been saying this for a while. Well, see, the thing is with that, you've been saying it for a while now, and in some respects, yes, it's true. There are a lot of people standing back from the community, but then on the other hand, there's still people going hard at it and doing bloody well as well. Now, I know we have our disagreements on certain people, and I don't want to start naming names because I know how you feel about certain people, but they're still bringing views. There's still people that will upload an audit and they'll get loads of views. So if it was completely dead, then these people wouldn't get the views that they get.
Yeah, I get you, but it is fading away and it is slowly coming to an end. You'll always get the ones at the top who have the most views. They'll keep going, but they're having to try, I think, of different things to keep people entertained.
That's the problem. That's the problem, and it is that is, and I think this is going off my last chat. People were having a go at Charlie. Like I say, I can't really pass my opinion on that because I've not watched it, so I don't know really. But
yeah,
see,
it's like they're having to use drones now to try and piss people off to get a reaction.
Even with that, I'll still argue till the end of the time about you saying, pissing people off. I don't really want to go off on a tangent because, you know what I mean? It's not like a parent's bought a kid a drone for Christmas to go out and fly a drone. Is that kid doing anything wrong? It's just been bought a drone for Christmas and he's going out into local park flying it. Is he doing anything wrong doing that?
No, it's not doing anything wrong. But the
problem is, what's the difference?
Well, the difference is they're going over people's businesses and stuff out there, and it's just like,
well,
all right, you can do that, but if you're doing it in a park, you're not,
Yeah, but you're going over. I had somebody hovering a drone over my house not so long ago. Is that wrong?
No. Well, if somebody hovers a drone over my house, it'll be down within seconds.
But this is what I mean. So, like I said, I've got a park across the road. Yeah, doesn't necessarily mean that hovering it over your house. You say, if they fly it over a park, that's okay. But then the park's in the middle of an estate, so it can't be right in one way, but be wrong in another.
No, well, what I'm saying is, if you didn't want to be in that flight of that drone, then you just don't go to the park, do you? It's a bit different when you're at work and you're at work and they're flying it over where you're going to be. That's the difference.
You're right, Kat.
And what about these people who've been inside a business and they've got a big, massive picture on the wall? Yeah, where's that picture come from? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's some people who've been inside a business. Like, I think I've seen DJ a few times. He's been inside a building. There's been a big, massive over aerial shot of that area hung up on the wall. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they've had that done, haven't they? They've especially had it done. They haven't.
But what's the difference? There's no difference.
It is though, isn't it? It is a bit of a difference. It's like they've had that done, but like you just going over to business and flying it over. Yeah, you can do it, but you know, some business want stuff private, and that's why they have gates around it and things like that. But obviously, the airspace is different. You can't.
Yeah, but what you're saying? They want it private. What do you mean by they want it private? What from any of our videos? From
Well, you
any,
watch.
what are
Well,
they
you watch.
showing that's not private?
Well, you
What
watch.
are they exactly showing that's,
Well,
you know what I mean?
you watch DJ audits videos. Most of them say we don't really want you to do it. I don't think they have a problem doing
I
it.
think that's more of a personal issue, me though. Big up
Yeah,
auditor for
exactly.
auditor
But
as
this
well.
is what
Good
I'm
to see you,
talking
mate.
about being the feelings police. But realistically, we're coming off topic here. I wanted to talk about us, the way we are as a community, to be fair. But it does all stem from the same thing. Isn't it just boiling down to feelings and what people like and what they
Right,
don't like, or what they want and what they don't want?
Can I just stop you there? Sorry, it's just right. So if they were really if DJ and PJ audits were really that interested in doing a flyover of business, why not just go and speak to that business beforehand and say,
But
right,
it does do that.
right,
It does do that.
no, but he don't know, does he?
It does.
No, but they say to him, right, I don't mind you doing it, but can you not do it today? But he'll just do it anyway and piss him off.
But you've just said, why can't he go and ask? He asks. We don't have. The thing is, he actually does it proper. The problem is with that is he actually does it the proper way by asking permission. And yet there's some businesses that get so intent upon, oh, you should ask
To be
first. Well,
fair,
he
Kat,
does
though,
ask.
to
He
be
does
fair,
ask.
Kat, though, if he's gonna ask, right, and he's prepared to get a no, yeah, he's gonna do it regardless. So what's the point of asking?
That's it. It just goes
No,
in for the
I
reaction.
get what you're saying, but I kind of think he's doing it the proper way because it's a case of because it's because it's allowed. He's letting them know. He's being polite by letting them know, which is better going than just doing it. It's like saying, like I've talked about this before. I've gone to take my dog for a walk through a park. Yeah. Oh, you should ask my permission to film me, right? So
Really,
I go to a park. The park's filled with people, right? Kids playing stuff. I have to walk up to everybody and ask their permission to film them, or isn't it just better that I'm minding my own business, getting on with what I'm doing and filming? Or do I have
I was
to
going to
go and
say
ask
that
people's
UK
permission?
transparency. Big up
Is
UK transparency. I was going to say
is
that.
the
I
same
think he
thing?
just informs them, Kat, more than actually asking them, more than anything. Just tells them
He
that he's
probably
going to
does.
do it.
He probably does. But it's still that.
He
It's
lives
still
up- all
informing.
I'll
It's
say
still
is-
letting them know.
He lives
Yeah,
up
it's still,
to his-
yeah.
He lives up to his surname. That's all I'll say.
But
Do
then
you
that's,
think?
I think that's
Can I
boiling
quickly ask
down
him a
to
question?
asking.
Kat?
Go on.
Sorry. I
No,
just
go
think auditing fraud, audit for audit. Sorry, mate. Do you think all auditors are out to cause a nuisance?
I think there's a common denominator with auditors, like what they want.
Who would you say is good and who's bad?
Picking on names now.
Right. So most of the auditors they come from a certain type of background, and they're not interested in.
So we're going back to that tarnished with the same brush, which is,
Well, I'm not saying that, am I? I'm saying I've said before 90% are like that. There's a small percentage which ain't.
But that's like that in any career. This is what I'm saying. It's all come down to whatever career, police, whatever job. Not everybody's good at their job. There is some people excellent at their job, and there's some people who are bad at the job that they do.
Yeah, auditing's not a job, Kat. It's a
Well,
tool.
you said, I get it's not your typical job, but if somebody's
a content
doing
creator is though, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
At the end of the day,
a content
creator
if
is audit
somebody's
fraud.
doing that full time and making a good living off it, then I'd call that a job. Whether you agree with that or not, that's different. But whether do you know what I mean? If somebody's doing it full time and they can comfortably make a living off it and they're getting paid to do it, isn't that a job?
No, it's a job for pissing people off.
No, but that's just your opinion, though, because you don't agree with it.
Let me ask you something, right? Is it legal for me to bounce a ball in the middle of the road? Yes or no?
Yeah, it is, but
Right,
you're
right,
risking
hang on,
doing it. Yeah.
Let me finish, right? So if I came onto your street at 2 o'clock in the morning and decided to bounce a ball,
I'd
but
fucking come out and tell you, me.
well, exactly. So auditing's exactly the same
I
thing.
wouldn't.
It's pissing people
See,
off.
I wouldn't.
Honestly, Kat, I've got to be honest, me. Yeah, if I heard someone
I
bouncing a
get this.
ball,
This is the problem. This is something else that we've come to. We've come to a world now where
fuck
I'm
off.
finding that we feel the need as a nation to interfere in what other people's businesses,
Come on,
what other people choose to do. It's like, for example, I'll use this as an example. Adrenaline junkies. Somebody who goes climbing, scaling a building. Is that right to do? They're choosing to put their life in this to do something they enjoy. For example, I'll pick on Ali Law. I used to love watching Ali. I still do from time to time. He's done some mad ass shit. He's going scaling the side of a building, right?
Yeah, but it's burglary. That's burglary. It's not.
No, it's not
Yeah,
because
it is
it's
illegal.
not
It is
robbing
illegal
anything.
to climb
It's
buildings.
not. It might be trespassing, but it's in fact, if you watch Ali Law, he's actually never. If he causes any criminal damage or breaks out, he pays for it himself.
No,
That's not
you've got it
burglary
wrong.
because he's not stealing anything. He's not stealing anything.
You got right.
No, you've got it wrong. If he walks into an open place, if he goes inside part of a building, it's classed as a burglary.
BWA, hi. I don't think I've seen you before. Hello.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say, so auditor, frauditor, would you say, if I picked up my bass guitar and started playing guitar, and recorded that and put that online and started generating money off that, is that legitimate?
That is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So a couple of the people that I actually follow online, they've maybe had about 2,000 views in about 3 years. Incredible artists. But what I'm going to say is the fact that auditing draws so many people is because it is based on a civil rights emergency.
It's not based on that. It's based on.
It is. You can draw a straight line right for it. Okay. The year 2000, two things happened. Okay. The Terrorism Act was created and the first mobile phone came out with a camera. The year 2000, that two things happened. Okay. 9/11 happened the year after that. And for the 7 years, 8 years after that, it was just pure panic just setting into society. After that, people just turned up at the back of the police station with their phone, just got folded up into a pretzel and put into a police cell just straight away. And all they were doing is using the public as a forum to create content. That was all they were doing, same as me picking up a bass guitar and playing it and recording it. They were using the public as a forum. The public, since time immemorial, has been known to be a forum for you to be able to use in reasonable ways, including things like journalism, civil activism, like just these normal things in society. It's a form of education. People are just watching this. Kids are watching this and knowing Section 33, Criminal Justice Act 1972. Yeah, just straight off the bat, just like that. So I'm going to say you're absolutely wrong. You don't have a single leg to stand on calling people frauditors. These people are doing incredible work. Incredible work. It is over since the first lockdown happened in 2020, right? This has changed the way police engage with people recording. And it's because between 9/11 and then, such a bad and toxic environment has been allowed to occur. And this is just a natural pushback, and it's a fundamental defending of old British values. Your
this
postcard,
guy knows his shit.
Your postcard, your stick of rock, going to a seaside town. That British culture is almost dead. And the only people I see defending it right now are the people that are going out there having what looks to normal people. Like my mum is a social worker and her husband is a retired inspector, and they both don't get any of this.
Right, for recordings,
I get it all the way.
If you can.
I get it because people are trying to defend that old British culture, that open society, using the public as a forum going right up to the edge of what is publicly accessible and going, I'm sorry, am I not allowed to be here? You didn't even signpost it, so it's not really that high in your priorities of your keeping of this land.
Yeah, but you can easily bypass Section 33. Just use Section 3 of the...
Bypass nothing.
You don't.
There's
You're not
ways of
listening.
dealing with people civilly in a society that is open and respectful of each other.
You're not listening.
I've been talking for the last 5 minutes. I'm not listening to what you've not said anything.
I don't want to get into an argument here, guys. I'm not saying right. The bottom line is auditing. We've obviously quite clearly, right from the very beginning, got our mixed opinions on it. We either understand it and get it and agree with why we do it and where we're coming from, or you've got people like you, auditor, who are totally against it and just think that we're all wrong-uns, well, most of us are wrong-uns, and that we're doing it just for attention, yeah? And fair enough, if that's what you think, then that's your opinion.
Is he totally against it, though? Are you totally against it?
Right, so go back to that point where you were on about... public accessible. All you need to do is just use Section 3 of the 1967 Criminal Act, and that you can just then you can use reasonable force to remove that person. So
yeah, but that's called elevating a civil dispute. You're entering a civil dispute, and that's how you're as a landowner. That's how you're choosing to elevate a civil dispute. Instead of going up to someone having a conversation,
instead of just ignoring someone.
Of course, maybe you can, and you totally get away with it. But at the same time, this is like a negotiative area, and people with their cameras are walking up. They're the other side of it. They're the other side of it. It doesn't matter if you're interested or not. You don't get the choice to be interested or not. You're obviously interested because you're in this video. You're in this video, you're talking in this conversation. Clearly, you're interested. You have a vested interest in the conversation. Submit an argument.
I just have done. I've just outcrumped you.
All you said was, if I owned land, I could do this. And I'm saying, if I have a camera and a pair of feet, I can do that.
Yeah.
All right. Well done. What do you want? A fucking Blue Peter badge?
No, I'm just trying to say that somewhere in the middle, we have to engage in a civil discourse rather than elevate it.
But going back to what I was trying to say again, this is all coming down to feelings, whether something is morally right or, whether auditing, other people say, well, there's better ways to handle situations. Well, this is how I choose to handle it. This is how I choose to do it. Yeah. Whether you agree with it or not, this is how I choose to handle it. It's
in the last 2.5 years, like the attitude from the police has totally changed. Mostly because of big auditors like DJ and
it has.
Like News Now Yorkshire as well. He just like totally lays down the law and like getting these payments out as well. It's changing attitudes that have been brewing up and getting more and more toxic in this really paranoid environment.
Can I ask you a question? Do you disagree with any? I used to do audits myself, but I changed it to World. So I agree with auditing, 100%. Do you disagree with any auditors, or have you watched any auditors that you've not agreed?
You've got to remember that they're bringing their personality into the situation, and two, a lot of people do this because they're coming from a point of feeling powerless, and they're going up to the authorities that they feel is like, they're going up to them with rightful indignation and kind of leveraging what power they have back. And like that comes across as really negative in some ways. There's a lot of auditors that I really don't like I unsubscribed long ago. But that's like by the by. It's like, it's not like the whole point of the movement is like, Pinnock, you can boil it down. If photography is not a crime, everyone's trying to establish that.
That's the bottom line of it. That's the bottom line of it.
Yeah, but in the middle of it, it's not like that for everyone.
This is why I don't understand why it's gone so complicated and so messy. Because the bottom line is, photography is not a crime. It's not. Whatever your argument is, whatever your intentions are to go out and film, it's not a crime. So how have we gone from that to us turning on each other? Do you know what I mean? What I want to do is try and whittle it back down to the reason that we all started doing it, because most of us can all agree on this. most of us can all agree on auditing and photography, going out and filming in public isn't a crime. There's nothing wrong with. And even if you do, we're still called Blackman Audits, you know what I mean? Even if you still have that in your name, there's nothing wrong with that. This is what I'm saying. Why be scared? You know what I mean? Why run away from that? Do you know what I mean? Because we can still all agree saying that. Do you know what I mean? It's just the fact that now we're just turning on each other for the reasons.
Yeah, really small, stupid reasons that have nothing to do with like the bigger.
Yeah, with the bigger picture. And I don't. So is it? You know whether. And I think most of it is egos and feelings have taken over, and we've turned into a community that have. You know what I mean? We said that we don't like it when the police come out and confront us. Oh, you're standing there taking pictures. I don't like that, so I'm going to arrest you. Well, I don't like another channel, so I'm going to do everything I can in my power to turn down another channel. Isn't that just as bad?
Yeah.
We should, if you know what I mean. I don't particularly like certain channels. I just don't give them my time of day. It's simple as that. Focus on your own channel. Stay in your own lane. You know what I mean? Don't go out tearing other channels down, other people down, just because you purely don't like them. Otherwise, you're turning into a troll yourself or turning into a sourpuss yourself or whatever.
Yeah, it's been happening for about a year now. Like ever since like Live Free went to jail, and then everyone started like eating each other. Buzz disappeared. Blah blah blah. Just like a straight down. But the views are still there, and new people are popping up, and the views are
exactly.
All
and
still
there's
there.
new people
It's
coming
crazy
along as
amount
well.
of views. Like honestly, you go to like big bands and look at like their newest album and see how many views have they got on YouTube, and it's like absolutely nothing compared to auditing, because and that's just like your small people that people have barely heard of, you know, getting like crazy views because people are interested in this and they recognize it as being like important.
I'll be honest, out of all the channels there are on YouTube now, I'll be completely honest and say I'm one of the tiny ones. I'm one of the people that actually get overlooked. And if I wanted to, I could be petty and I could try, like there's other people that have been around, say, a couple of months, and they've got thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers.
Yeah, as soon as they start
putting
out like a weekly or daily video, it's like that's when the views start.
They stay out of the bullshit, Kat.
Hey?
Most of them stay out of the bullshit. Them ones that are doing well.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of them who've only been around the past year or so. Not all of them. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm just because another channel's doing better than me or whatever, I'm not going out my way to try and ruin that channel. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going out my way. If there's somebody else I don't like on YouTube or a particular channel I don't support or I don't like, I wouldn't necessarily go out my way to call another channel out. I wouldn't do it because I think it's just pettiness. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't think it's needed, especially not. We should be trying to come together. And if we can't come together, just get on with your own channel and do what we set out to do in the first place. Like, didn't I mean, in all fairness, I said this to you, Matt, didn't I, when we first met? And because when you first, I will be honest here, Matt, I think you've been distracted, haven't you, along the way? Because I remember
apparently I've been groomed as well on the way as well, Kat. Apparently, like, but I have been distracted.
I remember when we first met, I said to you, what you had going, you were doing really, really well. And I said, just stay in your own lane, don't get caught up in all the shit. And then somewhere along the lines, I started noticing you getting whether it's your fault or not or whatever, because obviously I don't know what's going on. I stay out of it. But I've just noticed along the way that things have happened with you. You know what I mean? You've been calling people out, which is fine. That's, like I say, that's up to you.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? I'll say it as it is now, right? But I've also said recently I'm not doing it anymore because I'm sick of doing it because no one listens. So what's the point? But I just speak my mind, what it is, if I don't speak my mind, I have a confetti moment where it's going to come out my ears, I'm going to fucking explode. Right. So, and when people are,
sorry, go on.
No, but if people are inappropriate, and I mean, when I'm saying inappropriate here, I'm calling out like racist, fucking homophobic, proper inappropriate shit. That's not good. Or like people's, like hidden from the public eye, for instance, Cat, who had a criminal background that did his broke his baby's arms and that. He shouldn't be out there auditing someone like that. That's just fucking disgraceful. So I'll call that out, me.
Right, yeah, and I get. This is what I want to try and talk about this.
Yeah, but where do you draw the line, Matt?
Exactly, and this is
like,
what I mean.
I unsubscribed from you when you started hitting on fucking Gypsy all the time, and I thought Gypsy was doing really, really well, even though I was aware of the things in his past that maybe didn't reflect so well on him.
Yeah, but you know why? In regards to sorry to interrupt you, BWA. In regards to Gypsy, he was going around like I was ringing him, I was giving out his number, I was each and every account that was coming into his chat. It wasn't. I was literally me, bro.
I was listening to your lives, and I was literally just clicking off, being like, "This is just bullshit, man. He's trying his best and doing like really good audits, and you're just shitting on him."
Do you know what it was? Because it was. I'm not going to bring all the old shit back up, right? But at the particular time, he'd come into a chat, he'd drop his link, and he'd fuck off. He'd come into a chat. I
know. He was self-promoting, and that's like, there's nothing really wrong. You get that in every like circuit there is. You know, like whether it's like I used to be in a death metal band, and so like you'd meet other death metal bands, and you'd see how they promote themselves, and like they were buying likes on Facebook, which was a thing in the groups and stuff like that, and you think, damn, some people out there do really just selflessly promote, you just promote themselves like completely, like
self-promoting,
like how much like they're actually interacting with each other. You know what I mean? It's just like they'll just drop in and like, here you go, here's some flyers, see you later, bye. I was like, all right, see ya. And it's the same in any circuit there is, you know. And in this auditing thing, of course, you're going to get people that just see other bigger channels and they're like, oh, like just.
Yeah, but the thing with that,
hang on. Let me just say something. There are two things, right? You've just said there, where do we draw the line? That's one thing, and the other thing is, Blackburn, when you said that you don't do it anymore because nobody listens. Unfortunately, though, in certain situations, people do. They might not be listening in the right way because, for example, let me just use Auditor 40 there as an example, right? There's people like him all over YouTube and TikTok and whatnot. There's the auditing divides opinions. He can shout from the rooftops how much he doesn't like auditing and how much he disagrees with it and how much he's against it. There is people like that. Why they think like that, why they have that mindset, I don't know. But that's his opinion. That's up to him. But no matter how much he shouts from the rooftops, he doesn't like it. It's not going to change anything. Auditing still exists. Let's face it.
But I still think he was still respectful when he was on there. In my eyes,
he's a good guy. Him, to be honest with you, Auditor 42 is actually a good guy. To be fair, he is respectful. I'll give him that. He really is. But it's just one of the typical. He's a nice snowflake. Let's say he's a nice troll. You know what I mean? He always has been. He's never had a bad. He's always had. I think he's said he's always been respectful of me. He's always it does. See that's. But this is what gets me. He's always said to me, he doesn't mind what I do. Right? He doesn't mind me as an auditor. But then that's a bit, don't you find a bit
hypocritical? Because you give him the time of day, Cat, maybe.
No, but not that. What I'm saying is he says my audits are okay because I don't go out winding people up like other auditors do. But yeah, it's the exact same thing. So if you don't mind what I do, then obviously you don't mind what others do. It's just, is it you don't like the audit or is it the because we've got to look at it. We've got to look at auditing two different things. Auditing in itself, the actual activity.
Yeah, the abstract thing apart from any actual auditors.
Take the person away. If, say, like I did what Charlie did, would that make me any different? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? Or if I did audits same as Live Free or same as AB, would that make me less hated or more like it? Oh, again, this is what I'm saying. It all boils down to people's opinions and people's feelings. But what I'm trying to get at, Blackburn, what you were saying before is, what I mean is, if, say, for example, like I said before, if I take a dislike into Blackburn and I set up a live stream and said, oh, guys, don't listen to Blackburn, is this, is that, is an absolute knobhead. All he does is cause trouble, right?
Take her on board, guys.
My supporters might believe what I say and they might listen to me, right? But the people who don't like me and support you, that'll be falling on deaf ears. Do you know
Fucking
what I
UK
mean?
Transparency's in the chat. He's going to write something fucking silly in a minute.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm missing loads of comments here. I'm really sorry. This is the thing I struggle with, is having a comment and reading all these. I really am sorry if I'm missing everyone's comments. But mods, I hope I don't think nobody seems to be too horrible in here. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. Other channels, if what they do, they take a disliking to someone and then they have no issue going online and calling them a ponce. Now, if they are, then yeah, you're right. They should not be here. They should not be online. But unfortunately for us, there's not really a lot we can do about that, because everybody's got a right to set up their own channel. You know what I mean? Everyone's got a... Do you know what I'm saying? And
I'm not
like I
laughing
said,
at UK, I'm laughing at UK.
I believe karma do you know what I mean? Karma plays a big part. Either somebody's likes or they're not. But you can't go online calling somebody a ponce purely just because you don't like them. We've had this chat, haven't we, Matt, before? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If someone
Jesus, don't you jump off bandwagon.
Do you know what I mean? You can't call people that name.
He's on about a nonce, because
yeah.
Well, that's
as a Scot, the only time I've ever heard the word ponce is referring to posh English people.
Yeah, I'd say ponce is quite posh, and then like
nonce is when you someone else.
I don't know. Like I say, I think I don't want to get banned trying to be careful of
wronggun's the word that's going around a lot.
We just said wronggun's then. But this is what I mean. This is, like I've said today, is shoplifting wrong? Is shoplifting wrong?
It depends on your circumstance.
Exactly. Again, this is what I'm saying. I think
legally it's wrong.
Yeah, and of course,
the legal system itself is not. It doesn't respect all your natural rights in their entirety.
Yeah, yeah. If I owned a shop and someone were robbing and they was homeless and they're robbing food, right? Genuine food that they was going to eat there and then, rather than it being like packs of meat. Yeah, I'd let them go, me, 100%. But if they were robbing packs of meat,
I agree with that. But if you had that, or if you had people coming in all day, every day doing that, and eventually you'd be out of pocket.
Yeah, we can't have a society like that either.
You'd be out of pocket. That's what I'm saying. So, like you say, where does that line get crossed? I get what you said, because I think, because there's a lot of, let's face it, there's a lot of crimes. But to me, what is the worst? Somebody shoplifting or somebody going out, bloody, I don't know. What's the worst crime that can be committed? In my opinion, it's murder. Yeah. Somebody who murders someone, or let's say abuse, like we said, abusers. That to me, when you're going out causing physical harm on somebody else, you know what I mean?
Look at UK Transparency's comment.
Sorry, guys, I'm really missing all the comments.
I was completely in the right for nicking that 65-inch TV. I needed one.
But that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
It's not that you can be in the right stealing something, right? But so like going back 400 years, John Locke was the philosopher who outlined how like we should have private property and what legal title should be. And he came up with this thing that's now known as the Lockean proviso, which means that if a man is no richer in the future society where private property exists, then like it's not like, you know what I mean? If the society that bases itself off of private property can't convey to the man with absolutely not even clothes on his back, if we can't make that person richer by default without them even lifting a finger, then it's not worth having private property. That was like his reasoning, and like that was what Western culture was based on. So it's not just like, oh, you have private property. It's like there's an implicit responsibility in society to owning land, because like it's not created by labor. It's different from an iPhone. So like, since we live in a society that has it doesn't respect our natural claim to land, that's why we've got like a whole benefit system. It's not just like people are sponging benefits, it's that their natural right has been rejumbled into this big welfare state. So we do have to like kind of take that into consideration before making judgment on people that are just going in to like a supermarket and stealing nappies and formula milk
rather than a bottle of whiskey.
Well, there you go. Like that's like someone that might not have kids might have trauma. You know what I mean? They're feeding the same thing. Like still making it through this world every day. Like it's not right that they should steal that whiskey. It's not right that the whiskey's priced so high because of taxes. Like there's loads of injustices all wrapped up in one. It's not right to go
Exactly.
here. Like, I don't like it when Charlie Veach does that to like all, like he calls them the crackies, and like the ones that are just like stealing something. Yeah, like some of them are, they're different.
Did you watch
from
his
each
recent
other.
upload, BWA? Did you watch his recent upload?
On the pond?
What an absolute idiot.
See,
Yeah,
I
he's
haven't
And
got
can
it.
I just quickly say something to Batman, Cat? Can I say something to Batman? It wasn't on my channel, Batman, where he was posting his links. It was on the 30 other channels where he was posting his links and fucking off. That, just making that point. Sorry, mate. Go on, Cat.
No, I just honestly, Scott, I'm quite this. See, and this is what I was saying before on my live about Charlie. Like, I'm quite surprised at that. I have, like I said, I can't really pass comics. I haven't watched it yet, but that doesn't, for me, that doesn't seem like the Charlie that I have come to know and enjoy watching. But on the other hand, I think for some people, it does feel like some people are scraping the barrel to do what they can to get views now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I've hard called out Charlie before. There was a time where 3 days in a row he used reasonable force, like, and people try to grab his camera. The third one was a woman. I don't know if you'll remember all that, but like in the third time with the women, like I totally just jumped into the comments. I was like, 3 days in a row. It's not them, it's you. You know what I mean? And there are times when Charlie goes like OTT, but at the same time, he's a good person. He needs to like use his brain. I wish you'd do like, do you watch like podcasts of the Lotus Eaters or like Timcast or anything else that's like chew the news kind of chat show?
No.
Anything like that? No.
Some. I have
I'd
watched
love
some.
to see like Charlie do that, have like guests on and just like read news articles and like call it bullshit and explain why it is. Because I love it. Like, he is an intelligent person, but most of the time it's just like monkeying about and being silly. And I don't really.
But this is what I mean now. It's see, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because I'm not gonna lie, this YouTube, it's changed for me a lot. Like I'll say now, I didn't come on YouTube expecting anything. I didn't come on thinking, oh, I'm going to be massive. I'm going to have a massive channel. I'm going to have loads of subscribers. I'm going to be making a living from it. I never did. I just come on because it's what I enjoyed doing. I enjoyed making content. But now the world, we're getting to a world now where I want to continue doing this, but it's getting harder and harder. Like it's getting tougher and tougher. It doesn't, let's just say it doesn't pay that well for me anyway. I don't know if I can't speak for others. It doesn't pay that well. So it's not, do you know what I mean? Something of a reliable income right now. But I don't know if I went, see, over on TikTok is a bit different. There's people going out on there. You call those bloody attentions. Honestly, there's people over there. Matt, you're on there, aren't you, on TikTok?
No, I tried it once and then it was just dangerous. So I
There's, honestly, the people on there, you should see some of the stuff that people do on there to get views. It's a completely.
Too many kids on there, Cat. Too many kids on there for me to be on that sort of platform.
Again, that's changed now. I think that's moved. They've stopped it now. It has gone more adult now. I'll say that, but. It is people doing content because they enjoy doing content, or are they doing it for views? Because this is the thing about auditing, Matt, or about any content. Forget auditing, just content creating in general. We create content to be viewed. We don't create content to not be watched. So, but the difference is, it's because it's such a wide field. People enjoy watching different things, don't they? People enjoy do you know what I'm saying? And some people enjoy, like, if I went out and did something that, say, Charlie did, I probably it wouldn't suit me as much because my character wouldn't suit that whatever as much. I do what I do because it's what I enjoy doing. I don't do things to please other people. I do it because it's what I'm good at and what I enjoy doing. And if people like watching it, then they like watching it. If they don't, they don't. However, on the other hand, it is getting hard because it's like, when you're being overshadowed and you're not making money of it, do you keep it going? Do you keep doing it? Do you keep going at it? Or do you just give up and think, right, what's the point in this? Because my stuff isn't being watched. I'll just pack it up and not do it anymore. And I think that's
like you just said. Then I think if you stop enjoying doing it, then don't do it. I think. What's the point? If you enjoy doing it, crack on.
Yeah,
that's the whole point, isn't it? That's why I started it more than anything, for a hobby wise.
but that's it. That's what I mean. Whether it's a hobby or a job, I know some people say, "Well, it's not a job." To some, it might be. If they make it, if you're being paid for doing something, then isn't that a job? It's technically a wage. It might not be your typical 9-to-5 job, but if you're being paid for doing something, which content creators get paid for doing, why is that not a job? Do you know what I mean?
More to the point, if you're generating revenue off it, there's a demand for it. People are watching it. People are watching those ads. You know what I mean?
Exactly. This is what I mean. And nobody is making you watch. Like, I upload something, I'm not sat here with a gun saying you have to watch it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not making anybody watch my stuff. You know what I mean? You choose to click on something, you watch it, or you turn it off. Do you know what I mean? This is the thing with you. This is why I never understand with people that don't is again. They say they're again. People like auditor for auditor. I do believe that they do like auditing. They can't bring themselves around to admit it. They might not agree with it, but they still like it because he's always here. They're always watching. You see them all. You all the same people in the comment section all the time. But they say the same crap. They say.
Do you know what it is? Because they like to pull things out of that audit to like
they nitpick, don't they?
Nitpick at, yeah, 100%. 100%. But again, they're entitled to.
Aren't we doing this now to other people? Do you know what I mean? Aren't people doing this to other people now? Aren't we nitpicking? Aren't we like we're doing the same thing but to other channels? Do you get what I mean?
I've like I say, I've called people out for the inappropriate shit, but I wouldn't say it's nitpicking. To be fair, like.
And I get that because it's like, in a way, if you're saying you bring in awareness, if that is, I agree with it if it's fact, if it's truthful and it's fact, and if this person's a wrong un and you can categorically prove it, then I agree with it. I actually agree with it. But if you're just saying it just because you're being petty and you don't like somebody, then
yeah, I agree with that.
Do you know what I mean? You shouldn't do it. You should
no,
just keep your feelings
I like
to yourself.
Ginger's UK transparency. I like Ginger's. Don't start with the ginger shit.
and I do, and I think too many people have gone petty on an ego, and do you know what I mean? Is that Fenfield? You're watch me? You've changed your name a few times, and you're watch me do this, aren't you? That's watch me do this. You've changed your name.
Watch me photo.
This. You watch me photo this.
Yeah, he's on about Preston North End getting beat today by QPR.
Oh, see, leave football out of this. This isn't a football
chat. He's a PNE fan.
No room for football here.
He's a PNE fan himself.
Right, I'm gonna leave. I just thought like Florida Auditor was like absolutely wrong earlier, and I just needed to like get that off my chest. So
honest to God, mate, I agree, and I thank you for coming on and having your say. But I don't think he's wrong. It's just, let's face it, it's just his opinion, innit? There's still.
No, he's wrong when he says that people don't have the right to do auditing, like what auditing is.
I know, and this is what I won't get to the end of time. We don't have the right to go outside, turn on our camera, which everybody owns, and make a video. That's what he's basically saying.
Have the right to tell me. I live in Scotland. We have the right to roam here. There's an implicit right to go onto private property, whether it's private property or not.
Bloody hell, Scotland's ruthless, though, isn't it? Scotland's a whole other ball game.
In Scotland, if you own private property and someone's not denying you full use of it, so they're just going through a field that's not being used, they can't use reasonable force. And if they use reasonable force on you, that's assault. And that could be like fully prosecuted. Like people here trying to remove people off the private property have been pulled up and then charged with assault.
But I know what you're saying though. It's like I'm big on going in shopping centre. I've vlogged. I've walked around shopping centres filming. Oh, you should stay. It's private property. You shouldn't go. At the end of the day, what am I doing wrong? Who am I hurting? That's what you've got to focus on. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you like it or not, or agree with it or not, who am I hurting by going in there and doing that?
Yeah.
And by you coming out, you're
Their
making
feelings.
a bigger deal. Exactly. You're making a bigger deal over nothing. Over what exactly? Do you know what I mean?
Some of those were the worst ones that I'd seen as well. Like is it Manchester? All those like
the one for me is one in Sheffield.
right. Because like some of the shopping centres are like the worst reactions I've seen, and it's like
They
why?
are.
Like
And I agree.
it makes you think
Preston were quite
if
bad
you were
though,
to conceal your camera and go in there, there's nothing
Preston,
they could do.
yeah, Preston.
There's nothing
That
to do
one with the
if you were
bald
to go
guy.
in there like with a concealed camera. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So
There's
what
no.
difference does it
Where's
make
the
that someone's
point?
holding it out in the open?
Do you know what? And you know that what I got thinking about recently is a lot of people come out to us and say, we'd like to know why you're doing what you're doing. Right. Well, this is something else I've been thinking about recently. The police will come out of a police station and say, I'm coming out to question to find out why you're doing what you're doing. But nobody asks back, well, why do you find pictures so suspicious? Why do you find what I'm doing terroristic and suspicious? They want to know why it is what we're doing, which, let's face it, there's a million and one reasons to why it is what we're doing.
Yeah.
But yet we ask them, well, why is it suspicious? They can't answer that. Have you ever heard
they give
an
the same
officer?
answer every single time, and it starts with, "Well, we don't know." It's like, so
We don't know
what?
who you
You
are.
didn't
So
know
what?
nothing before you seen me. You didn't even know I existed.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know who that person, that stranger is walking down the street, who they are. What's that got to do with what I'm doing, this harmless activity? Nobody can answer that question.
Amazing. We don't know. We don't know what you've got in your pocket.
Yeah.
We don't know you're going to lash out, so we're going to put you in
We don't know
handcuffs.
if you're going to tase
It's
us
amazing
right
they use
now.
that as an excuse, or we're putting you in handcuffs because we don't know who you are.
Yeah.
And we don't know if you're a
Exactly.
risk to us or
It
not.
makes
It's like
no
there's
sense.
so many things you could base that premise on that you don't know someone. You've never met them
Exactly.
in your life, therefore, check mark, check mark. Just fucking write a list. You know what I mean? We're going to
It
put this up your bum because we don't know who you are.
It literally doesn't matter. I still don't get why people kick off such a fuss at something as harmless as taking a picture. That's all it is. How, as a picture, ever brought any harm on anybody? That's
They
what
just
you've
want
got
to be in
ask yourself.
charge, I think. They just want to be in charge, I
Yeah,
reckon.
they want control. That's what I mean. They
Yeah.
do. They want control. You know
don't
what I
like
mean? Yeah.
100%.
And so that's what I mean. And again, it comes down to it all comes down to opinions. Opinions, not what's right or wrong, because there is nothing wrong with taking pictures. There isn't. And I'm sorry, even auditor for auditor will admit there's nothing wrong with taking pictures. He said that himself. So then how can you go from that to say, but what you're doing is winding people up and agitating people? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Why does capturing people on camera like wind them up? That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get
Why
that.
does a camera offend somebody so much?
I think what it is because over the last like 8 to 10 years, holding up a camera and pointing it to someone is associated with shaming them on social media, and then they react in a way that makes them like look shameful on social media. It's amazing.
But why do they presume that it's pointing at them though? What?
Yeah.
Why do they? They see someone holding a camera, and all of a sudden they presume they're being not that. They're surrounded by scenery. They're surrounded by a beautiful building or beautiful this or beautiful. They just presume that they're being filmed, and
it's the funniest one, that cat. You know, it's the funniest one. They'll come up to you. They'll come up to you and go like, "Oh, I don't want to be on camera," and that. Like,
exactly.
But they managed to come out of the way, to come all the way up to you, in front of the camera, and kick off.
Exactly, and this is what I mean. I've spoke about this thousands of times, and still nobody can.
One, I watched it.
Auditor, come on, and this is what I mean. Come back on and make that make sense. I've not got a problem with people like auditor. If they're against auditing, I've not got an issue with that. But they can't make that make sense. There's nothing wrong with what you do. Even the police will come out and say, yeah, oh, yeah, well, no, it's perfectly fine what you're doing, but yeah, we're still going to question you on it, and we're still going to potentially put you in cuffs because we don't like it. It's so hypocritical what they come out with.
Yeah, but it's something. We'd be the first one, though, Kat, to call them out saying why they haven't checked someone if something happened. Like, that's what I think.
I don't know.
If someone stood outside the police
jump in.
station with a bag, yeah, you'd want them checked, wouldn't you?
See, I
That's what
don't
I
know.
think.
I don't know if that's. I get. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because I mean, like I said, when I walked around London, I didn't have anything on me. I had a little purse on me, and I still got pulled over for being a terrorist. Do you know what I mean? So if I had a bag on it, you know, I don't know what going through a bag. People, when I go visit a place, you carry stuff. You carry a packed lunch. You carry equipment. You carry photography equipment.
I get what you're saying, but we'd be the first one. We'd be the first one to call it out, saying they should have checked that person who had a bag. But then on the other hand, we're saying they shouldn't be checking that person with a bag.
Yeah,
but if
it's
something,
a tough one,
you know what I mean?
It is a tough one. This is what I mean, like going back to what happened at the MEN arena, you know what I mean? The attack there, a lot of people say, oh, well, why didn't they check the bags? Well, they do. But if something, I always go back to saying, if something bad's going to happen, it's going to happen. Do you know what I mean? People can smuggle some, people can say, they might not check it thoroughly. They might have just opened the bag and peeped in. Do you know what I mean? Just because whether if something bad's going to happen, it's going to happen. There's no stopping it. Whether if that were the case, they should check everybody's bag, not just a handful of people, everybody's, despite your colour, your race, whatever. If you're going to check somebody's bag, you check everybody's bag. Do you know what I mean?
That MEN arena, though, they actually chose to like ignore it completely. Though they had a dad who went up to one of the stewards or the police and said, "I think he's, like a terrorist, and he's checking." And
but that's
he didn't dare check. He didn't dare check because he felt it was going to be racist. That's what it was.
But yet, then now today, so it's either we discriminate or we're overcautious, because like now today, it's on when you go and train, you see it, say it, report it. Well, what are we seeing exactly? Do you know what I mean? It's like we're drummed in our heads every day to be paranoid, and this is why I believe people have gone scared, because it's like, what are we actually looking out for? You know what I mean? Somebody walking around with a bag isn't suspicious. Let's face it, especially at a train station. Somebody walking around with a bag isn't suspicious, is it?
No.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like...
It's the norm. It's the norm, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's either we're too cautious and we have, like I say, we go above and beyond to, you know what I mean? Or for me, it's about common sense. And this is what I'm saying. They believe somebody hanging around a police station is suspicious. What hanging around a police station is suspicious? Exactly. Specifically, what is about hanging around, whether you've got a bag or you haven't, you're taking pictures or you're not. Like I said, we've spoke about it before. You could be sat out in front painting a picture of the police. Is that suspicious? Do you know what I mean? Is it the too paranoid, or is it better to be safe than sorry? But isn't this where we're getting to the point where we're being scared of everything? We're literally being scared of everything, and we're feeling as well. This is the other thing. We're interfering too much in what other people are doing. Do you know what I mean? This is what I'm finding a lot recently, is that people are feeling like they have the right to interfere in other people's businesses. And
yeah, but isn't that what we're doing as when I was an auditor? We're interfering in their business.
What interfering how?
By going in, like, just getting in the way of doing the job and that.
Yeah, but we're not getting in the way of anybody doing a job, though. What I mean is what I'm trying to think of an example to use. Okay, so there's this guy I watch. He's in London, right? Be this right or wrong, so he lives in London, and there's this street where the traffic backs up. It's called Cycling Mike. Some people may have heard of him. Some people might not have done. I think he might actually have a channel on here. And what people do is they ride down the wrong side of the road to avoid the traffic to make a right turning. And what he does, he takes it upon himself to step out in front of the road, stop these people and tell them to go back. Now, is he in the right for doing that or in the wrong?
Well, he can do whatever he wants, isn't he? To be fair.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, anybody can do anything they want. This is the thing. Anybody can.
Me personally, are they actually still riding the bike when he's doing it? When he's trying to stop him?
So he's on a bike. He's on a bike, but what he's doing, it's like an island. It's like it stops in an island. It's like on a corner. You have to watch his videos to understand it. I think what he does is great. Personally, I think it is awesome. So it stops in the middle of an island. So all this traffic's backed up along this road. So a car will come out and come zooming down this let's face it, the car is the one in the wrong. They're on the wrong side of the road. To cut the traffic, they'll come onto the wrong side of the road to make the right turning. And he steps out and tells the car to go back, and he'll stay stood there. He'll stand his ground and he'll stay stood there until the car reverses back. And let's face it, he sends the footage off to the police, and they get instructed. Like, some of them ring the police and they won't do it. They won't do it because they're the ones who are in the wrong. But Cycling Mikey, there we go. If can somebody drop his channel link in? Because honest to God, I think he's on YouTube. But
so he's a snitch.
So basically, you can say that it is a little bit like, but I think he's
going out finding the content and grassing on people, then, isn't he? So he's a snitch.
Right, but he's stopping dangerous drivers. These are dangerous driving using the wrong side of one side of the road.
He won't do it anymore when he gets hit off, knocked off his bike. Yeah. I agree what he's doing. I agree, yeah. Like, he's stopping dangerous drivers and all that shit, but he won't do it again when he gets knocked off his fucking bike.
I think it might, if I'm not mistaken, he's had a lot of shit. A lot of people have given him shit, but like what we do auditing, it's standing our ground, isn't it? We know we're allowed to do what we're doing.
What Jesus Jones has just said there is a revenue for the police.
So, but again, though, this is what I mean. So, is that right or wrong? Just because he's on the police side, the end of the day, people call it. A lot of people in the comments on the video, a lot of people in the play call him out saying he's doing what we're doing, going up to people, sticking, especially like female drivers, for example, say like, why are you filming a female, going up to them and sticking your camera in the face and filming them? Well, for a start, he's not doing anything wrong there, and he's saving a potential head-on collision by doing what he's doing. Do you know what I mean? But again, this is what I'm trying to get at. We're taking it amongst ourselves to be the police. We're being our own kind of police, aren't we? So do we have the right to do that? Should we just mind our own business and just let people go about? Do you know what I mean? If you see a fight kicking off in the street, do you go and break it up, or do you just think? Do you know what I mean? If honest to God, if I see anything going on out front of my house, people kicking off, I don't get involved. I leave them to it. Do you know what I mean? Because it's nothing to do with me. It's none of my business.
Exactly, Trevor. He's basically working for the police, isn't he? In my eyes.
I don't know. I mean, it's one of them, whether he is or not. It's the question is he doing anything wrong? Do you know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying. It just feels like we're turning into a bunch of busybodies. A lot of people with social media anyway. There's one thing going out and making content, but then there's another one where there's a lot of people interfering. Like, I mean, even like me just being a dog walker, other people telling me how I should be with, or something else. Parents as well. A lot of people being parents. Telling other parents how they should raise their kids. Is that right? If you've got kids, you've not got kids, Matt, is it? It's like you telling me what I should.
Kat, to be fair, I'd like someone to tell my fucking dad how to raise us when we were younger.
See, that's what I mean, though. But I'm my own parent. I'll be a parent. Again, I always go back to, as long as, if you're not beating your child black and blue, which is clear, as long as you're not abusing your kids, if you're too strict on your kids, that's wrong. If you don't discipline them enough, that's wrong. And I just feel like we're turning into a society where no matter what we do, we're always wrong. Someone's always going to have a say in every little thing, every aspect of your life. Do you know what I mean? And it feels like we're just turning on each other for every little thing. because let's face it, we all disagree with what somebody does or doesn't do, or agree with what, have different opinions on what's right or what's wrong. You know what I mean? And it just feels like we're just constantly interfering in other people's lives now. And I just kind of think, mind your own business. And you know what I mean? Literally focus on your own. Like, somebody was having a go at me the other day on my channel saying, why have you blocked me? Why have you I've had 2 copy strikes. And I give him a bit of advice. I said, probably because your content is focused on other people's content. You're pulling other people's content. And
go on, who are we on about? Let it out the bag. Who are we on about?
I don't know. Like, it's not audit for, but one of them exposing auditors. Do you know what I mean? The clues in the bloody title. Let's face it. And it come. I mean, I've got the comments. I've literally got the comments, right? And I've blocked him. Yeah. And I think on another person's live, he apologised and said, "I actually really do like you, Kat." And I thought, fair enough, I'll unblock you. So he unblocked me. He come back, started off being all sweet as pie, being all nice and nice, saying, "I actually do really like you." But then it changed. Do you know what I mean? It changed to, "Oh, but you still go out causing trouble. You're still going out winding people." And I just think, do you know what I mean? And it goes, and I think he was just trying to put me up because apparently he's got a strike or something. He's got copyrights or something. I'm like, well, if you're going to nick other people's content, then that's what's going to happen.
Is it the one who was after Buzz?
I don't know. I
squeaky voice. Don't know. He had a squeaky voice.
I don't know. Like I said, I lose track of all these bloody names going around. All I know is he was called exposing auditors or some. Like, I've seen a few people like that auditor. Part of me thought it was him. Do you know what I mean? But
there's one that's got a shark picture, and she's really nice.
It didn't have a picture. It didn't have a picture. It was just, it didn't have an avatar picture, which.
I'm on the show, guys. She's booted herself. She'll be back. She pressed the wrong button. Cancel culture is literally getting out.
Literally just kicked myself out of my old stream then.
I was going to say, you kicked yourself. I'm just going to I'm going to jump back on in a minute, Kat, because Mr. Meatball's just tried ringing me, so I'm going to ring him back.
No worries.
All right, I'll jump back on in a minute.
Guys, I'm just going to have a flip back through. Sorry, I've missed so many comments here. So I'm just going to have a quick flip back. I know Airborne Audits has come in. Welcome. I really do apologise for anybody that's come in. I am. I'm sort of ignoring you. I'm just not paying attention to the chat when I should. But I can't get away in edge. Yeah, all right. I speak a lot, guys. We know this. We know, we guys, I speak a lot. I do. I can talk. I take it you're new to my channel. I can talk a lot. I can talk. This is why I don't do these Streamlabs a lot. But at the end of the day, this is my channel. If you don't like it, do you know what I mean? This is my channel. You know what I mean? This is the whole point of these, for people to come on and talk. If we didn't talk and we just sat here in silence, then this channel wouldn't be anything, would it? Do you know what I mean? It'd be boring to watch if we come on here and sat in silence. So, I've missed loads of comments. So, Trevor, David, hello. Sorry, UK, yeah, turning on people being. No, I honestly, guys, I just think, like I said, I don't get involved in a lot of lives. I don't do a lot of these live streams. I really don't, and I don't get a lot involved in a lot. But I just think that we're turning on each other now for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, we can disagree with what each other does. You know, we're not always going to get on. We're not always going to 100% agree with each other. We're not always going to like what people do or don't do, or what people stand for, what we don't stand for. But the problem is, in today, there's so many opinions on things, so many divided opinions on things, that, do you know what I mean? We could be here till the end. I mean, like, even this, like, auditor for auditor, there would no need to I mean, by you disappearing there, you're obviously, you know what I mean? we know, do you know what I mean? But there's too many people who come on our channels and say, oh, you're just doing it to stick cameras at people. You're just doing it to wind people up. We've heard it all before. You need to change the... Do you know what I mean? You're not bringing anything new to the table. But saying that, auditing is getting a bit repetitive in itself. Whether you agree with auditing or not, you can't say auditing's dying, because it's not, because the views are still there. People still watch auditing, whether you agree with it or not. Auditing still brings in the views, but auditing is getting very repetitive. But just like auditing's getting repetitive, so are the trolls. You know what I mean? Exactly. A lot of people agree with them. A lot of people will think auditing, but they don't bring anything new to the table. It's the same every time. You're going around aggravating hard-working people. You're going on private property. You're obstructing people from doing their jobs, and it's not true. It's not true. It's just because you're taking a dislike into it and you're disagreeing with it. It's a harmless hobby. That's it. If you can prove me otherwise, if you can come on here and categorically show me where anywhere in the world where taking a picture or a video of someone, whether it be private property or not, has caused any harm on someone, then come and prove me wrong. Come and prove me wrong. Come on, so 30 people in here, which is quite nice to see. Come on, somebody else. I don't mind people who are against that. In fact, I quite like it because I like shutting them down. This is what I was saying before in my live. I have to stay away from the comment section of audits, honestly, because I can spend all day. And I've shut a few people down. In comment section, I've shut a few people down. Have come back and said, yeah, do you know what? I get, because they start off with the same, auditing's tarnished with a bad reputation. Let's face it, we're tarnished with the same brush, yeah? And I've come along and said, look, we're not all like that. We've all got our own personal reasons for filming. And in the end, they've ended up turning around and saying, do you know what? Actually, you've got a fair point on that. You've made a fair point. Would not be if I did not like. No. Honestly, I'm not offended. This is what I mean. I don't get upset by what people say. Do you know what I mean? I know I talk a lot. This is what I mean. I know I do. I know I ramble. I waffle. I've said it countless of times before. I know, and I do get carried away. I do, and so no. Honestly, I don't mind. But what I mean is, like I say, I've seen that before. Another, God, she talks a lot. Oh my God, she can't get a word. But if I sat here quiet and didn't say out, it'd be boring. Do you know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. You always get people who, if I speak too much, I waffle. If I stay quiet, I'm in the wrong. You know what I mean? It's just like, you can't please everybody. Do you know what I mean? It's like you can't please everybody when it comes to social media. And this is why I'm saying, all right, one thing you can do when it comes to creating content is turn the comments off. You can turn it off, but I don't like doing that. The comments are there for a reason, for you guys to come along and have your say in it. Now, I don't have to agree with everything you say, just like you guys don't have to agree with everything I say. That's so true. We are. And the thing is, with today's society, who's normal? What is normal anymore? I'm certainly not normal. I'll have no issue with saying I'm absolutely off my rocker. Do you know what I mean? But I think there's a different ways of being crazy. Like I say, do you know what I mean? Adrenaline junkies, people who go scaling buildings, people who go climbing buildings, let's go back to what I said before. People who go scaling buildings, is that normal? Do you know what I mean? Is that normal? I know. Shut up, Jesus. Honestly, see, I get trolled by my own bloody mods on this channel. I'm telling you, I get trolled by my own bloody mods. But this is what I'm saying. You know, I've seen people going around calling me a backstabber. I've seen people going on other people's lives saying horrible things about me. Yeah, it's not nice. Of course, it's not nice. But at the end of the day, I don't know who these people are. I don't know them from Adam, just like they don't know me from Adam. So why should I get upset by what strangers say? You know what I mean? I'm not going to get upset by something someone said on someone else's live. Do you know what I mean? And it doesn't bother me. If either you like me or you don't. And if you don't like me, then you don't have to be here. Nobody's forcing you to be here. But that's what I mean, and what Blackburn was saying before about, oh, I did it and nobody listens. But this is what I mean. People do listen, though. Like I say, it's easy to set up a live stream and go, well, this person, I don't like that person. I think he is a nonce, because, you know what I mean? It'd be quite easy for me to do that. But that's putting my personal feelings across. I'm the Grinch. Hey, Andy, there was a Grinch going around Darwin today. Oh, I'll put that video up. I will put it up when I end this. I'll put the video up. But there was a Grinch going around Darwin today. I don't know if you've seen him. He had a big, massive Alsatian dog with him. I think the word auditing is wrong in some way. What else can we call? We've said this before. We have said this before. What else? I mean, what if we don't call it auditing? What else is it? Public photography. Let's stop calling auditing and just say it at what it is. It's public photography. Shall we just call it that? Scrap the name auditing, but it still is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Once something's been tarnished with a name, it's still. Do you know what I mean? It's still been. It's you know, whether you like it or not, it still is auditing. You know, whether that's the right thing to name it. For me, it's vlogging. Call it vlogging, call it public photography. The bottom line is, it's allowed. Do you know what I mean? Show me the tweet where it hurt you. You can't really get upset by words. You can't. I mean, people can quite rightly come in here and say, Cat, you're boring, Cat, you're ugly, Cat, your content's shit. Fine, that's just your opinion. Yeah, it's not nice, but should you really get hurt by words? Do you know what I mean? Should anybody get upset by words? But then again, how far does that go before, like I say, people start going around calling each other fat and ugly? Then that's going into body shaming. Do you know what I mean? Which nobody should body shame anyone, but then you're just passing a judgment on somebody if they're quite. See, is calling somebody who's fat, is that wrong? Do you know what I mean? If somebody's a larger obese, yeah, if someone is quite clearly a large person and is obese and is overweight and is fat, is calling a fat person fat wrong? I mean, it's not nice, but isn't that just stating facts? Is fat, is overweight, is a large person. You might not be saying it in a nasty way. You're just saying it because that's what that person is. You've got slim. You know what I mean? Or is it like someone calling someone who's underweight skinny? Isn't calling a fat person just the same as calling a skinny person skinny? They mean the same thing. Just do you get where I'm coming from? Big bones, yeah. There's different names for different things, and this is what I mean. We associate certain names negatively. Do you know what I mean? So calling a fat person fat, I might not be calling them in a nasty way. I'm just stating what they are. Is there a big person? Or should we be reframing it and wording it differently? Do you know what I mean? Or then, do you know what I mean? Some people you say it how it is. Some people you say it how it is. What's wrong with saying things how it is? Again, it's that you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You know what I mean? Some people just believe in saying what they want and they don't care who they upset. Is that right or is that wrong? Come on, someone jump on and join me. I feel a bit lonely here now. I know I take over sometimes and I do apologise, but I get carried away. Come on, somebody come and join me. Come and prove me wrong about auditing. Come on, auditing for auditor, if you're still there. I don't think you should have run off. We get that you don't like auditing, but you're in the wrong community telling auditors that they're in the wrong. You're in the wrong place. We get that you don't like auditing. We get that, but you're not going to change the fact of what it still is what it is. Stay confident in yourself with broadcasting on YouTube. I try to be. I'm not always. I'm not always. Trust me, I'm not always. Like I say, we all suffer with lack of confidence. You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. None of us are perfect. This is what I mean. I think none of us are perfect. We all make mistakes. We all mess up. We all, you know what I mean, say wrong things, bad things, things we don't mean to. But it's just a case of how far does that go? You know what I mean? And this is what I mean. I think we've just, especially these live streams, we've just turned on each other. We just completely, literally turned on each other. And it's just, you know, I'm not saying we should all just get on, because that you know, it'd be nice to live in an ideal, perfect world where we did all get on and we didn't all fall out. But that's, do you know what I mean? I don't think that's possible. You know what I mean? But there's a difference between putting on, agreeing to disagree, and putting on a different sides and finding out what we do agree on. Do you know what I mean? Coming together and find out what we do agree on. Well, you're filthy. You need another shower. How filthy he is from my walk today. You're black. You're black. Aren't you? You're filthy. Absolute filthy. What do you want now? What do you want now? Eh? What do you want? Honestly. Where am I? Because I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening this year for Christmas. I haven't got a clue. Are you not coming on back, man? I've not spoke to you in ages. Also depend on concept. Means different in our. Yeah, I know. This is what I like. In all fairness, I like swearing. Yeah, I like swearing. If you're around mates, yeah, who you're comfortable, you're having a laugh, you're having a giggle, you swear around each other. If you're not, but yeah, if you took that art content and you turn around and told one of your fuck off, you fat cunt, do you know what I mean, and said that in a nasty, mean way, then quite clearly that's wrong. Do you know what I mean? If you're swearing in, because a lot of people disagree with swearing full stop. You know what I mean? I personally don't think there's anything wrong with swearing. I really don't. I think swearing is just another form of language, just another form of letting your emotions out. But yeah, there's a difference between calling someone nasty names in a nasty manner than just kick back and having a laugh. One thing I don't agree with, though, that's stand up. See, I mean, for some, you're a completely different channel, yeah? I've said this from the start, you're a completely different channel, right? But I disagree with what you've just said there, purely because, obviously, with what you do, you get it all the time. People coming up to you and saying you're a time waster because of what you do. So, but yet on the same token, you're doing what we do, just in a different location. Do you know what I mean? I get where you're coming from. I really do. I get where you're coming from, but you're doing the same thing, just in a different location. If you get my drift. Come and join me. It'd be nice to talk to you as well, because You know, you honestly, I really love your job. You're not an auditor. You're a photographer. You're definitely 100% a photographer. And whether other people agree with me or not, I don't know. But you get what we get on the same level, don't you? You get the same thing. You waste people's times by doing what you do, which is the same as what we do in a sense. Come on, can't swear at us. I'm gonna fucking block you if you don't get your ass on here and come and join me. I'm telling you, get your bloody ass on here and come and join me. I can't even be serious, honestly. You lot just crack me up. You really do. That is social media for you. I remember a football group on social media and there were always arguments over anything. Exactly. Honest to God, there was arguments over absolutely anything today. DJ, I really do like, honestly, to God, there's some people who are really good. Oh, make me or not looking for an issue. Friends, I'm looking for children, no interest of film. No, I get it. I honestly, I get what you're saying. Again, it boils down to intent. Why does somebody do what they're doing? You're quite clearly a photographer. That's to me, it's obvious. The content you put up, you show you off your work, you're showing off your pictures that you've taken. I get that. And yes, there are some auditors, and I get where you're coming from, are doing it just to cause trouble. But yet it still doesn't make it any less wrong or right. I get what you're saying. There's no point, but they're still creating content. If you get my joke, they're still creating content. I create content for YouTube. If I go out to my local park and make a video, or I go and stand at the police station and make a video, that is still creating content. Now, obviously, whether you can call it art or not, I don't know. People have different opinions on it. But like I say, you still get as much trouble as auditors do from what you just by taking your pictures. And if anything, I think you're the original auditors, photographers who are just photographers. They're not auditors. They're genuinely photographers by passion, by hobby, by art form. You're the original auditors before it became auditing. And that's, do you know what I mean? And that's how it should have stayed. It should have stayed that way. Do you know what I mean? It should have stayed that what you're doing as a photographer, it should have stayed that way. Do you know what I mean? I mean, there's a video now on YouTube of a guy who I'm not sure what his name is. I think the video is so old, it's like between 5 and 10 years old now. He basically goes around, he's a photographer, and he goes outside like hotels and stuff, and it gains the reaction of like the security come out and ask him to move on. And obviously in this video it quite clearly does. But this video is basically just showing the rights of a photographer, that you don't have to be pressed to be a photographer. You can go and stand outside any building and take a picture. And that's where my argument comes from. Whether you're an auditor or not, or a photographer or what, it's the same thing. To me, it's all the same. And this is why I think people just nitpick at it when it comes to auditors. And I think realistically, you shouldn't be nitpicking on the hobby, on the activity. It's more aimed at the person. I think that's the thing with auditing. It's the character that's behind it. Now, when it comes to auditing, it's not the auditing that's the issue, it's the character. And I think that's where the issue lies with the majority of these audits. Why is nobody coming joining me? Why is nobody going to join? I promise I'll zip my mouth up and I'll let you talk. Come and join me, Photo. I'm still going to call me Watch Me Photo this because I've always enjoyed that name. Watch me do this with your original name, weren't it? Come and join me. Come and join me. I've never seen you on a live stream before. Come and join me. I've always enjoyed your content. Videos will be worth more as they age. and to British acting years gone by. I mean, it's so true, isn't it? This is what I mean. What I'd love to know is these people. I wonder if these people who's been stung by an auditor, so let's face it, whether it be me or somebody else, right? I'd love to know if they've watched themselves back and do they have the same opinion of them? So did they think, yeah, I possibly did overreact that day? I've not seen you on any. Come and join me. Come and join me. You've never been on one of mine, I don't think. You might have done in the early days. Come and join me. But yeah, I'd love to know some of these people, if they watch themselves back, would they have the guts to turn around and say, do you know what, I probably overreacted. I made a big fuss over nothing. I made a big fuss over someone taking pictures. You never go out for confrontation. Exactly. Confrontation finds you. Exactly. This is, and I think for most auditors it's the same. Well, I mean, I can't really talk and say for 100% fact that's like that. But if I'm going out just creating content, like I've done today, like I've done on most of my videos, if someone comes up to me for confrontation, then they're the ones looking for confrontation, not me. I certainly don't go out looking for confrontation. You got a new doggy? Have you got a new dog? What have you got? Come and join me, or somebody come and join me. I feel really lonely now. I feel really self-conscious. It's different doing these StreamYards to doing my own lives. See? It'd be nice to see you on a panel. Even Nino's just watch me do this. Oh, so you put, I can't properly, oh yeah, I can just about make it out. The profile pictures are about that big. That you know, baby. Have you done some videos? Have you made some videos? Oh, honestly, I love little new. Everyone's got puppies. Oh, here's me with an oldie goldie. Oh, here's me with an oldie goldie on his way bloody out, and everyone's got cute little puppies. It's not fair. Oh, shall I start calling him nasty names now? I'm gonna. Do you know what? Your pictures are shit. You're a crap photographer. You're rubbish at what you do. You're going to come on now. Come on, come and have a go at me. Come and have a pop at me. What touchy subject? What touchy subject would you like to touch on? Because you don't have to get yourself caught up into some confrontations, do you? You know what I mean? Especially like have you been back to your is it Aldi you were banned from? You know what I mean? You've been banned from supermarkets, haven't you? Have you got over your bans, or are you still banned in some places? You see, yeah, and even you've been on about sacking it in a few times because you'd had enough. Do you know what I mean? Of how stupid it had gotten. You was on about sacking it in, and if anything, you've just changed your name. You've not gone anywhere. You just told. I didn't think you'd go anywhere. If I'm honest, I genuinely didn't think you'd go anywhere. And I knew you'd still be around because you were too good. You're too good at what you do. If you've got, I'm banned. You're banned. You're still banned. You're still banned. See, for what? What are you banned for exactly? What are you exactly? What have you done? Have you been in there shoplifting? Have you been in there beat up the manager? What are you banned for exactly? And this is what we were talking about before. Is it right that you should be banned from a supermarket? For what exactly? As a shoplifter, yeah, you're a big fat shoplifter, aren't you? A big horrible fat shoplifter. Stealing futons, exactly. Carry the camera. See, this is what I mean. Is it right that someone should be banned from a supermarket for taking pictures? Is that right or wrong? How have you hurt anybody? You know, there's, like I say, to that shop, the bigger crimes going on is people stealing. You know what I mean? If someone goes in there and steals products every day from the supermarket, you can understand them being banned. But someone stood outside, not hurting anybody, not bothering anybody, taking pictures, has been banned. How does that make sense? Like, this is what I was talking about before. Do you know what I mean? This is what I was saying. Going back to what we were talking about before. Who had that say to, somebody didn't like what you was doing. Somebody who works in that shop didn't like what you were doing, so thought it'd be best to ban you. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think Auditing Yorkshire's been Wakey's. It's Wakey Wines, isn't it? Auditing Yorkshire's been there. Right, I'm going to end it soon, guys, because obviously not everyone's been bothered and nobody's come and joining me. So if people don't want to, I've said what I've said. I think this, I liked the way this community, I do still stand by auditing. I do still think it's going strong. I get that people disagree with it and they don't like it. That's fine. But I just think that, especially today, the world that we're living in, people should just learn to try and put the differences aside. If they don't want to get on, then they don't have to get on. But just leave each other alone. Do you know what I mean? Leave each other alone. If you don't like somebody on YouTube, you don't like the channel, you don't like who they are, you don't like what they do, stay away from the channel. It's simple as that. Nobody's forcing you to subscribe to a channel. Nobody's forcing you to watch anybody's content. I choose to go out and create content. I choose to upload that content to YouTube. I don't force people to watch it. You guys who are here choose to click on my content and other people's. You join me. I'll post the link one more time. Click on the link. I want Auditing for Auditor to come back. So, because to be fair, I do like Auditing for Auditor. He is actually pretty sound. I always have liked Auditing for Auditor. I just obviously disagree with what he actually doesn't make sense when it comes to auditing. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. And I've warmed up now. I'm finished. I've finished. Black and White Audits, you're a new channel, and I need to check out your channel. See, I mean, you've got auditing the name. You obviously clearly stand by auditing. I need to check out your channel. I haven't as of yet checked it out. It's too many. There's too many channels now. I can't keep up with the amount of channels there are. And this is another thing about auditing, where, you know, going back a couple of years, there was only like 10 big auditors or photographers, whatever you want to label us. But now there's so many new people. So many new people. Oh, you're the BWA. Was that you? Sorry, sorry, because it was shortened on the thing. That was you. Oh, no, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. Thank you. So I take it you go out doing auditing then. Like I say, I don't believe I've seen any of your content yet. I'll have to have a look. If somebody wants to drop his link in, you're more than welcome to. Anyway, any mods, any want to share any links to any people's channels, go ahead and do so. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. I still will never understand people who just think taking a picture is suspicious. What exactly, specifically, is suspicious about taking a picture? People say, oh, you are invading people's privacy. Look through any of my videos, right? If anyone will look through any of my videos, or even any other any videos that I've personally watched, I haven't seen. I mean, apart, like even going as far as saying license plates on cars, you can't get anything from them. You can't find out any personal information from them. So show me one video where it's caused anybody any harm. Anybody who's against auditing, this is where people who are against auditing go wrong. Show me, come on here and show me where somebody's gone wrong or it's caused any physical harm, then fair enough. I'd agree with it, but it doesn't. You can't show us where photography causes harm to people. It might upset people. People might not like it. On post. Somebody's backstage with the name Sexy. Oh, Sexy. So you should give us a wave. Give us a wave. I thought we were going to say, I hope you don't photobomb me with that name. I'm going to bring you on. I'm going to risk it for a biscuit because you're showing your face. Hello. I thought, with that name, then I thought you was going to phone bomb me for a minute. Say that again.
Hello.
You all right?
Hello there.
You're new. Are you new?
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you. What do you? Have you got a point to make?
I don't give a monkey's either. I'm not bothered. Do what? Do one of them sexy bombs. Call it.
Yeah, I thought you were going to porn bomb me with that sexy name. But you had your camera on, so that was good.
I'm just taking piss out myself. Oh, shit.
Your name's sexy.
I don't need to turn the sound down because it's all going funny.
See? We're all strange, aren't we? See, he's very strange calling himself sexy. Or either that or he's very confident. So, one way or another. What's your view on what we've said today? Have you got any views or?
What? Watching auditing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I watch all these auditing videos, and generally, I love it when they get arrested.
You love it when they get arrested?
Oh, yeah.
So you like the juicier confrontations then, do you?
Yeah, it seems a bit of a
What?
It seems a bit of a lag here. Do I need to do something?
Say it again.
Seems a bit of a lag. I keep getting stuff coming through. Bear with me.
Have you got anything else open? You need to make sure you've got everything else shut down apart from what you're on now.
I do, yeah. Fantastic. I do, yeah. I think it's good. Yeah. Tell me though, Kat, because I'm getting a bit of a lag. It's confusing.
Yeah, you are lagging a bit. You're a bit quiet on the quiet side as well.
Just bear with me. I need to do something on here. Let me have a look.
Have a bit of a play around. Turn YouTube off. Make sure you've turned YouTube off and just leave StreamYards open.
Turn YouTube off?
Yeah.
Is that what I need to do? Turn YouTube off?
Yeah. Make sure you just leave StreamYards open.
Yeah. Right. Are we caught up now then?
I think you might be a bit better now. Sound a bit better.
That's it. Yeah.
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 So you like? Yeah. So you were saying you like the juicier interactions then?
I do. Yeah. I've watched a lot of the auditors and what have you, DJ and PJ. But like I say, Kat, they're getting a bit boring now, aren't they?
They're definitely getting repetitive. I wouldn't say boring. I'd say more repetitive.
Yeah. I still watch them for the main reason because I want to see anything exciting happen.
But then, do you not think that by saying that defeats the object? Because we, as auditors, we don't want to be arrested. Do you know what I mean? We don't want to be arrested for doing illegal activity.
No, not illegal activity, no. But I saw that one when you were at the police station, the one that had the cat, wasn't it? I can't remember where you were. You had the cat, didn't it, in the cat box? Is that you and
yeah. That was one of my originals. That was one of my very first ones.
Yeah, I've seen that one, yeah. And they were a bit offhand with you.
Yeah.
I don't want to see people get arrested, but it gives the fun, doesn't it?
It's more. It is more. I get what. See, this is what I mean. It's like 50-50 in it. I get what you're saying because it's more in. It makes the content more interesting to watch than. For some reason, this is what I mean. When it comes to auditing, we're more drawn to the juicier the interaction, the better the interaction. It does draw in more views. We can't get away from that. But that defeats the object of what we want. We want to just go out, create content, be left alone, and not be. We don't want any of that. Well, I personally don't. Do you know what I mean? You just want to be left to doing this activity and not be pulled up like that. You know what I mean? But then the unfortunate thing about that is the video won't get as many views. Do you know what I mean? So it's a bit of 50-50.
Well, we know why you're doing it because you're getting revenue off of the YouTube, aren't you?
Well, I mean, that's for me. That isn't the sole purpose. It's about obviously we want to make money from doing what we do. We can't get away from that. We want to make money from doing what we do. But I'd still do it whether I get money from it or not. Do you know what I mean? I'd still do it. Yeah. I don't know about others, but I still would.
Yeah. I mean that video of yours today with the dog, that was fantastic. That it was just great watching, to be honest with you. You know, going out and going out with your dog instead of going out with my dog. I thought, oh, well, watch you walking your dog. It was good, actually.
So it's just something different, isn't it? It's just something a little different. That's what I mean. I'm different to not people just go out and turn up at a police station, start filming, and that's it. Whereas I do it a little bit different, don't I?
Yeah.
So
who inspired you then to do this as such? Was it the American stuff, or was it?
No, I mean, to be honest with you,
sorry to cut you off. It's hard to stop you talking, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I do interrupt a lot. Going back to the early days, I was just a typical vlogger. Like, I didn't know anything about auditing, in all fairness. I just watched your everyday vloggers on YouTube. You know what I mean? And I vlogged myself. And then what happened was I did a video before I knew anything about auditing, and it's still up now. You can go and watch it. It's me just purely ranting and raving. I did a video on public photography is not a crime. Photography is not a crime. That's what it's labelled that. The thumbnail says photography is not a crime. And I think what happened is from that, because I uploaded that, I then got recommended all the auditors and all the public photography is not a crime videos, and so obviously that led me on to watching photography and auditing and all that lot, and I just thought I'll just bring that into what I'm doing anyway. Do you know what I mean? Because I was doing it anyway, but just not the auditing side of it. So
yeah, but I think there's going to be a point now soon. I mean, I think you're doing well going in a different direction, but with like the I won't mention names because you said that on your link, but I think some of them are gonna die a death soon because they're gonna run out of ideas.
Well, that's true, and I've said that from the beginning. I think if you've got, I've always said, no matter who you are, if you're doing well with your channel, if you've got the views, if you've got the supporters there, you'll keep going. And that goes to say for some of the bigger ones, i.e. someone like Charlie, AB, whether you like them or not, DJ, he's another one. They'll keep going. Whereas if you're obviously not a very likeable person, or your channel's not doing well, or you're not getting what you want from YouTube or bringing in the views, then the channels will fizzle out. And there's some that have come and gone. There's others that have stuck around, and there's others that have they're just a bit more. I don't see myself as a big channel. I'm one of the small ones, but I just do it because I enjoy doing what I do. So I'm keeping going because I like doing what I do. I don't care whether I get 1 million views or 100 views. I wish I got more. Don't get me wrong. I wish I did get more, but I do it because I enjoy doing it. Whereas other people, they're doing. I think what the problem is, a lot of people, they're coming on YouTube with the intentions of they come on here and they want all the views, they want to make loads of money off it, and they believe, oh, I'll go out, do a few videos, and then I'm going to start making loads of money off it. And when they realise that isn't the case, they sort of fizzle out a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I think some of them come to realisation that it's not what they thought it would be. And it's hard as well. It is bloody hard to do. So,
yeah, I think the first video I saw was AB.
Yeah.
It came up on my Facebook feed. And to be honest with you, I bombarded him with messages saying, you shouldn't be doing this to police and this, that, and the other. And then you take a step back and then you think, oh, well.
You see the bigger picture.
You see the bigger picture. Then you see. But one thing with AB, though, I never called them Muppets or sausages.
Yeah, it's not. I see, that's something I've always said. I disagree with that. Like, I do disagree with calling them names. You know what I mean? There's no need for it.
That all started copying, didn't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Live Free, I can mention Live Free because I think he's locked up now, isn't he?
I mean, I get what if see, the thing is, what again, as a viewer, it's completely being a viewer to being in that situation. When you're in that situation, your emotions and your tensions run high. So if you do get a tyrant come up to you, like arrest you or detain you or put you in cuffs, then yeah, sometimes you do start saying you bloody sausage, you tyrant. You know, it's understandable. We say we get what we give. Do you know what I mean? I don't initially go calling people names right off the bat. I'll do it if like someone comes at me aggressively. I'll give them what they're giving me. You know what I mean? So you give it them back. But just to call police sausages randomly, I do disagree with that.
Oh, it's weird, isn't it? But you have to remember, I mean, the police are trained to a certain respect to look after this country. Me and you and everybody else watching this channel. And the thing is,
it turned into robots.
No, but if you know these orders coming around a police station and with cameras, I can understand it. It is funny to watch, but they're doing a job, aren't they? They're understanding. Hang on, there's somebody here. Who are you? Not being a tyrant.
Because there's somebody, a strange person in back of the police station, not in uniform, but
yeah, they're wearing Well,
yeah. And
I'm not hiding my identity. I don't give a fuck what I look like.
But that's what I see. That's another thing that's interesting with these people who go out doing these audits in balaclavas. A lot of people do these audits like that, covering themselves up. Is that right or wrong? Especially coming from where we've been from a place where we were being told to wear masks, and then we pull up at a police station wearing a mask. That's wrong. So should you, because I've never worn a mask. I've always quite clearly shown my face. So is to pull up at a police station wearing a mask wrong or not? Do you know what I mean? Is it a wrong,
Well, why did he try then? You did try, because obviously you're confident in yourself, aren't you? Nobody's going to come and attack you, or whatever.
I don't know.
You can't be, you've got enough confidence in yourself because not to wear a mask. Why do you need to wear a mask?
Well, that's up to them. People do. They don't. The people do if they don't want to. You know what I mean? Some people, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, DJ, they do have real life jobs away from YouTube, and they do want to keep themselves private. And I know that's difficult doing what because this is what I've always said with someone likes of AB. AB doesn't show his face. So if I bumped into AB out in public, right, I'd have every right to show his face and film him, yeah? But out of respect, knowing who AB is, who he is, and he likes to stay private, doesn't show his face on camera, out of respect, I wouldn't film him. You know what I mean? But the temptation would be there to film, look who this is, look at it, you know what I mean? And I'd have every right to do that. So it's one of them things. If you want privacy, you create your own privacy. And therefore, if you want to wear a bandana and cover your face up, you can do.
Did that conversation go at a tangent slightly? You answered the question about masks. You seem to...
Sorry, I do that. I've got a bad habit for doing that.
No, you went off to a tangent about masks, which I'm not bothered about. How did that go off at a tangent?
No, I think you were just asking. You said why do people? You did say why do people cover them face up, didn't you? You asked why.
No. What I meant was the police going out and seeing people with masks on.
Yeah. So it's them who take offence to it.
Yeah, if you're a police officer, there must be certain training that you get. I don't know what the training is, but it's like my place of work. I'm taught to, if I see somebody coming on site that you don't recognise, you approach them.
Okay.
No, security-wise, you approach them. Who's this on site? You approach them, ask them who they are.
Do you have to do that though? Do you have to? Because you could potentially be putting yourself in danger doing that, couldn't you?
No, I don't have to do it as standard. That is, that is part of health and safety. You question somebody that, it could be anybody coming onto site. It could be a jippo or...
But hasn't that site got cameras?
It has, yeah.
So it...
Yeah, but cameras... but hang on, Cap. The cameras are just there for... There's nobody manning the cameras. They're just for security use.
There's nobody manning the cameras?
No.
Is there not?
No, not on a site where I work. The cameras are there in case something happens, and then they rewind.
Now see, I'm learning something here, because I thought if there was a businesses, you've got cameras, the old point, like a shopping centre. There's obviously, I believed a hub, like what do they call them? You know what I mean? Where the cameras all lead back to one place, and somebody's monitoring them.
Oh, no, that doesn't happen on a work site. No.
See, I thought there'd be somebody there monitoring it. Do you know what I mean?
You might it's in the supermarket, Kat.
Yeah.
Or like your street cameras, when you get old pissheads walking around, say, maybe, where are you from? Blackburn or Leeds, from where I am from. There's people that monitor them, but not in a workplace. No,
What is that security shack? So, we were talking about an industrial estate. When you tend to go up to an industrial estate, the first thing you see is a security shack right at the entrance.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's no CCTV where you're sat there watching the screens?
Not on my particular site.
Oh.
No, different sites are different.
Yeah, obviously every site is different. A control room, that's what I'd say.
But on my control room. Yeah, control room, that's what Trevor said, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but mine, if they'll only go to the cameras if it's like an accident or a break-in or something like that. And
because that for me would be a lot. Like we going back to what we were saying before. Sorry, I keep interrupting. I know. If someone, like you've just said this, so someone comes onto your site, you don't know who they are. They might be just a typical visit, going to reception to inquiry about something. Yeah. My thought process behind it was, if there's an industrial site, a business, whatever it is, they have that control room or the security shack. Someone's stuck there. You observe them. Yeah. If you saw them breaking into somewhere or climbing in or going somewhere restricted or doing something that they shouldn't on the site, then yeah, you'd have every right to approach them. But somebody just walking on the grounds, that they might, like I said, they might be just innocently going to reception to inquiry about something.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. So there's not really any need to approach. What the problem is, I think I've had this chat with other people before. People jump the gun, don't they? If I'm right, do you know what I mean? So somebody approaches a business, an industrial site, and they'll jump the gun. They're straight up, what are you doing? Why are you here? What are you doing? Without just giving it chance. Like they make a big deal out of something. They make, out of something that is an issue, out of something that isn't there. I'm coming, film for 5-10 minutes, then I'm gone. You know what I mean? End of. Whereas a security guard, they'll come out, make a big deal of it, keep that person that they don't want there. They'll keep them there longer, all because they're doing something that they don't like.
Yeah. So what was it? Is that a question or am I?
A bit of both. It's just are you saying you're like a security guard then, where you work?
We don't have a security guard. Do you know? Fully enough, I'm working somewhere where PJ Audits did an audit.
Oh right, okay.
Behind it, but anyway, that's a different story. Let's just bounce back to what we're on about. So yeah, so we're on about auditors in general. Yeah, I love it. I love watching them.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question? And today, remember, somebody came on and deleted me from your comments, didn't he? Because I don't think he liked me talking about a certain individual he's called him out. And I'll shut up. No, I'll talk. No.
You've lost me there. Sorry a minute. 1 minute. I just have to reply to your role mod, not mention anyone. Who's the role mod? Can you elaborate there? I think I'm missing something here. I haven't timed you out, so I don't know. Has anybody timed out? Watch me do this. Did you just say someone timed you out?
Me, no, it's all about dinosaurs. It's probably all about me, isn't it?
Because I was saying this earlier on today. I don't block or time anybody out, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube are hiding a lot of comments now, so some things might not be coming through. I don't know. But I'm not blocking anybody or muting anyone, so I don't know if any mods are. Have
you changed your style of auditing now then, Kat? Are you not bothering with...
No, I've always done the same thing. Don't time anybody out because they have an opinion, please. If someone doesn't like Live Free, then don't time them out, please. That's a bit silly. Don't be timing anyone out. Only block people if they're being nasty or doxing. But people are allowed to have an opinion on other people, but don't block or time out. No, I'm not. I haven't changed what I do. I brought auditing into vlogging. So for me, it's one of the same thing, really. I go out into my surroundings and I film what's going on, whether that be my town centre, park, shopping centre, police station. Do you know what I mean? I film what's going on out and about, really. That's just my style.
Yeah, that's better though, isn't it? Sometimes, you know.
Yeah, that's just my style.
Yeah, no.
And I've always said this to other auditors. I must admit, when people say all these auditors who do audit police stations, I'm not against it. I'm not against it, but I've always said, do other things. You don't just have to do police stations. This is why I do like people like DJ, because he doesn't just do police stations. He does do other things. Yay! What's he called?
Jack. Hello.
Jack. No, I love little doggies. I love little doggies. Let me see.
Go on, sorry, Kat. Go on.
No, you're all right. I'll put on a bit more if you want me to. Yeah, no worries. I was going to come off, but then, I always say I'm coming off and then someone else will join me. So for me, like I say, auditing is the same as public photography, vlogging. It's all one of the same thing, except for it's standing up for our rights. And I just think they just need to mix it up a little bit. I stand by auditors. I stand by people going auditing a police station. But I just think they just need to do other things. I don't understand why they just have to do police stations. Go and do other, your local government, your town hall, show us your where you live off, and your local town centre. What shops have you got in your local town centre? You know what I mean? Go and show us other things other than a police station. You know what I mean? We all know what police stations look like. They're all the same now, you know what I mean? But go and show us other things.
Me personally, I wouldn't call it auditing though.
No, it shouldn't be called auditing. It shouldn't be.
No, it's just nosy neighbours looking. Yeah, it's all done like Adolf Hitler. I wouldn't call it auditing. he goes too far. That what they call him,
Ego's taken over.
DJ.
Yeah, is he here? He's in the building. He's in the building. His ears must have been burning.
Oh,
His ears must have been burning.
oh DJ's here.
Yeah, his ears must have been building.
Oh, speaking of the devil. Speaking of the devil, he's the main one that used to go around police stations sniffing toilets and stuff like that. No, I better shut up, Cat. That's not right.
No, this is what I mean. This is what I'm trying to get at. Do you know what I mean? Again, no, there's no need to apologise, Dino. It's just I don't want people blocking or muting just because they've got. If someone comes in here and says they don't like Live Free, that's their opinion. You know what I mean? It's not. I don't think it should be anything that someone should be blocked over. But if someone's coming in saying vile stuff, then you know what I mean. That's different. But don't block someone just because they say they don't like someone else. That's everyone's got their own opinions. So. You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. Do you believe that feelings have taken over now?
DJ, you watching? Thumbs up, mate.
Feelings have definitely come in. You know what I mean? Like I've named this. Have we, as us, the public, turned into the feelings police? Do you know? Did you hear what I was saying before about? You know what I mean? When you see. If you see something going on, say like I don't know, like you've just said there, you outside your work, and you disagree with it, should you step in?
Well, of course you step in, yeah, but you don't film it.
What?
Yeah, sorry. Say that again, Kat. You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking. If you say so, I can't think of a topic off top of it. If you saw an incident unfolding outside your home or your workplace, so like I don't know, a bunch of you start scrapping out in front of your house, would you step in?
Well, of course you do, yeah.
Yeah. See, I personally really wouldn't. I mean, I don't know if someone seriously got hurt.
Sorry, Kat, cut you off there.
It's all right. I know it's I'm bad at doing it. If someone seriously got hurt, right, and then say, for example, later on I had the police knocking at my door and asked, did I see anything? Again, does that count? If I said, yeah, I saw this happened, this person knocked this person out, would that me being a grass? Or I'm just, do you know what I mean? I'm just saying what I saw. Or I could just stay quiet and do you know what I mean? Mind, what's the right thing to do? Do you just mind your own business and not say out? Or personally, I don't like to get involved in things that have nothing to do with me, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's the way the world is going now.
Well, yeah. That's it.
All these woke and snowflakes, and that's the way it's going now. It's getting a sad world.
I know, and this is what I'm saying. Is it for the good or is it for the worse? You know what I mean? Are people just? Because I do think people are just, from what I'm seeing, interfering in other people's businesses, telling people what we should and shouldn't do. Do you know what I mean? That's what I don't like. It's other people feeling like they have the right to dictate to other people what they do and do. Because they don't agree with something, oh, you shouldn't do that. Like, does that make it right or wrong?
It's in between, isn't it?
Depends what it is, I guess, doesn't it? It does depend what it is.
It's not right or wrong, though, is it, Kat?
Yeah. It's feelings. It's feelings, isn't it? It's opinions and feelings.
Opinions, yeah. And social media is so bad. Like I say, I go on a football group. I support a certain team. I won't say on here, but you go on, and if I put anything, if I just put yes, somebody will disagree and say, I don't like yes. Do you know what I mean?
You're damned if you do. You're wrong if you say this. You're right. You're wrong if you say that. You're always going to upset. You know what I mean? And it feels like we'll just be more and more suppressed. We can't say anything anymore without upsetting anyone.
Yeah, snowflakes.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't like football, but that's not going to upset you if I say I don't like football, is it? Do you know what I mean? That's just up to me. That's just my opinion. I don't like football. Yeah. Or if I said I supported Burnley, you know what I mean? I like football. I support Burnley. Does that mean we can never talk again? You know what I mean?
Well, Burnley did us a favour a couple of years back and kept Leeds up. Oh, shit.
Careful, say careful. This is what I mean. You feel like you can't say a lot of stuff now.
Leave.
This is what I mean. So it's like, this is what people come on here now, and this like now this is the reason why I did this stream now, because a lot of people come on and ask my opinion on Charlie Veitch's last video. I haven't seen it, so I can't really pass my opinion on it. But I feel like if I turn around and say I support another creator, I really like him, I support, Cat is a wrong and he's done this and he's done that, and I feel like I get shut down on that. But yeah, on the other hand, if I came on and started slagging somebody off, look at Cat causing trouble, there's nothing, he's do you know what I mean? I'd be in the wrong for saying that, you know what I mean?
I like Charlie Veitch the way he goes out. It's quite comical, isn't it?
Exactly. This is what I mean.
He does meet trouble sometimes, but he just palms it off. He goes, go away.
Yeah, I think he's professional.
He knows what he's doing. Yeah, he's all right. He gives a different view on the auditing, but I wouldn't call it auditing. I'd call it the lifestyle videoing.
Exactly. This is what I mean. What we do, there's different we place into like watch me do this. It's just been in. He's not an auditor, but some people might call him an auditor. It's like me. I let people judge for themselves. Personally, I've always said I'm a vlogger. I've always said it right from the start. I'm a vlogger. But if people want to call me an auditor, then they can call me an auditor. If they don't want to call me an auditor, it's up to people's discretions. So someone might be a journalist, or a reporter, or a content creator, or a vlogger. It's what when you watch an upload, it's what you're seeing from that upload. It's what you're getting from it. It's up to you. You know what I mean?
I do, yeah. You see, auditors to me, at my work, we have auditors because I work at a place that make food. And the auditors that we have come in from like Tesco and Asda, and they come in and they rip everything to bits and go through everything and make sure everything's spot on, make sure everything's clean and this and that and the other. I wouldn't suggest you're an auditor because
I haven't done that yet. Do you know there's another thing? Secret shoppers, isn't there? What about secret? I've always said that from bigger. There's secret shoppers. They go into restaurants. They secretly filming. They come in unannounced. And they come away to see, because if you were to tell all these businesses, I'm going to turn up at your business tomorrow, come in at this time. See, that's another, when people say disagree with auditing, you know, that can be for the greater good, because a secret shopper, they're going along to sort of judge, say like for example a restaurant, they're going in, if they announced that they were coming, then it'd be a false report, wouldn't it? Because then they'd spend all night cleaning the place up. They'd be on the best behaviour. And then when that person... You're all right, go on. When that person disappears, they'll go back to being crap again. So in some ways, if you think about secret shoppers, they're doing you know what I mean? They're reporting on somewhere, whether it's the hygiene's good or the food's good. You know what I mean? They're not going to let people know they're going to turn up before they do they?
Yeah.
Oh, Luke's on at the stream. Yo, long time no see. Oh, he's got his hat on. I'm going to put mine on to join him. Watch. Put mine on to join him.
Hello, Fluke. Somebody older than me.
Yeah.
See, you know, you said AB's one of the fit. Fluke's one of the originals. Fluke's been at it a long time. He's been at it a long time.
Have you, Fluke?
Yeah, I started in 2017, I think it was. But,
did you? I might have a look.
You've been along before then, I think. You've been along miles before then.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, it was a human rights issue, you know, because I've been a photographer since I was about 14 years old. My dad was mad into his photography, so I kind of picked it up from him, and that's where I got started. And then when I started watching, when suddenly things started coming up on YouTube subscriptions, I watched a few videos, and it was News Now Houston, Southside Slacker, people like that who were going out exercising their rights. And I thought it was really shocking, to be honest with you, the way that the police responded to somebody having a camera in a public place, you know. and to use the Terrorism Act and all the rest of it was also very shocking. So yeah, I mean, yeah, do I call myself an auditor? Do I call myself a photographer? Do I call myself a human rights activist? Is irrelevant what you call yourself, and
I've always said that, and we've had this conversation so many times.
And what people perceive me as is their opinion, and they're entitled to it. So I don't care whether you call me an auditor, or a photographer, or a human rights activist, because we have that right to do so, the freedom to gather and disseminate information. It's as simple as that.
Listen, Fluke, and I understand all that. Like I say, I watch all these videos. That's why obviously I've stumbled across Cat's videos and across all of us. I understand your rights. I can totally understand it. But it's just, I think some of them are just taking it a wee bit too far out there and just pushing the police, just so they
pushing the boundaries a little bit. But isn't that a good thing as well, though? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, things are there to be pushed to see how far you can go. It might turn out bad in some circumstances, but in others, because it's like testing fate, innit? It's kind of like testing fate. Maybe they shouldn't do it, but it is kind of like what is and isn't allowed. How far can we go before it? Like with the drones, you know what I mean? The drone, that's, like I say, the newest thing to be brought on board. I don't know what can top drones, you know what I mean? But obviously now, today we've had a few people on saying, well, it's all right if you fly your drone over a park, but not if you fly it over a business. Well, what's the difference? What's the difference? You know what I mean?
I don't know the laws on drones, so I'm probably not the person to ask about that. But at the end of the day, it's like anything's viewable on Google Earth. You can just effectively Google Earth is just a drone. You can go out. See, you can't fly a drone over an airport, but you can look at an airport on Google Earth. So, I can understand.
What's the difference? Yeah,
I can understand there's a safety issue. I can understand there's a safety issue with flying a drone over an airport. But if I wanted to look at any building in the country, whether it's MI5, MI6, any police station on the planet, you can even go on if you just type into whatever search engine you use. I wouldn't recommend you use Google. But then you put in CCTV live, and you can watch live CCTV cameras across the world. So everything's viewable, and that's the reason. The reason CCTV is allowed in public is because there's no expectation of privacy in a public place. And personal cameras were invented nearly 150 years before CCTV was even invented, let alone widely used. So make of that what you will.
Yeah, but this law, DJ Audits has just posted there, I've noticed. That law that was introduced, I can't remember because DJ Audits keeps quoting it, but that was in the days before mini drones and cameras and all that sort of thing. You can photograph in public and all that. I mean, I love it. I love watching it. Yeah, I have not a problem at all with it. It is great. But going and annoying a security guard doing his job, I think it is a bit too far.
Well, I disagree because at the end of the day,
we're not going, like we said, we're not going annoying security guards.
Right. If I go out filming in a public place, do you know, I've read the Securitas documents, I've read the training manual for G4S and the training manual for Serco, and all of them repeat the same thing, right? If you're a security guard and someone's not on your premises taking pictures and video, whatever, right, you are supposed to make a note of the date, the time, a description of the person, and report it to the security manager. That's the end of your job. I'm not there annoying you, because if you come up to my camera, now you're annoying me. Let's not get it round the wrong way. Because their job, and they're trained to do this, and it's included in their training manual, not to come and harass people with a camera. That's their job, right? It's not my job. This is the funny thing as well, when people come up to a camera and then say, I don't want to be filmed, or get that out of my face. No, you stuck your face in my camera, right? Not the other way round. So let's not get this wrong.
Okay. But Fluke, let's get this right. I watch all the auditing videos, so don't start jumping on my case. I like watching them. I'm just giving my.
No, I'm not having a pop at you personally. I'm just trying to set the records.
This is just the way he is. You got to understand his sort of like how he comes across. He's not having a pop.
Just trying to set the records straight before we go down this.
Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah, I can see that, but I'm just giving my opinion of maybe where it goes a bit too far. And I know DJ has just popped up there again, and it's getting a bit boring now with his drone footage, and he's just getting the same script and what he does. He parks his yellow bike up, videos his bike, goes to security guard. Can I have some drone footage? They say no, or maybe say yeah. Gets a confrontation, and same with his mate PJ.
So what would you change there? You're saying that. What would you change there? Like you say, because I do get where you're coming from. Because I think it's gone very repetitive, and it's the same with we get the same comment. Like you can look through the comment section, we get the same. You're just going out to aggravate people. You're just annoying people.
Didn't say aggravate.
No, I'm just using that as an example. I'm just saying, like we're saying, we're going on a script, but it's the same in the comment section. The trot, we get the same off the trot. What would you, as a viewer, what would you change? How could he do it any different? What more could he do, or what less could he do? Me or DJ or anybody else?
What you did today were fantastic. Watching the walkie dog.
Yeah, but the thing is with that's my style. DJ doesn't have a dog. Do you know what I mean? It's scooter.
Dog.
Then the thing is, what you're doing then is we'd all be the same. Do you know what I mean? Like when I first started, I got, why don't you do audits like Live Free? Why don't you do audit? Because I'm not Live Free. You know what I mean? We're all different. We've all got our own unique channels, and we film and do content in our own unique styles. So I get what you're saying, but if you're saying, oh, DJ should go out and film like me, then he's got people could come forward and say, well, why are you copying him? Why are you being like it? Because I've had that before. Why are you doing it? That's how this person does it. Why are you copying him? Why don't you get your own style? Do you know what I mean?
I think the other thing to take into account is, you know, everybody's personality is different as well, in the sense as how you are as a human being, whether you're a photographer or a videographer, auditor, whatever one you call yourself. But, you know, you're going to do this thing in a different way every time you go out, because you're not going to know what's coming at you. You know, I've had interactions with the police with my camera, as you well know, Kat, which are absolutely deplorable, you know. But one of the most viewed videos I ever produced had over, I think it was knocking on the door of 300,000 views, and the police completely respected my rights. Do you know what I mean? Even when they asked for my ID, I refused to give it, and they said that's fine. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, it's not up to me. I can't make you look dumb on camera. Only the person being filmed can make themselves look dumb. Do you know what I mean? It's not up to me. It's how you react, or whether it's
how you choose to react.
You know, it's up to them how they react to the camera. I can't make somebody. I can't walk up to them whispering there, make yourself look really stupid, and it will make a really good video. That doesn't happen. You know, it's up to them.
That's something I got a lot of. When I first started doing it, a lot of people thought it was scripted. Like, this is like, today I'm going to walk up to your business and I'm going to come out, pull my car, I'm going to say this to you, and then I'm going to give you some light, and you're going to say this back to me. That's far from, you got me? You can't script these things. This is what makes them so good, because for me, I don't know about anybody else, but it's naturally done. I walk out somewhere, wherever I choose to go, whether it be my local town centre, my local industrial park, wherever I will go, and I walk up to these places filming. I don't know if I'm going to be approached or not. Do you know what I mean? I can't predict if I'm going to be approached now. I'm not going up to anybody's security shack and saying, knock on the window, excuse me, can you come out and give me this intro? I'm not doing that. They're choosing to do that themselves.
And the other thing with that is, as well, is like with the police interaction I mentioned, which one of my most viewed videos, was a brilliant interaction with the police. We had a great interaction with them. They even drove down to the security guards that had just had a ding dong with us, and
Fluke,
told them, you know,
Fluke, what's your name? I'll just put it into it. I'll have a look.
it's Fluke Dog. But you'll have to go back. Yeah, you'll have to go right down to the bottom of the page to get the first videos. But now that interaction was a great interaction. And everyone was so positive in the comments. What a great couple of coppers. Do you know what I mean? Really good interaction, you know, respected your rights. Do you know what I mean? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which was great. Now, those police officers could have made themselves look like a pair of, you know, tossers, basically, but they didn't. Do you know what I mean?
Somebody put his link in the chat. Someone put his link in the chat.
Oh, sorry.
I'll turn my YouTube off. Oh.
Okay.
I'll find it.
They could have made themselves look like complete wankers, basically, and they didn't. They acted professionally, respectfully. They respected my rights not to identify. They respected my rights to take pictures in a public place. They had no problem at all, and they even went back and had a pop at the security.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
And then I put up another video. I recorded an aerospace company, and literally I had people peering through windows looking at me. You know, a guy pulled out the car park, stopped, and then drove off, and all sorts of shit. But they completely left me alone and everything else. Now, I put in the title of that video, I can't remember what the name of the company was, Aeronautic or something like that, or Aero something. Anyway, I put in the title of the video the company's name and put they passed. That video got 600 views because people were looking for the interaction, and because I put in the title that they passed and they didn't harass me, it got less views. Now, I understand where people are coming from, but I'm not going out there to make sure they interact with me. That's up to them, whether they interact with me in a positive way or a negative way. That's up to them. It's not up to me, because everything I do is perfectly legal, perfectly within my rights. Do you know what I mean? And it's as simple as that. And if you can't respect that, or you don't know it, either way, it's your fault as a security guard or a police officer. It's your fault, not mine.
And what you said before, like when you first come on, you said if someone comes on, and I like you said, for health and safety, I get it, I do understand it. You know what I mean? But I've heard somebody else, another content creator who was against auditing, saying if you're going on to private property, you're putting that business at risk and you're putting yourself at risk. And it's like, well, how? Like, if I'm walking on a building site, yeah, and I once walked on to a building that had been, like, I think it was having grounds work, and there was a bulldozer turned off. There were nobody manning it. We're adults, you know what I mean? It's like crossing a road. Like you said, we cross a road. We're that old enough and daft enough to look after ourselves, yeah. So I get when you work on an industrial site that you're looking out for members of the public safety. I get that. However, if I come on somebody's site and happen to walk in front of a bloody bulldozer or whatever, to me, that wouldn't be your fault as a company. That would be my own stupidity. Do you know what I mean? And I know as a company, you're trying to prevent that. You're trying to stop that, which makes sense. But,
I think what happens is when it comes to that type of thing, especially with, say, a building site or something, it becomes a liable issue. So if for argument's sake, you walk onto a building site and you fall down the stairs, potentially you could sue the company that run the building site because they didn't have the appropriate signs up saying no entrance or private property or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So the reason for those signs is to help them exclude themselves from any liability.
Yeah, and I get that. I've always said, if I say, for example, if I walked in a supermarket and I slipped, right, I personally, and this is just I wouldn't sue, because that would be just me being clumsy. Now, a lot of people say, well, if there's no wet floor sign there and you slipped, you could then sue the company because they've got no sign there that it's the company's fault. Do you know what I mean? I get that.
It's the minutiae of law. When it comes
I just
to that.
think
it's like you go into the average
safety's gone mad, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it has gone mad, and it has been going mad ever since. Well, a certain. Oh, actually, I've got a thingy on my front of my hat. Look, there you go. We're matching now. Hang on, I've put it the wrong way. There it is. So yeah, it is that, and I wouldn't do the same thing. It wouldn't bother me. Do you know what I mean? If somebody, I did Tesco's over GDPR, and I got £250 compensation after 2 phone calls. So if you know what you're doing, then it's quite easy to do it. And they did violate my rights. So I didn't sue. I could have gone to the Information Commissioner's office and put in a formal complaint, and I probably would have received. I think the maximum amount you can receive for one violation of GDPR is around £1,500. So I could have gone to the Information Commissioner's office and put in a formal complaint, and I think Tesco's would have ended up paying me a minimum of £750 to £1,500. But I settled with Tesco's for 250 quid because it wasn't so much about the money, it was about making the point.
Making a point, yeah.
So for me, it was
yeah.
And
I think that's right. I think if it's more about standing up for your right, making a point, standing up for what you believe in, then go for it. But like I say, if I walked in the supermarket and just slipped over, it'd be just me being clumsy. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? It's not something I'd go out my way to sue a company for. You know what I mean? I just wouldn't bother. So.
No, it's one of those, and it's again, it becomes down to each their own. Some people might go, "Oh, I slipped over in Tesco's, I'm going to sue," and some people are just like, "Oh, I just fell over in Tesco's, and fucking great, what big deal?" I just got up and carried on with my shopping. Do you know what I mean?
I think that's another problem we're living in today. There's too many people out for what they can get in it. Do you know what I mean? So they're always looking to pass
We've become a very Americanized society in that respect.
1 second, I'll be back in a minute.
No worries.
Yeah. We've become a very Americanized society. Like, do you remember those adverts? If there's blame, there's a claim.
There's claim, yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's where that mentality comes from, because now everyone's blaming everybody for, oh, you farted near me or something. I don't know, whatever sort of bullshit people come out with. And it's become like that, and it's unfortunate because it doesn't bother me personally because as a member of the public, it doesn't apply to me. Do you know what I mean? It's unless I go up and whack someone in the face, do you know what I mean? Then it doesn't apply to me.
And this is what we do. I always say, I think as long as you're not going out and physically bringing harm on somebody or causing harm, and like going out and beating someone or getting physical with someone, realistically, I just think a lot of things are blown out of proportion, aren't they? Especially by, if we're whittling it down, obviously, to us taking pictures, we're not doing anything wrong. Now, if I turned up at a business, walked into reception and attacked the person behind the desk, that would be a different story. But me just walking in and saying, "Hi, I'm here to film, where can I or can't I go?" That's different. You know what I mean? That's completely different. A lot of people just think we're just the usual. We're going out to cause trouble. We're going out. We're obstructing people. It's the same old boring shit that we always get.
Yeah, I've been dealing with that for 5 years now, so it's nothing new to me, and it doesn't bother me because at the end of the day, if people can't understand the basic concept that as a photographer or an auditor, regardless of a vlogger or whatever you want to call yourself, call yourself a fucking prostitute with a camera, it doesn't matter. You've still got the right to take pictures in a public place at the end of the day, regardless of how you present yourself or whether you do it in a sort of vigorous way or if you're less sort of, you stand back and you don't approach people and wait for them to approach you if they deem it necessary. That's up to people individually. I wouldn't say, "Oh, this guy's a good auditor and that's a bad auditor," or this, that. I mean, it's up to them how they want to present themselves. If they want to present themselves like a bit of a wanker, then that's up to them. I can't.
Exactly. That's how they want to do it. Yeah, that's how they want to do it.
And I've always done mine the way I've done mine because, at the end of the day, it's not up to me. It's up to them, whoever it is, police, security guards.
What's your opinion on someone going with, like we were having a conversation before, and they're carrying a rucksack they're carrying about. Does that make it any more suspicious? And
Well,
should they have the right
that's illegal now.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's same with, like we were saying, like if you choose to cover your face up and with bandanas, you know.
I mean, this is the mad thing. I mean, if you went back 5 years ago and you walked into a bank with a mask
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
The police. Now, under the current, health regulations, if you walk into a bank without a mask on, they'll call the police. So that's how mentally deranged we've become as a society. Do you know what I mean? So, and to a certain degree, it doesn't bother me. I wear snood. It's like a cross between a scarf and a hood. And I always wear that because I just hate the cold. I'm just even indoors. I wear.
Luke, why do you do that?
Why do I do what?
Why do you wear a snood?
Because I don't like the cold.
No, but why do you hide your identity?
It's not always hiding your identity though. If someone chooses to cover their face, it might.
Give me a sec. I'll show you.
It might not necessarily mean they're hiding their identity.
You're an ugly bloke, just like me. So it doesn't matter.
Right. I wear it like this, yeah? So around my neck, because I don't like my neck getting cold. If it's really cold and blowing, then I might wear it like this because it's fucking cold. It's
well, you see, that could be intimidating to some people.
Oh, intimidating. So wearing a scarf
but that's it again. We're going back to that feelings, aren't we?
Kat, just bear with me 2 seconds. Can I just so Fluke, you can I just rewind? So you've been doing this 2017. I don't like saying auditing because I don't think it's the right word for it.
Don't call it auditing then. Just whatever.
Hang on. Let's concentrate on the word auditing. Now, auditing.
No, but
there's a lot of words in the English language that have been co-opted in different ways, and auditing is one of them.
Right, let's get away. It doesn't matter the name. Just come away from that. It doesn't matter. Go on.
Just bear with me, Kat. Let me just ask him the question.
Go on.
So you've been doing it since 2017, but don't you think it's running dry now? There's this whole spurs going off, and people are thinking they're clever, and you're getting youngsters and all sorts. Don't you think they're running out of ideas? You Fluke, maybe got it in at the right time because they've pinched it off the Americans. I know that, but they're
not really.
Now, aren't they?
I don't remember stealing anything from an American. I got inspiration from them to stand up for my rights as a photographer.
There was photography around before auditors in America started doing it.
Yeah, but
and also what you need to remember is if you go back to 2010, there was a massive demonstration by photographers in Trafalgar Square. Over 10,000 photographers.
You're not really answering the question.
Right, hang on a minute. Let me just explain this because it'll make things slightly more relevant. So when Section 44 came into power, which was police could stop and search you under the Terrorism Acts with absolutely no evidence whatsoever, not even reasonable suspicion, right? All they did, the police, was stop photographer after photographer after photographer. Now, bear in mind, there are 50,000 registered professional photographers in the UK. Now, you could easily hammer on another 150,000 amateur photographers in the UK, right? And so that was eventually what happened was Liberty took up a campaign against the European Union to have Section 44 repealed, right? And Section 44 was repealed, and under Section 43, they had to have reasonable suspicion that you were a terrorist to search you under the Terrorism Act. Hang on.
I'm not being rude, but get to the point.
This is relevant, right? So under Section 43, they had to have reasonable suspicion. Well, if you stop interrupting me, maybe I'll get it.
It goes off on a tangent. You have to get where it's coming from.
So under Section 43, they had to have reasonable suspicion that you were a terrorist, and to search you, they had to have reasonable suspicion that they knew you had something on you that was illegal. That's how they can search you, right? And they stopped using Section 44, and all the police did was went straight to Section 43 and abused that as well. So that's your government for you.
Okay. Did answer the question?
No, see, this is the problem that we've got. This is because he didn't answer it. What I'm trying to get from you is you watch auditing, you enjoy it, but you're finding it very boring now. So Because you know what I mean?
No, Cat, don't put words into my mouth. I'm not finding it very boring. Because, like I say, I watched your channel today and it was very fantastic. So I'm not finding it boring.
Yeah, because you're, like I said, because you enjoyed that. So somebody else, you don't enjoy what they do. What I'm trying to get at is what you're saying is how it's getting repetitive, because it is repetitive. Because what else can you do differently? There's nothing. Like I said, people. I do what I do. People aren't going to start doing what I do to change it, mix it up a bit, because then they'll be copying me. They go out and do what they do in their own way, in their own style. Do you know what I mean?
I do, yeah. But don't put words
so, but that's what I'm saying. So
I didn't say it was boring, Cat. Don't put words into your mouth. I'm just saying certain channels where they're running out of ideas. Certain people.
Well, there is no. How can you run out?
That's what I mean. There is no ideas to it. There is nothing to it.
There's no idea to it. Just go out.
It's just going out and filming. That's what I mean. It's like you.
If it's boring, don't watch it. I tell you what, I'm sick of watching. I'm sick of watching American police blow people's fucking heads off in the United States. But I still watch the videos because I know it proves a point. It proves a point that they're essentially criminal. And I've watched police do it in the UK. Do you know what I mean? I watched a short the other day of a copper going up to somebody in the street and going, "Get your fucking ass on the ground, get fucking down, face down," with a gun pointed at him. Do you know what I mean? And that's coming everywhere. It's called the police state. If you don't know anything about it, I suggest you start researching it, because Philando Castile is an absolutely brilliant, point to that. Because
what you've just said there. What you've just said there to Fluke about you not answer my question. This is where auditing struggles.
What was your question? I apologise.
Because somebody comes out like you. So you're a security guard. Somebody comes out and says, "I want to understand what you're doing." Right? They've got two choices with that. They can either answer it or ignore them. Yeah. But when they do answer it, because they're not given the answer that person wants, they'll go, "Well, you haven't answered my question." Do you know what I mean? Even though I'm making a picture, I'm taking pictures, I'm filming, but you haven't answered why you're here. You haven't answered why you're doing it. Well, we have. It's just that you haven't understood why we're doing it. Do you know what I mean?
They ask you what you're doing, you tell them what they're doing, and that's still not enough. It's blinding you. If I'm standing out here with a sausage roll, would you ask me any questions? Of course they wouldn't. But standing outside the business with a sausage roll is no different to standing outside the business with a camera. Yeah.
If you don't answer the question, you're in the wrong as well. So you know what I mean. You're wrong if you don't. It's like picking and choosing your moments or your fights or whatever. So you ask me why you're taking pictures. I don't have to answer. You know what I mean? And that's what you could turn how that changes from one channel to another. Some choose not to answer. Some might answer sarcastically. Some might say, "I'm just filming." You know what I mean? Everyone's got their own unique way of handling the situations when they do arise.
Can I just ask the chap up there as well? Sorry, you said you asked me a question and I didn't answer it. I can't remember what the question was.
What question did you ask?
Oh, mate, I can't remember now. That chap down there, he did that to me. He down there.
Yeah, I do that. I always get it wrong.
He's worse than me. He goes off on a bigger tangent sometimes.
Oh, hang on. No, he's over there. No.
He goes off on a bigger tangent.
That wrong because
I can't do it.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, DJ.
No, anyway, if it comes back to you, just ask me again. No problem.
Yeah, DJ had a question for you.
The irony of this. Sorry, did someone ask a question? I didn't.
No, DJ asked, was it, why is your name, I'm trying to find the freaking comment again. I did have it on screen, but.
Are you Spunkfy?
Don't even go there, Fluke. Don't even go to people's.
I've turned my comments
off. It was asking why you're called sexy and what your real name is in the comment section, I think.
Sexy, huh?
Is that what you come up as in the comment section? Do you comment on videos?
On his videos?
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
All right. So do you come up as sexy or do you come up under something else?
No, I'm going to tell him that. Why is DJ asking? DJ asking?
I think he did ask.
Somebody's already mentioned it in the chat. So it's irrelevant. But the funny thing was, Kat, as well, you'll like this. When I went through the Securitas PDF about their security guards and looked up photography and blah, blah, blah. The funny thing was, when I scrolled down to the bottom of the page of the PDF, the person that was in charge of Securitas, if you like, the CEO, was a lady. And she listed her hobbies as horse riding, running, and photography. The irony of it.
Why is it straight? This is what I mean. So when an officer comes out of a building or a security guard or whatever, and they come out and they say, I just find it strange. What's strange about it exactly? You might be able to answer this. What's strange about it?
Yeah. And these are people wearing body cameras, but it's not strange for them to do it. And outside the police station, there's a million CCTV cameras, but CCTV wasn't invented until the 1940s. If you look into the history, it was the Germans actually invented CCTV because they didn't want to blow up their own men while they were developing the V1 rockets. So they set up a CCTV camera and then recorded the rockets taking off to make sure they went in the right trajectory and the right way and this, that, and the other, and they would record it. And that's how CCTV was invented, and that wasn't until the late 1930s. And also CCTV didn't come into general use in the UK until the 1980s. So, and going back to the terrorism thing, just quickly while I remember it. If you remember the
Bob Tipton,
the IRA bombing at the City of London. If you go back to this City of London bombing, which was an IRA bombing at the City of London, if you go back, I'll just keep repeating myself. You're going to keep interrupting me. Okay. So if you go back to the City of London bombing, which was done by the IRA,
I've turned my comment
three people died in that bombing. Two of them were two shop owners that owned a shop in that area. And the other one was a photographer that died in the City of London bombing. And he was told by the police not to go down there, and he went down there anyway. And he died in that bombing. So there you go. Basically, if you look back in the last 30 years, so far, one photographer has lost his life in a terrorist attack, and one police officer has lost his life in a terrorist attack. So go figure.
Oh yeah, what was the question? I can't remember.
Only you, guy. Only you know what you asked. Only you know. But honestly, if this is what I'm trying to get to bottom of, we had auditor on earlier. This is what I mean. If someone could come on here and specifically tell us why taking pictures is strange, if you've got a reasonable, good answer for that, not put all the side of personal opinions on, you're causing trouble, you're sticking your camera, do you know what I mean? All that crap that we've heard a million times before. If you can actually specifically tell us why taking pictures is strange, then come right ahead and tell me. But I bet not one person has a really good answer for that.
Right. Listen, is DJ?
No, they don't, because they've got no reasonable, way of thinking.
Let him talk. Fluke, 1 minute. Let him talk.
Go on.
One thing that's pissed me off is DJ's still here, and it's fucking PJ's, mate. Going up to that Fulford Ford where all the cars have been driving through, and that PJ's been going up, trying to get views for his subscription, and all the cars have been driving through. It's all on TikTok, and all the cars are getting knackered up. And the police have been up there calling it all off because the police have been called. All insurance companies have been getting called. And he's up there. I seen one today. He's been up there and he's shocking on. Oh, why is the police coming up here? Yeah, because of you. Broadcasting it on YouTube and everything's been going up there. Now have you seen it? You know what I'm on about, don't
you? PJ.
Yeah, DJs, mate. PJ audits. One with the dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Look at that Fulford Ford. All the cars have been driving through.
Oh, it was a Ford dealership.
Do what, sorry?
Was it a Ford dealership?
No, it's a Ford. No, where cars can
drive. A Ford as in yeah, okay, got
it. The lake, like they're driving through the water.
Yeah, no, all the cars have been, and he's been going up there and subscribing and getting likes and all that sort of thing, and disgusting behaviour because all the police have been up there, And it showed a video, and the police had called him it off, and he goes up to the police. Oh, why are you here? Why are you here? You know, in his stated the way. I think, hang on, you filmed this streaming live on your phone in your car. I'm thinking, hang on a second here. What's going
DJ,
on?
if you're still in, do you want to come on by any chance? Do you want to come on for 5 minutes and, you know, you might want to have a say? If you don't have to, but if you want to come on, you're more than welcome. You know, you're that.
Well, I'll talk to DJ.
I don't
Yeah,
see.
I don't get what your point is.
Can't understand what you're saying there, because
he's live streaming from his car of this Ford. Then what's your problem with that?
Cars are driving through it at high speed, and the water's probably about 4 foot deep. Maybe BMWs or all sorts.
I know what he's getting. I think I know what he's getting at. So basically, a road's flooded, in it, right? This road is flooded, and from my perspective, it started off with a couple of TikTokers making videos and watching these cars driving through, and. See, now this, to me, I've not got an issue with that. If people are standing there and it's fun. Let's face it, if a car drives through a puddle at high speed and they cause a wave, splash people, I've not got a problem with that. I think it's fun. But apparently, that's again, I don't know, it's against the law now, that, isn't it, to do?
It's not a Ford. It's not a Ford. It's like, depending on the weather, if it's raining or not, it gets to 5 foot deep. And it's been broadcast on YouTube by a certain YouTube.
But there's nothing wrong with that, though, is there?
It is when you're driving your car through it.
Well, hang on. What if I'm driving behind you and I've got my dash cam running?
I think you're missing the point.
I think you might be missing. Why is he? I don't think it's the filming. You're saying the cars shouldn't be driving through there.
No, it shouldn't have.
Is that what you're saying? The cars shouldn't be driving through there.
It's been glamorized on.
Mate, the roof of my car is less than 5 feet wide, let alone, you know, there's no way I'd be driving through it.
It's basically gone viral, and the police have got involved and they've shut the road down now. See, I
think that's wrong. I just think if I'm driving somewhere and I don't know where I'm going and I happen to stumble across there and I drive, if you believe your car can make it through that puddle, then go for it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It's not a puddle. You don't drive, do you? But it's not a puddle. It's a river.
It's a river that's sort of like over flooded the road, isn't it?
Basically, yeah.
I think if I remember rightly, a ford is like where the road goes below the level of the local area, and then it floods, and that becomes what's.
Yeah, but it gets to a certain level, and because this YouTuber has been extravagating, people have been going up with brand new cars, seeing if they can go through the water.
But
that's up to you. If you've got a brand new car and you want to drive it through a load of water, that's up to you.
That's not PJ's problem.
Exactly. Yes, you get it on the.
Well, then what's the problem? The fact that he's recording it is the problem.
I think you're missing the point there, my friend.
I think the police are probably the police don't need to be there. The police don't need to be there, but the police will jump on anything that. Do you know what I mean? If they believe that they should, do you know what I mean? But I don't think that's.
Put in Fulford Ford in your phone while I'm speaking to you. I can't. If I put it in mine, it'll.
Hang on, let me go and get my other phone. I've got another phone. I can't do it, but I'm on this one.
Fulford Ford. You see what
Has anybody got a link? If anyone wants to drop a link in the chat, please, you know what I mean? Is it a video? 1 minute. Come out, go that way. Go. Fulford Ford. Hang on, I've got somebody coming in. Let me see. I can show it. Oh, Richard. 1 sec. Fulford Ford. 1 minute. So this is on YouTube, is it?
Straight. So people are driving through a Ford with loads of water and splashing and doing whatever they do.
It's more than that.
And you've got a problem with them recording it.
Fulford Ford.
I think
you're missing his point here. I don't think it's how to do with the recording, right? So is it it's this one here?
Well, maybe I misunderstood.
Under my tree.
Adverts. Good up. 1 minute.
Have you got it?
Oh, DJ Audits is here. See?
Hola.
DJ Audits.
Is that one?
That's the one, yeah. It gets worse.
Right,
Yeah,
so
so
Bamford for vehicles. So go on, PJ.
For the last 3 months, PJ's been going down because it's very close to his house. But for the last maybe a year or two, there's been lots of YouTubers going down there daily, and they've got really good numbers. One of the channels has got 100,000 subscribers. So the hype was getting bigger and bigger. So PJ went down for some action because it's so local to him. Something that he can do at the weekend, where industrial estates and stuff, they're not really busy, are they, to get his content? So he was down there, and some people were going down just to see PJ, and he was the one doing most of the live streams. But the hype just got a little bit too much, and then people started driving through very fast while lots of children were so close to the road. So it weren't PJ's fault. It was just the hype of everything. Everyone getting a little bit too excited and behaving a little bit dangerously. But people have been filming that type of thing for ages there, mate. It weren't just PJ filming it.
Yeah, and like I said,
I don't see anything wrong there. If a driver chooses to drive through that, that's at his own risk. If people choose to stand by while the drivers go through that, that's at their own risk.
Yeah, I don't think Kat, I understand that you don't drive a car, but I mean, I've got a car.
I do drive. I just don't own a car.
Yeah, okay.
I personally wouldn't. I personally wouldn't drive through it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I have a car that's £15,000. You know, I won't do that. But there's
but again, isn't that just an opinion? It doesn't mean that. Again, I don't think that warrants anything for the police to be involved. Personally,
no.
I mean, if you're driving, a lot of country roads get flooded. You know what I mean? A lot of country roads get flooded, and puddles. Some people will either choose to drive around it or drive through it slowly.
Exactly. If there's an issue, why don't the police just close the road?
A couple of guys have set up deck chairs and said, "Splash me," so they want to be splashed. Do you know what I mean?
Some people will go in there just to be on YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So, and some people were arriving with very fast cars, and the children were not behind a barrier. So I think people were just scared of what could happen with the speeds that they was going through. It wasn't just a cut-through road. Watching the residents going to and fro there from their house to their work and stuff, people were going there specifically to get on the teller. But it wasn't PJ's fault. Do you know what I mean? There was many more YouTubers there. If it was only PJ there and there was going just to be on PJ's channel, so I don't know what the guy at top right is insinuating.
Oh, hey, DJ, can you hear me?
I'm listening.
Yeah, I wasn't insinuating PJ, but since
you did.
No,
you said PJ.
Do you like PJ?
Yeah, of course I do. That's what we've been discussing. I watch your videos as well. You haven't been on for a while.
I've only just started listening when I first made my comment. I've not heard anything, mate.
Listen, DJ, I watch your videos.
Yeah, I just asked what you come under in the comments so I can have a look at what you said. But if you don't want to say, that's fine, because you didn't like how people put masks on earlier, did you? So is it okay for you to remain anonymous, is it?
You can see me. I have no mask on. I'm an ugly bastard.
Can we see your YouTube name as well?
Listen, I'll leave a comment in. You'll
there we go. Yeah, I'm only winding you up, mate. I don't take things seriously.
Touche, that one. Touche. Some people, you choose to hide your name, these choose to hide the face. Touche on that one.
And do you know that wallpaper? Have you put it up wrong, or is it supposed to be that way round?
No, it's I've got my camera on the wrong way around.
I was wondering if he's an Aston Villa fan.
But hang on, listen, he started already as DJ, hasn't he? Auditing my house already. Do you want to come round and sniff my toilet?
Yeah, I do. I want to check your U-bend.
I might come round and stick a camera in your face. How's that?
Stick a camera down his drains, check his U-bends.
Hey, DJ, we're just discussing you earlier. You just go too far with your audits, kid, don't you?
Yeah, I've got to find some faults, my friend, because an audit is to find things that are wrong, being done wrong in the procedure. I want to help them get better. You know, I can't sleep at night until I've made a positive change to the businesses that I've visited.
Yeah, but you make me laugh though, because you go to like a company like DHL and you go, I'm going to find things wrong. I think you just laugh at you and go, what?
Yeah, because they're not getting the message. That's the thing with these videos. You've got to see, right, each content creator, especially people like DJ, are bringing a message to their videos. And the problem what people are just doing, they're just watching that video and they're missing the point to it. DJ, if he finds a fault in the security system, he's trying to show. It's like I was saying the other day about AB. He goes and when he films businesses and they've got their laptops for filming, you know, facing the window, he points that out to the business. But the business just thinks, well, you shouldn't be filming it. You shouldn't be doing that because you shouldn't be pointing your camera through my window. But if you can see what if you're a DJ pulled up at a business and saw your name, your information, your address on one of these computers? Is that in the business's fault or is that DJ's fault?
It makes me laugh though when DJ goes, I'm going to put this online, and DHL, they'll all see it online, and DHL are thinking, hang on, who's DJ?
But regardless to who he is, it doesn't matter who he is. He's trying to do that business justice.
Do you know when you said it makes you laugh? That's the aim of it. Yeah, let's have some fun and let's make it.
It's a fun way of doing it.
Yeah, it is fun. Yeah, I agree. It is fun.
If it's made you laugh, then I'm happy.
So then it's not boring, is it?
Then
it's not. You know.
I'm just intrigued though, because he always has to photograph his orange bike, doesn't he?
It was yellow earlier.
It was.
Do you know what?
Actually, can I have a key ring?
Can I have a key ring?
Do you know what people were talking about earlier, DJ? Is saying, I think we had somebody on it, was saying that you should, before going to these businesses, you should make your presence, so you should be asking permission. And I was saying, well, actually, you're one of the few that do, you know what I mean? And yet that can go against you, can't it? Do you know what I mean? Despite you can make yourself known, you can go and ask permission to do what you're doing, and even that you can be in the wrong for doing that, because you don't have to ask permission, do you? You can just turn up and do what you're doing, but you're doing the right thing by making them aware of your presence.
Anyway,
which you don't have to do.
It's all good fun. Basically, I just want them to say. I just want them to say they will not interrupt me while we're flying the drone. And they can't promise that we don't want you to fly your drone. Yeah, it's all good.
And then they usually do come out and interrupt you anyway, don't they?
Anyway,
the big boss does, yeah.
That time we got some new fucking jogging pants. Them grey ones are awful.
Yeah. It's so that I know what year the video was shot in.
Sense. This isn't a fashion show now.
Yeah, I might start a new colour in 2023, but use them all year.
Oh yeah.
And then because I put the Amazon what's it called, a referral link to the product, so I can make commission on the joggers that everybody wants to wear because I've wore them. You see. But they're not selling the green ones anymore. That's my merch. There you go. Adidas can make my merch for me.
Where have you been anyway, DJ? I've missed your videos.
He's always uploaded.
You've missed my videos.
We haven't been on for
you
about
sad bugger.
He uploads a video every day.
No,
you just admitted on a live stream that you miss DJ Audit's videos.
You haven't posted now for 2 weeks.
He has.
Yeah.
You're looking in wrong place then.
He's probably being shadow banned.
There's no.
What it is, right? In December, I do have a job actually. I do have a day job. I know, yeah. You won't believe it, will you? Probably still don't believe it. But anyway, yeah, I've got a day job and it's far too busy in December to have the time to go auditing. So yeah, just had to put it on pause for a bit.
Could I just go back to a point, Kat, which was made earlier about people covering their faces while I remember it? Because if you go back and look through a lot of my audits, I do loads of pieces to camera. right? So I'm on camera myself. I published my own, you know, like I did the Royal Mail audit, and I'm on camera there. I did the tons of audits that I've done myself on camera. Do you know what I mean? Like when I did my first audit was a defence contractor, and the reason I recorded that defence contractor is they have contracts with the British government. Now that's what's relevant, and also they're not only a French defence contractor, they're a serial tax dodger, big time, right? That was the story of that video, right? And it turns out that the head of security came out and approached me, who claimed he was a photographer, and then starts to tell me what I can and I can't take pictures of. I mean, how ridiculous is that? You know, I turned it around on him, and I was like, I got him settled psychologically into a sense that I said, oh, that's not part of your building, is it? That's your building there. And he was like, oh yeah, we do this and we manufacture radios over there. And he said, like, now that's not our business, that's their business. And then he starts telling me all about the whole fucking building, giving me more information than I could have got with just my camera, because he
exactly.
There you go. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. What an idiot.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, they do. Yeah. They say, oh, you can't be here, we can't tell you. And then 2 minutes later, they're telling you far too much. I had one guy saying, we've got people in here that are witness protection. I mean, for God's sake, I'm taking video from the outside. I never would have knew that. You've come out to tell me to stop, but you're telling me all this.
Like these people, this is what I'm trying to say before about, oh, but you're filming private property. Well, what exactly are we filming that's private? Because it's like these people believe that we can zoom in through walls or something. We can see, you know what I mean? They believe we can see through walls or something. You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? It just makes no sense.
It's bordering on the ridiculous. It really
is.
I mean, why we even need to discuss this is an anomaly to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes a better video, you know, when they start telling you too much, though. But there was one guy, he was just having a fag outside of this pig slaughterhouse, and he was telling me far too much about, you're not allowed to kick them, but if a leg falls on the floor, all this stuff he was saying, and it's like animals have got rights, even up to the point they're dead and all this. I thought, oh my God, I hope you don't lose your job.
God, can I just address one comment it says, don't forget the complete outfit change in the golf club.
DJ, I've got someone backstage here going by the name of, oh no, they keep disappearing, it don't matter, I'm not being, they were leaving some vile comments, I don't think I'll bring them on.
Yeah, I've seen it. We all can see the backstage chat.
Yeah.
And,
hello guys.
Yeah, please don't. Yeah, thank you.
No, I won't bring them on. Sorry, Fluke, which comment were you talking about?
Oh, so hang on, I've gone on the wrong thing.
I'm missing half of these comments, so I do apologise,
someone
guys.
Said, don't forget a complete outfit change in the golf club, Fluke. Laugh out loud. I don't know what that means.
Hi, guys.
Done an audit
Hi, David. Hang on.
Hi, David.
You're right.
We are now.
Yeah, no, DJ, and I know you've only just joined, but my whole point to this was, I mean, I'm like you, obviously you don't get involved in a lot of what's going on, but do you believe it should be called auditing or change? Do you know what I mean? Because it's been tarnished with a bad name, and I think what I was saying earlier is that we're turning in. Hang on, mate, hang on. We're turning into the feelings. We're turning into the. Go on.
Don't say tarnish, but carry on.
Do you believe we're turning into the feelings police now? You know, like we when the police come out and they put their feelings on us and we complain at that, it's kind of like we're doing the same things and we're turning on each other. Well, I'm talking more about other channels turning on each other, and us as a society, we're becoming more like the feelings police every day. Do you agree with that, or?
I don't have any knowledge of what you've just said. Turning on who? Who's turning on what?
I mean, like, basically, it's just people I think recently we've turned into a society where we feel like we've got the right to interfere in what somebody else is doing, and we have a right to tell other people what they should and shouldn't do. And what I was talking about when I first started this lives is other channels calling out other channels because you know what I mean, they think there's wrong uns on this platform, so they're trying to call them out. And I think egos are taking over and one thing after another. Do you know what I mean? Like I say, personally, I'm not involved in it, but we're not. I'm not just talking on YouTube. I'm talking, everywhere in society of people just feelings taking over rather than say common sense or whatnot. If I'm probably not making any sense with what I'm trying to get out.
No,
I just wanted to address that
suspicion
comment as well. Sorry, I just wanted to address that comment.
Oh,
it
God.
wasn't a golf club, it was a rugby club, and it's not sociology, it was Scientology. And if you want to know the scariest video I ever did was Scientology. And just to address another situation that people need to know about, when I was arrested at Kent taking photographs of the military base, right, I was held in handcuffs for 2.5 hours. There were 4 PCs there, a sergeant and an inspector, and this is in a county, Kent, this was Kent Police, that have 40 unsolved murders on their books. So go figure how your public servants are working very hard.
Can I just say, we're all in this community for the same goal, aren't we? Right?
Well, we was. I said this. We was at the beginning. I don't know if we are so much now.
So why are we fighting against each other? Why are we not coming together as a community and fighting against what we believe in?
Because I think egos. This is what I mean. I think egos and other things have taken over. I think what our intentions and our goals were set out at the beginning of sort of faded out a little bit, and I think that's why maybe auditing's it's not gone boring, it's not dying like a lot of people say, but it's the initial message is faded and it's gone a bit blotchy and messy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but I think the other thing is you get so many people, and this always happens, right? I remember when I first started my channel, right? I got an email from a guy in Texas called PNP News, and he was one of the first people to pick up my first ever audit in the UK, right? Not my personally first ever audit, not the first ever audit, because I think that was Pinaki News who did one of the first ever audits. But he picked me up and he promoted me on his channel, and literally overnight I got like another 200 subscribers and whatever. But anyway, the point being was I emailed him back and we had a chat via email, and eventually I called him on the phone and I had a chat with him for about half an hour, and he said to me, he gave me a warning. He said, when this blows up, because it will blow up in your country, he said, what you've got to look out for is 2 things, right? Immediately, some people will start slagging off other people, right? He said, and the other thing is beware of people that put up 3 or 4 videos and suddenly they've got 60,000 subscribers. Do you know what I mean? He said, always be careful of those 2 things because they're the people you want to stay away from.
Yeah, but why slag people
that was in 2017.
Why slag each other up when you can help each other grow? I mean, what's the point?
Exactly, because it's ego. Ego gets in the way. You know, people go on about egotistical cops. There's egotistical auditors as well. Yeah. You know, I've got enough information on one auditor in the UK that I could do a video on, completely dragging his arsehole through the fucking wall, right? And I still haven't done it. And I haven't done it.
And this is what, going back to what I was saying earlier.
I could have done that video. I could have done that video 3 years ago, and I still haven't done it, and I won't ever do it.
See, I'm a bit 50-50 on that because it's not come back. We had Blackburn World on here earlier. Some people believe if there's a wrong 'un on here, that I think I don't want to go too deep with this because I know what will happen because we've had these discussions before. But if there's a wrong one in this community that people believe, this should be called out. This should be brought to. I personally believe it's not for us to say. Do you know what I mean? Karma will. If someone shouldn't be on here, they will get found out. They will get caught. Their channel will fizzle out. They're not. Most of these, like for example, exposing for auditors and all that lot. Their channels are rubbish. Do you know what I mean? Their channels aren't going to go anywhere because they're just nitpicking at us because they've got a grudge. You know what I mean?
And there's no story to their channel.
Can I just say something? I'm not an auditor. I'm here to audit.
Yeah, and this is the other thing. I've said this before. There's a difference as well between a viewer and a content creator as well, in my opinion. We've all joined up along the way because of these StreamYards. We have all joined up as a content creator and as viewers.
Is DJ still there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
He's listening. So
I'm all confused about this channel versus channel now.
Well, exactly. I wouldn't want to call somebody out for their wrongdoings. If they're doing something wrong, then that's their business. Exactly. I stay out of it.
I'm going to let you guys talk about this topic. I've got no idea what's being said. Who's going after who?
DJ,
do you know how Fluke's just said he's got some dirt on a different channel and he's not put it out yet.
Can I ask?
I won't put it out.
He says he never will, and that's great, isn't it? Because that's great, and that's how it should be.
Can I ask?
Other people would think it should, though.
If I did that video, it'd be probably about half an hour long. I might as well just.
Why would you want to?
Exactly.
I'll ask you a question, DJ.
Go on, hurry up, man.
Listen, I've loved all your videos. Trust me.
What's your name in the comments?
Do what?
What's your name in the comments?
Listen, remember, I'll give you a clue.
Some people believe you're Spunkfish. Are you Spunkfish?
DJ,
go on, we're listening.
Listening. Remember when somebody says to you, "Oh, you could be a nice."
Spit it out, man.
I'm trying, but I've had a couple of ciders. You could be.
Share.
Are you Spunkfish?
Oh, what?
Are you Spunkfish?
No, are you watching?
I'm trying to give DJ some clues.
Go on.
He's trying to get out of me. No, but listen, how are you going to move on? Because seriously, your videos were good at first, but
they still are. What are you about word? They still are.
Go on, spit it out, man. Get it out.
No, I'm saying I'm asking you a question. I think
you've not.
Now. The drone footage and stuff. It's getting a bit daft now, isn't it?
What's the question?
You've seen. How are you going to move on? This is what I'm asking the community here.
You'll have to watch the video and find out. I got plenty of ideas.
Yeah, but just going up to a security guard and winding them up, they don't speak English.
But it's not.
He doesn't wind them up though.
This is the flipping message, what he's trying to do.
DJ is an amazing auditor. That's what he does.
It's all good fun, mate. Do you know if you find it repetitive and boring, just watch something else, mate. Find something else that you find interesting because you don't want to be watching the same repetitive crap, do you?
No, listen, I still watch it, but it's still the same.
I wouldn't.
Exactly. Why would you?
You park your bike up, you film your bike, walk to security guard, wind them up, go to reception.
Yeah, but he doesn't walk to the security guard.
He's not doing that.
They walk to him.
Then you go outside the car park, put your drone up, and then watch some reaction. It's the same script.
Do you think I should get one of them radios that you have to wind up first just to make them work and say, right, I'm going to wind up my radio so that I've already wound something up now, so I ain't got to wind up the security guard. I've just had a camera delivered. I've just had a camera delivered, right, and it's got a 90 times zoom. So I'm going to start using that a little bit more in 2023. And I can zoom right into things. That'll be awesome. And I will get some.
Do you think he should ring up before he goes and ask permission?
What model's that, Fluke?
Is that a Panasonic?
Is that the VCD 180?
Oh, yeah. Don't start him off, fuck's sake.
Oh, they're awesome. I've just got it. It's tiny, isn't it?
That's my hand holding that camera. That's how small it is.
Yeah, the SD card slots at the bottom.
I can zoom in on a number plate from about 300 yards away.
That's awesome.
Do you use that for your videos?
Yeah.
Right. I've just subscribed to you actually when somebody put the link in the channel, so I'll have a look, mate. I don't think I've come across you before, but that exact
I
camera
haven't
is what's
done
just
any
arrived for
audit
me.
videos lately. We've been concentrating on the kind of local
Yeah,
health
so we've been
issues.
telling you for ages you need to get back out there and do it again, don't we?
Yeah,
We've
I
been
know.
telling
I
you,
do.
you need
I
to,
have got
you
some
need
health
to.
problems, and that's why I can't really, But
Well,
I'm
I can
gonna.
tell.
Hang on,
I
you
can tell
missed
you know your
something there.
stuff, mate, from what I've been hearing the last
Oh, he
10
definitely
minutes.
does. He really
I know
does
you-
know
videos
his
are
stuff.
awesome.
You
Yeah.
definitely know your
Videos are
stuff.
amazing.
But
Yeah,
DJ, you missed something there. So
Is he on
sexy.
Nigel?
Do you believe DJ should ring up and tell him that he's coming before he goes?
Say that again, sorry.
Did you say?
That's me.
I asked you. I said, do you believe he should ring up before he goes and tell him that he's coming?
Oh, don't be silly.
I'll answer your cat. Where's the fun in that?
Exactly.
Oh, Cat, come on, no.
Well, no.
Please.
So you're saying. I'm trying to figure out where you're getting at. You say you enjoy watching DJ's videos. I'm trying to work out where you're coming from with what you're saying and how you could, if it was you in his position, how you could make his videos better.
Cat, don't start attacking me. What we're saying,
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking a question.
No. Yeah, I know you are. Yeah, but DJ's videos are getting the same script. He parks his bike up, goes to security,
But
goes
they're
to
not.
reception,
No,
asking
they're
for
all
permission,
different.
goes out. Videos are factory that look all the same.
They're not all the same. They're completely
Well,
different
stop
each time.
fucking
Video
watching
it does
it
is
then.
different.
DJ's videos are
what is
You're
completely
watching a
different
different
each
channel
time.
to me then. This is interesting because you're watching a completely different channel to me.
Kat, I'm just going to pop off for a second. Sorry, darling.
No worries.
Why you balloon?
And like I say, what would you change? How would you change what he does?
I'm going to tell him what to do. That'll be.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if it was you, if you were doing it, what would you do differently? How would you change the script?
I'll just film.
But that's what he does. That's what he does.
No, not asking permission.
He doesn't
so
ask
there you
for
go,
permission.
DJ. That's a little tip for you. Next time you go somewhere, instead of going into reception and make it just turn up and just film.
Yeah, but
just to make it a little bit different.
Yeah, but you've asked. I won't go film the warehouse. It's boring. We've seen them all now.
Yeah, but that's what DJ does.
I know. Yeah, I know.
The Bank of England says we're not allowed to film the building, even that when we're on the public footpath. So, should I just listen to them and not film it?
DJ, I understand that. I'm just gonna give it a perspective of what I watch. That's all.
I know. This is what I mean. I'm not going on the attack here. I'm just finding this very interesting because I find what you're saying, you're watching completely different videos to watch and this is what I mean about how the different opinions what people have on the different videos. For me, I think what DJ's doing is highlighting in certain situations serious issues that companies say happen to miss looking over. They're not. Do you know what I mean?
And also, if you watch his videos, he also says that he highlights the good and the bad in situations,
which a lot of people don't do.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not. Listen, I'm not here to.
He says it in every video.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Did you see the one where we find all the plastic pellets?
Yeah, I watch every video of yours, DJ. I watch every single one. I love them.
Yeah, that factory would still be just leaving all those plastic pellets on the public highway.
Yeah, they left them all outside, didn't they?
And it could be dangerous.
Yeah, they've had a massive cleanup operation since that video. You know,
I as a company, if I was one of these companies that DJ turned up at, I'd watch his video closely and think, right, our barriers there are our weak point. We need to strengthen them.
Yeah.
And then when DJ goes back, later down the line, he'll say, oh, last time I was here, that barrier was broken. Now look what they've done to fix it. Because they might have never... And this is what I was saying going back to before when I said, this is what secret shoppers do. In a sense, this is what... they'll turn up at a restaurant. You know what I mean? It's kind of same way, same style, really.
Sorry, spell me. DJ.
I'm DJ, mate.
Yeah. Do you remember them? That Only Me? Harry Enfield, Only Me.
Okay, carry on.
No, remember them videos somebody were putting on one of your posts one night? Only Me from Harry Enfield.
Only Me videos on my post.
I'm going back last year. Only Me, Harry Enfield. Do you remember that character from Harry Enfield? Only me.
You've lost me, mate. You've lost me.
I know.
No. There was some character that we're having a laugh about. We were on your YouTube channel one night, and you remember Harry Enfield?
Yes.
Yeah, that character. Only me. That one that sticks his nose into everybody else's business.
Oh, right. Okay. It's not something I've watched, mate, but yeah, I'll have a look.
No, but I'm giving you a clue who I am because me and another character were posting things. Only me.
I can just type a search for the word "only me" in the whole comments.
Yeah, it was on your comments. That'll be me. Only me.
So you typed the word "only me" in my comments before?
Yeah, I'm going back last year.
Yeah, it don't matter. It can cover last year.
Harry Enfield, a right nosy character, stuck his nose into everything.
I'm starting to get that funny feeling now. A little bit.
Yeah,
He is a little bit, isn't he? He is a little bit.
He sounded a bit weird.
Oh,
I can nearly see the reflection of your username in your glasses anyway. So just, yeah, I've got it. There you go. Thank you. Thanks for your glasses.
Have you got it?
You don't care anyway, look, see? You're winding us up.
It's what? No, only me. You don't want to do it like that. You want to do it like this.
He's definitely got the characterism of that person, hasn't he?
100%.
You don't want to do it like that.
Whether it's him or not.
He's happy though, bless him. That's the main thing.
Are you coming back on, you miserable sod?
Oh.
Auditor. Are you going to try and bring something new to the table?
So yeah, David, did you start doing some videos? Because I know you mentioned it last time I spoke to you.
I did, yeah. I've started doing a few videos, yeah.
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. My channel's growing slowly. I'm on 233 subs now, so getting there.
Yeah, I'll check you out as well.
You wish. You like to think you do. Sorry, I'm talking to some in comments. Sorry.
The man to take what?
He likes to think he does.
Does he have a channel, does he?
No, not really. He just likes to come on. He says he doesn't like auditors, but he's always there in the comment section, and he always likes to come on these panels. And he's very respectful. He's very, very respectful. I'll give him that. But he's a very. I like to say he's a very nice troll. But yeah, he's not really exposing anything.
Yeah.
I love the name of your drone, by the way, DJ.
David.
David, yeah, I kept it as the same name.
It's a top name.
I noticed.
Everyone's saying you should have changed it, but Jesus, I've got enough to remember. Changing names on drones.
It's good. So do you think there's anything now? Because like I said, for me, the drones are the newest thing in the auditing community. What else do you think that we can bring new? And like if these believe that it's a script, it's the same old script. What else can be possibly changed? If people haven't understood the auditing game by now, is there any? I don't think they're ever going to understand it personally.
I don't think there's anything you can change.
I don't really. But
if you don't understand what the point is, then why watch the videos?
Yeah.
You just got to make the most of the visit. So whatever you can do to make a good video, make the video. If it means that they're going to embarrass themselves by saying you can't do this, you can't do that, then that's your video.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they're not bothering you or they're behaving well and you can't find any faults, then let's give them some 5-star Google reviews. Always make some sort of positive out of the video. If they want to use the opportunity to say, oh, I know who you are. We have actually got a new product that all your viewers will love. It's the this, and I'm going to show you it right now. Come on inside. That company will be the first person to grab that opportunity and make the most out of it, make a load of sales. All the viewers watching will be like, wow, I really love that. We nearly got there with the bike, but I already brought the bike and I knew what I was getting into. I was like, oh, show me how it unfolds. And it was happy to show us that they're proud of the product. So it could even get down that road where people see you outside and say, right, come on in. Let's make the most of him. God knows. But if you can make a video out of your visit in any way possible, and yeah.
That'd be a bonus for me, DJs, for one of these businesses, for one of these places that you turn up at, for somebody to come out and say, would you like a tour? That for me would be the icing on the cake. Do you know what I mean? Do you want to come in for a tour and show you around, show you the work, show you where, you know what I mean? It's like they're not going to obviously take you into anywhere that's still restricted or, do you know what I mean? But it would be nice for them to give you a guided tour. And
I don't understand.
Do you know what I mean? I don't understand why they can't.
Why are companies so scared to do that?
Yeah.
It's not like
What are they afraid of? What are they afraid of the most? Of what, you know what I mean?
Say, Kat, one thing that I think you should do, being your hobby, is go do a tour of the local dog community. One of the kennels or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I have to be fair. If you go back, I've been to Dogs Trust. I've been to Dogs Trust. If you go back and have a look, there's 2 videos on my channel of Dogs Trust. So I've been there.
I think. Sorry, let me just finish Flo. You're running out of ideas, auditors, in my opinion.
Well, come up with some ideas for us then.
But there isn't. How can you run? See, this is the thing. It's not.
You don't run out of ideas. You just run out of idiots.
For me personally, right, where I live, I'm not surrounded by, like, for example, if I went somewhere like London, there's always something going on. There's always things to film. There's always things happening. It's a massive place, yeah. It's not a case of running out of ideas. It's running out of things. Where I live, I've filmed. Let's say, in my opinion, I've filmed everything there is to film. Do you know what I mean? I've filmed my local area now. I've walked around Blackburn 1,000 times. There's nothing left that I can show. Let's say, yeah. Whereas if I go somewhere new, it's different. So it's not about running out of ideas. It's about how far you can go to film. So, like,
can I make a point?
Like DJ, he travels the country, whether you're driving there or going there on the coach or going there on the train, or you have to travel to these places to film. And then it's whether you've got the time to stay over or how, you know what I mean? That's what's hard. I don't know about anybody else, but that's what's hard for me.
That's hard for me as well.
I'd like to make a point on this because this is important in the sense of running out of ideas. I mean, it's just such a random statement, because the thing is if everybody learnt their job the way they're supposed to learn their job, which is security guards and police officers, we wouldn't have any content, would we? Right? So it's not about us running out of ideas. It's them running out of the fact that they can't do their fucking job properly. And every time we expose these people for not doing their job properly, they make themselves look like idiots and we get shitloads of views. Okay. And that's up to them. It's not up to us. Right? Something I'd also like to address in the comments section, Black and White Audit said this. I'd like to see how many Section 43 searches have resulted in a prosecution. I guarantee you not one has resulted in a prosecution, right? And I'll take you back to the Manchester Arena bombing, right? Now, if you'd gone to Manchester Arena to do an audit a week before that bombing, right, and you filmed outside Manchester Arena... Which I
did, in all fairness. To be fair, I did.
I know you've done it a couple of times, haven't you?
Yeah.
And because you used to go to concerts there, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. So if you went there and did an audit there, they would probably have pulled Section 43 of the Terrorism Act on you, right? Now, the person that did bomb the Manchester Arena during the Ariana
Grande concert.
Right, okay. So there's me. Like, let's pretend that I'm the nasty guy and I'm going to bomb the Ariana Grande concert, right? What I do is I prepare me bombing in my little backpack, right? And I phone up Manchester Arena and say, I'm due to pick up my daughter from the Ariana Grande concert. What time does the concert finish? They say 10:30, and I said, okay, thank you very much. Goodbye. That's all you need. That's all the information you need. At which point do I need to go and photograph the arena to take out that to do that attack? It's insane. I just turn up at 10:15, 15 minutes before the concert ends, and I put my backpack down wherever I want. And when everyone comes out of the exit, I detonate it. There you go. How much? It's nonsense that you need to film somewhere before you go and do a terrorist attack. It's bullshit.
It's nothing. There's no relevance. It's a
fundamental attack. It's a fundamental attack on your fundamental human rights to gather and disseminate information regardless of borders. That's what it's about.
Isn't it just boiling down to feelings and what people like and what they don't like, or what they want and what they don't want? Who's got that on? Turn it off. I understand how loud I am when somebody does that.
I'll look for something else. Sorry, is he stop talking? Let's try to find DJ Audits. Send him a message.
Hey, Spunkfish.
Well, can you hear it?
It is Spunkfish, isn't it? I'm getting that feeling now.
Spunkfish. Of course it is.
I'll try to find something else.
Sobered up a bit, but it's him, innit?
Guys, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I have got to disappear now.
Oh, thanks, DJ, for coming on. You keep up your great work as always. Thank you.
See you, fella.
Are you Dino?
DJ.
Are you Dino Tube? Is that you, bottom left? Is that you, Dino? Yeah.
Yeah, that's me, fella. That's me.
Dino the Tube.
Your face.
You take care.
Nice to put a face to a name, mate.
Keep up the good work, mate.
Yeah. Cheers, pal.
Sexy spunk.
Take care, DJ.
Is that definitely him, Dino? Yeah, 100%.
Nice one, mate.
Is that definitely him? 100%? Yeah.
Yeah.
Top middle.
Definitely me, mate.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
right. David, pleasure to talk to you again, mate.
Thank you for your content, DJ.
Yeah, no, and you take care, mate. Look after yourself.
Take care. All right, bye, Cat.
See you later. Thanks, DJ. Optico's saying it isn't.
It is Spunkfish. Fuck's sake. Of course it is. You've heard it
before. I'll have to look back now. I forgot because it has been a while. He's disappeared, and people were asking me where Spunkfish was, and I'm like, I don't bloody know where. I don't know.
Remember, because I saw his name before in the chat, and I'm like, where the hell has the name Spunkfish come from? And he used to say, because he used to play in a band, I can't remember if the band was called Spunkfish or whether it was him, but yeah.
Stacey, are you on about Spunkfish, yeah? Are you saying he's a pure troll? Who are you on about? Are you on about the Spunkfish?
Sorry, was that a question to me?
No. I was just asking Stacey in chat here if she's thought it's him. Yeah, same person. Yeah. No, I definitely got. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I need to look back over some of my last streams.
He's been in. I think he's been in a few before, and he's always come across sort of quite.
He's a bit up and down. He's a bit. One minute he likes you, and then the next minute he's calling you out and calling your names, and 1 minute he likes you, and then next minute he doesn't.
And it was just the name.
I don't know where David went.
It was just the name that sort of said to me, where'd you get the name Spunkfish from?
Optical, are you backstage? Someone's got his camera turned off backstage. I'm not letting you on until you show yourself. I don't think that's Optical. Optical, are you backstage?
I like where you come from, Fluke.
That's not Optical.
Well, Kat.
Hang on.
I think I'm youngest here, aren't I?
Oh, charming. Oh, is it you? Are you coming on? I didn't know if it were you or not because you had your camera switched off. I'm not being porn bombed. I'm not. There's no way I'm being bloody porn bombed.
What do you get when you
I think I've come up with a solution to that porn bombing thing. So, Kat, if you email me, you've got my email, haven't you?
Do you know? I don't. I don't know. I think I have somewhere because I've been meaning to email you for a while, but I'm not sure. I think I have emailed you.
Chat briefly, but if you don't mind deleting it as soon as I put it in.
I don't know how to. Can you delete it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you on Twitter, Flute?
No.
No.
I don't do social media.
No, I don't either, mate. Don't blame
No,
you.
I'm not really warm for.
I don't do Facebook. I don't do TikTok or
Copy.
whatever.
Right.
Sorry,
I've copied
TikTok.
I've copied it. Right. I don't know if I can delete it now or not.
Oh, is that the chat there on right outside?
What?
Is that the chat on right outside? I didn't realise we were chatting. Is it? Blah, blah, blah. If I put blah, blah, blah.
Oh, not fraud it, for fuck's sake.
I didn't know that.
At least he's respectful. Let's give him his due.
Oh, me?
No, auditor for auditor. He's respectful. It doesn't make sense with anything he says, but he's respectful. Are you there?
It doesn't make any sense. Fucking brilliant. Bring it on.
Yeah, if you send me an email, Kat, I'll
okay.
Send you my phone number, and I can always call you because I get unlimited minutes, so it's not a problem. I'll call you, and I think I've found out a way of sorting out this ball bombing.
Kat. I think
Loads of people like that. Lots of people that they're not getting. They never get anywhere. So.
Do you like the older man?
Auditor. Are you going to talk?
I'm not saying no.
Don't be shy.
Oh, he's not shy.
Have me moving him. I'm scared. I don't think that's him. I don't know if that's him or not.
No, there was someone else in the private chat earlier claiming to be somebody, and
they do wasn't. That. They come on under other people's names, don't they, and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're not sure,
see, this is why I don't usually do these StreamYards. I've stopped doing them, but you know.
If you're not sure, just don't do it.
Yeah.
Just don't
it's
do
good
it.
Though, Kat. You do a good job, love.
Try.
Well,
I try to.
Try. Just be yourself, love.
Oh, exactly.
That's simple.
That's it. That's the one thing I can stand by. I'm me. I'm not trying to be anybody. I'm not. I'm people like me. They like me. If they don't, they don't.
And that's all we want, love. Just be yourself. How's the decorating though? You doing a work of art, weren't you? On the wall.
I've set my projects too high. I've stripped my living room, so I'm decorating in my living room, and I've got my bedroom going on. So I've taken too much on.
Oh fucking hell!
You know what I mean?
One room at a time.
Love. I know. I'm literally taking too much on, and I'm working on. I'll go show you my bedroom. I'll show you what I'm doing. I have worked on it a little bit more, but
and then you saying about your living room because you wanted to do like a painting, didn't you? Really, of the outdoors.
No, that's what I'm doing. That everywhere. That's what I'm doing everywhere. Hang on.
Oh fucking hell!
Yeah, I'm doing that everywhere basically. But yeah, man. It's.
Oh, that's okay. I like that.
It's like I say, it's work in progress.
That's all right. What's wrong with that? It's a good idea, actually. Rather than just buying fucking wallpaper or painting the walls.
Did you paint that yourself, Kat?
Put some scenery in there.
Oh, that looks wicked. That looks really good.
I like that.
It's just something different than wallpaper, innit? Something different.
Anything's got to be better than wallpaper, especially if you're this bloke up here with these Aston Villa colours.
Do you want me to come and paint your house? I'll come and paint your house for you. Anybody who's got terrible wallpaper, I'll come and paint it.
There you go, sexy. Catwoman's going to come over with wallpaper stripper, get rid of them horrible colours of wallpaper that have been put on wrong way. And she'll make you a nice decorative item instead.
It's too funny and it's too easy.
Yeah, people just find it too easy to wind me up. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna block the lot of you because all you all do is wind me up. You're all a bunch of wind up.
I genuinely agree with that. Your painting was lovely, and I
like it.
If you wanted to come around and do that in my room, I'd be happy for you.
Yeah,
you're better than Aston Villa's newspaper.
Where are you at now?
Sorry.
Where are you now? Are you settled now, Fluke? Because I know you were going through a bit of difficulty.
Yeah, I mean...
If you want to tell me that offline, you can. You don't have to.
No, it's all right. It's just... It is what it is. I've got... I don't know if you got my email in the private chat, but anyway, it's there. It went a bit pear-shaped for a while, and the whole COVID thing kicked off, and I was out of a job, and it just all went pear-shaped from there. I've now got I've had to have an emergency MRI scan on my spine, which wasn't good. While there wasn't anything wrong with my spine, which means that I would have been facing emergency spinal surgery, which fortunately I didn't have to do. They gave me 2 tests and I passed both of those tests. So it's now been referred back to the neurological department. So I'm just waiting on that, really.
I bet you're on about a million-year waiting list, aren't you?
Yeah, well, actually, the worst thing was the guy that it was a really good guy. Actually, his name was Ben at the NHS, and he said the problem is if you get referred to neurology, he said if you need neurological surgery, you'll be waiting forever on the NHS for that. And he said if you go private, it will cost you thousands and thousands of pounds, which I don't have. So basically, I can walk sort of 10 minutes to the shops, and it will take me 20 minutes to walk back because it gets progressively worse the more I walk. And as you know, with auditing, you do a lot of walking. So, but I think I might have sussed out a way around it. So a friend of mine's said to me, like, if you want to do some audits, he'll drop me off. I'll do the audit. And then he'll pick me up, and if I get arrested, then I get arrested because I don't really care anymore.
Yeah, you do need to get back out there again because you were good at it, and you definitely need to get back out again.
If I get arrested, I get arrested. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly, and that's the thing is, like we said, we don't want it, and that's definitely. I know for a fact I don't want it, but we can't. If we're going to be faced with a tyrant and they want to arrest us for taking a pic, then they're going to do it. We can't stop
the way I see it is, if they want to search, I can sue. There you go.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And that's when I'm going to come after you. It's a simple.
Take some balls to do that, mate.
And also on top of that, it's like prior to the health situation that's been going on in the world. I was working, and if I missed a day's work, if I got arrested for doing an audit, then I would lose a day's wages. And let me put this in perspective for some people that think everyone's doing this for the money, right? That's not the case, right? I did an audit outside of a prison in Lewis, right? It was quite a big prison. Actually, I think one of the Craig brothers was held there in the 1960s. So I did a video down there, and actually the police drove by while I was doing the video, and they never stopped me, they never questioned me or anything. None of the prison guards came out or anything, right? So no dramas, complete pass, did the video. And then it cost me about 20 quid in fuel to do the video, and it cost me another £2.50 in parking charges to park the car. And by the time I bought my lunch and whatever, I'd say another £3.50 meal deal from Tesco's or whatever. So I've spent like in excess of £35 to do that audit, and I earned the princely sum of £2.71 from that audit. All right, but don't tell me it's about the money, because it ain't.
No.
See, and this is what I said. The thing is, don't get me. I mean, especially today, when it comes to money, times are tough. Yeah, times are really tough. And I said in my last upload, if I choose to travel somewhere that costs me 60 quid on the train, I probably won't make that in a year on one video. Do you know what I mean? So some people, is it worth? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Is it worth it? But I've said, I'll keep making content whether I get paid or not. Yes, the money's a bonus. If I got paid good money for it, I'd love that. That'd be a bonus. But I'll keep doing it regardless of whether I get good money for it or not. So
I think the other thing is, if anything, I look back on my YouTube career, I would say that the worst thing I ever did was monetize my channel. It was never worth doing.
I mean, for me, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
Even if I earned £10,000 from YouTube in a year, looking back, I would have never monetized my channel. Because the more you monetize, or the more you earn from YouTube, the more you become a target, kind of thing. Because everyone goes, "Oh, you're doing that," and I've heard people go on about, We've checked. What's that website called? Where you can track people's earnings on YouTube. I think it's Social Blade. That's one that it's called. And everyone's going, oh, Social Blade is like a really accurate, way of tracking how much people earn on YouTube. Absolute bullshit, right? I've been on Social Blade, right, and I've looked up YouTubers on Social Blade, and one of them, right, Social Blade said this person earns between $10 and $10,000 a month. How's that fucking accurate?
What do you make? What do you make of TikTok, Fluke?
I don't do TikTok.
I tell you something, they've got it bloody easy over there. So for anybody who doesn't know TikTok, right, I'll just point this out there, right? So on there, they have you've got your content creators, you've got people who do lives like this. They open up a panel and they get people on chatting. Half of them are toxic, like they usually are, and others are having good debates. But there's what happens on there is there's a battle going on. So there's one side, one creator on one side, one creator on the other. So he's got his supporters on that side. They've got their supporters on this side. And they send them what's called a gift. And no word of a lie, these gifts range from anything from a penny up to £500. No word of a lie. Do you know what I mean? So out of one battle, a creator can make anything up to £3,000 just from battling one game. And they're not doing anything.
For me, it's not about money. It's about rights.
It isn't. But for these people, it certainly is.
Fundamental human rights, then you've got no life. It doesn't matter whether you make £1 million or £10 million or 10 quid. It doesn't matter. Because if they're going to take away your fundamental human rights, you have no rights. That's it.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how much money you've got.
You become a slave, right?
Yeah.
By putting yourself on TikTok.
Yeah, Flo.
Sorry, Optical Turnkey said Social Blade is an estimate figure. Apparently, Social Blade is saying he earns £500 a year and he's not monetized. So how's Social Blade an accurate description of what people earn from YouTube?
Sorry, not Blade. Fluke. You're not one of these that goes around stopping oil protests, are you, by any chance?
Sorry, hang on a sec. I can't hear everything.
No, it's not.
So I'm not what? I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
I just wondered if you were one of these that go around doing oil protests and throwing yourself at the road.
Oil protests? Are you fucking joking me?
Let's not even go down that route, shall we? Let's not even go down that route.
I'll tell you what. Let me give you a description of this, right? When I talk about civil rights, right, you've got to realise one thing, and I'm not a fan of Churchill. I think he was a raging paedophile, but there you go.
Take a while, mate.
Right, so Churchill said in a speech.
It's going to take a while. Just go get another drink. Just spoil me.
And then doesn't listen.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, he's asked a question and don't want to listen. Yeah, because you're a fucking fuck knuckle, is what you are.
No.
Right, I'll make this point while there's two sensible people on this channel, i.e. Kat and Dino. This is the point. Now, the point that Churchill made in his speech was he said, when communism will come to your country when the police become politicized, right? Now, bear that in mind, right? So now you can demonstrate Black Lives Matter, you can demonstrate climate change, you can demonstrate, this oil people that are chucking paint over all these paintings and whatever they're doing, You can do all of that, and the police won't touch you, right? But you go out and demonstrate COVID and the police will beat the shit out of you. That's when your police have become politicized. And that's what twat features, not you.
I know what you're saying, mate. I know what you're on about.
Yeah. The other one down there. That's what they need to know. And they can't accept it because their brain can't get their head around it. What you've got to realize.
What did that word you used before that? What was it? Cognitive people. Some people.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, the sort of 1 minute they agree with it, and then the next minute they don't. 1 minute they're okay with it, then they don't, and they sort of change their mind, like the weather. You know what I mean? And I get that sometimes in the comment section. 1 minute someone's being all nice and commenting and being really sportive. The next time the comment, auditor for auditors a little bit like that. The 1 minute they agree with it, and then the next minute you're going out causing nothing but trouble. But I like you. I like you. I support what you do, but you're going out causing trouble. It makes no sense.
Yeah,
But we can
exactly.
get
And
influence though, can't we?
cognitive dissonance can also be explained. The way I explain cognitive dissonance to people is I say to them, right, okay, I could say, if you grew up in a street where all your furniture was black, right? So you had black wardrobes, black chairs, black dining table, blah, blah, blah. Everything, all your furniture was black, and all your neighbours' furniture was black, and every house you went visiting was black. And then you get to the age of 18 and someone takes you to IKEA. It would blow your mind, wouldn't it?
You wouldn't know what you want, yeah. It'd be like, yeah. It's a good point. It's a good way to put it, really.
It's like you get to
IKEA, so that's cognitive dissonance in the sense that, and that's cognitive dissonance because either you would go into IKEA and accept that everything that you've been educated to, that all the furniture is black, and you would reject it and go, no, I can have an orange chair or a blue chair or whatever chest of drawers I want and whatever colour I want, or you'll run out of IKEA with your fingers in your ears, screaming like a banshee and running back to your house to your black furniture. That's cognitive dissonance. It's about having your mind blown by something that you've always believed in, and suddenly somebody says that, you need to think again about the way you think.
Auditor for auditor, what are you trying to achieve exactly? I get you've got every right to come into a live like this and put your opinion across, but people are saying we're getting boring, but you're getting boring with what you're saying because you're not changing what you say. It's the same crap every time. You know what I mean? You've said on countless of times you like me and I'm okay, but yet you don't support auditing, which is what I do. So either you like it 1 minute and you don't like it the next. You know what I mean? I
think he wouldn't come on.
You're not exposing anything. You're not. You could. All right. You might know a few people's names. So what? What? Just because you don't like auditing doesn't mean auditing isn't a thing, whether you like it or not.
Oh, get him up on. Come on in.
This is it.
Come on, Mr.
Every time I've been on a live stream, he's come on. I've demolished that bloke. And I'll demolish him again tonight. If you want to bring him on, I'll demolish him again. I've demolished
but he says the same thing every time. He says the same thing every time. It doesn't change it. It just, do you know what I mean?
Come on in, show your face, mate. There you go. Yeah.
So what?
And every time he has been on a live stream,
what's your point? I'm not. AB's
Who's
not.
A criminal?
DJ isn't. What's your and even if they are, so what? What's your point?
Criminals.
What's your point? What's your point with that?
I'll tell you what. I'll give you some information. Right now. The last time I was pulled over by the police, I was given a speeding ticket and a £35 fine, right, and 3 points on my license, right. That was in 2004. 2004. Does that make me a criminal? Does it?
Yeah, obviously a hardened criminal, mate.
You've just got criminal. What this guy's got is he's just got a disliking. He's got a grudge. He's either been, what I think.
That's what you are.
What I think with people like this is either got a very disliking towards somebody in particular and is taking it out on everyone, or my guessing is he's an ex-security guard or an ex-police officer that's been stung on an audit. And do you know what I mean? That's my opinion.
He's probably an ex-copper cat.
Yeah, I think that. It says he isn't, but
I just think he's a raging fucking dildo with the IQ of a fucking empty fish tank.
Yeah, big dildos
That's
involved.
what he is.
Been a bit, but
he's definitely been stung by some auditor, and he's just bitter. It's just very bitter, full of bitterness. Do you know what I mean?
The thing is, if he was so against auditing, why the fuck is he in the comment section?
Go somewhere, go to a channel you do support. Go and watch gardening or go and watch a cooking channel if that's what you're into. You're in the wrong community here. You're not
Anyway,
going to change auditing because you say you don't like it.
Excuse me, just put in Catwoman. Is Dino an auditor?
No.
No. Just a viewer like me.
Never have been, mate. I've got so many subscriptions to so many auditors, but no, I've never audited in my life, mate.
Oh, just like me then, just put your 2 pence in.
Yeah, just in the background, put me 2 pence worth in. If I like them, I watch them. If I don't, I don't. Simple.
Yeah. No, like I said, we've obviously been discussing
The thing I like about auditors is, that they stand for the rights that, my granddad fought for in the war.
Yeah. And that's the crux of it all. And this is what I mean. That message is, that message is sort of, with some, fizzled out. I do believe, I'm not going to lie, I do believe that some auditors, you can sort of sense that they definitely have a grudge against the police. Yeah. And I do believe they're probably doing it for the wrong reasons. Yeah. The bottom line is they're still doing it. They're still allowed to do it. But I do believe some of them are doing it with wrong intentions. Yeah, not my place to say, but that's up to them. You know what I mean?
I'd like to address that comment as well, Kat, because you're right. I think some people can be a little aggressive on their audits and whatnot. And I'm not going to say which ones I think it's relevant. It's I'm not going to detract or take away from people's rights. If you want to address your rights aggressively or passively, that's up to you. That's up to you. Now, the thing is when you watch video after video after video of police and security guards constantly trying to violate your rights, you can understand why people get more and more aggressive.
It's frustrating.
Or more and more frustrated is the right word, and that's the point, because you can understand why people get more and more pissed off, because every time they go out with a camera,
you think they would have learned by now.
Violated.
You think they would have.
This is like what Dino said. Dino.
I don't care, mate.
Dino.
Call me a twat.
This chap down here. I've got my fingers round the right way this time. Look, there you go. The point of it is the fact that when you go out and exercise these rights, the police swear an attestation to be a constable, and it specifically says in their attestation to be a constable to stand up for your fundamental human rights.
Yes.
And they're not doing it, and you wonder why people get pissed off
with them. Yeah.
Right now, let's just go back quickly to the COVID demonstrations. Right now, during the COVID demonstrations, the police were dragging people onto the floor. 4 or 5 police would bundle on top of them, handcuff them behind their back. Another 30 police officers would create a circle around this person so you couldn't drag them out or help
see
them
what's going
whatever.
off
And then they would bundle that person into the back of a van and drive them 10 miles to the nearest police station, book them in, right, and keep them in a cell for 12 hours, right, on the basis that they blocked a public highway, right? Now, can you imagine the amount of resources used to arrest that person, right? 30 coppers, a van, 3 coppers to handcuff him, 12 hours in a cell, book him in and let him go. Do you know what the maximum fine is for blocking the highway in the UK? Is £50.
I was just going to say 50 quid. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what they were using. So don't anybody on this channel, in the chat, or anything else, think that isn't that your fundamental human rights being violated, because it is. Because if I've got a fundamental right to take pictures in a public place, you've got the fundamental right to stand on the street corner and say whatever you want.
So, Fluke, have you seen that guy called Cycling Mikey? Have you heard of him?
Yep, I know him.
Yeah. What about you, Fluke?
Yeah.
Cycling Mike.
It's right, and it's Cycling Mikey. Have you heard of that guy?
Yeah, he's a irritating schoolboy that reports everybody for doing anything wrong.
Do you not like him, Dino?
No, I subscribe to him, but I fucking hated to do it.
I don't know him, but I do know a guy in the States who rides around on his push bike with an AR-15 over his back, which is completely legal. And he gets fucking harassed by the police constantly.
This guy's different. Check out this guy, Cycling Mike. I think what he's doing. I know some people might see him as a grass, but I think I don't see what he's doing is wrong.
Snitch. He is a grass, but I came across him.
But what if there's a serious accident there? What if there's an head-on collision?
No. Can I just say, I came across him because have you ever heard of beans on toast?
See, I didn't know. Is that true? See, if that makes sense. That makes sense.
What is a motorcyclist. He's a courier rider in London. And it was because of him that I subscribed to Cycling Mikey.
Right.
And I said to Cycling Mikey, I said, you like the little snitch at the front of the room with an apple for the teacher and you snitch everyone up? And he does. But there again, a lot of the stuff he does, I agree with. But a lot of the stuff that he does do, he is like a little snitch and just goes around, oh, teacher, he did this, he did that.
Right, but I get. See, this is what going back to what I was talking about before. In some circumstances, I do believe some people should just mind their own business. It's got nothing to do with them, mind their own business. Yeah. But what he does, I mean, from what I can gather on that road where he stood. For me personally, I don't see why the police don't come along and put cameras up, or so that he didn't have to do. He shouldn't have to do that. The police should change that. The police should change that layout of that road. Let's face it. But there could be a serious accident on that road there. When drivers coming down, driving down the wrong way.
Being illegal. They shouldn't be doing that.
So he's not in the wrong. It's the drivers who are in the wrong, isn't it? So how can he be a snitch if he's snitching up people that are actually breaking the law? He isn't breaking the law. The drivers are.
But on the other hand, when he's cycling down the road on completely the opposite side of the road, and he's been a nosy fucker, and he's looking at cars on the other side of the road, he then turns round.
It isn't though. That's a cycle lane. It's a cycle lane.
He turns round onto the opposite side of the road, and he starts putting in the camera into the car, and they're not aware of it. You must have seen that.
Can I just say? Can I just put in?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the problem is, Kat, they changed the laws, didn't they, about 6 months ago, with giving pedestrians the right of way. They
did. Yeah,
that was a deaf.
Yeah, they
I mean, again, when it comes, you get people, right? When I was a kid, we used to play chicken run. I don't know about you. Sometimes I still do it now. You're waiting at some lights. They take frigging forever to frigging change. You take that risk of running across that road. As an adult, you either wait safely for that green man or you run. That, as an adult, that it's just, do you know what I mean? So, as a driver, if you see someone in the middle of the road, should you stop? And give them the right of way.
The right of way in this country. There's no jaywalking laws in this country.
So the public has the right of way.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. No.
Let's see.
Well, yeah or no. Make your mind up, sunshine.
Sorry, there's right of way, but then when you see somebody try to cross the road,
if I'm driving down the road and somebody is crossing the road, I have to stop legally and allow them to cross the road because pedestrians have the right of way. It's as simple as that.
So is it right or wrong? This is what I mean. This is, like it says there, I agree with Mike. I really do. I can't fault him.
I don't know that guy's channel. I've never seen any.
You have to look it up. It's good. It's quite interesting, really. It is quite interesting.
At the end of the day, if you're a pedestrian in this country, you have the right of way. And you can look up the DVLA's website and look up pedestrians and do your own fucking research before you come on here and talk about it.
It doesn't mean that pedestrians have half a brain in front of a car.
Pedestrians and cyclists, and it's always been the same. If you pull up at a junction and you see someone trying to cross the road, you can flash the lights at them to say, go across. If they start walking and then someone comes at the side of you, say on a motorbike, and hits them, do you know whose fault it is? It's yours. for flashing your lights to say you can go, and they look at that as a signal. But
that's
you would
why,
be in the
and
wrong.
that's
You would get
a good point,
prosecuted
because
for that.
that's why pedestrians have the right of way. Because whether you're riding a motorbike, driving a car, driving a lorry, whatever it is you're doing on that roadway, pedestrians have the right of way first and foremost.
So let's take it one step further. Let's take it one step further. Pedestrians have the right of way, right? So I don't know where this. Probably a bad idea saying this. So with this bloody stop oil protest, if you've got someone who decides to go out into the middle of the road, are they in the right? Then if they've got the right of way, then what are they doing wrong?
Well, no, that's an obstruction of the public highway, which means you can be arrested.
Yeah, exactly. But the police
but if they're saying
I'm
the public can walk out into the middle of the road.
This is the minutiae of law, right? If I'm crossing across the road with a stop oil sign and I'm crossing the road, that's fine. If I sit down in the middle of the road with my sign saying stop oil, then I'm obstructing the highway and I'm liable to arrest.
So there's a difference there, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like a teacher.
No, this is what I was trying to get at, because but on the same token, we're saying that the pedestrians have the right of way. So if I say I choose to go and stand out in the middle of the road for no bloody apparent me, I just want to be a nuisance and go and stand out in the middle of the road and stop traffic, I've got the right of way. But then, so they say if a van comes driving up and doesn't want to stop and just hits me, am I in the wrong or are they in the wrong?
Well, you'd be a knobhead.
And I think I've already.
I mean, obviously, but yeah. But
It's
again,
like
this is what I mean. There's always.
It's like if you were walking across the pedestrian crossing and you had your finger up like that, yeah, then that's perfectly legal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you stand in the middle of the road with your finger like that, that's not legal.
Can I just ask a silly question?
Go on, you've asked
something on the background. I don't know why I'm watching it. Would you ever dance with a dwarf at a wedding?
What?
Dance with what?
Well, I've got
a little person.
It's on in the background. But, it's that Ellis Simmons and she's dancing. The dwarf. Would you ever dance with a dwarf?
Come on, what channel are you watching, mate? Tell us.
Please tell me you've not got bloody BBC on.
I have, yeah. It's just in the background.
Have you got BBC on?
Let's have a look.
It's just in the background, but she's been on the little dwarf.
Are you actually watching BBC?
I'm not watching it. It's in the background, but she's been on.
Strictly Come Dancing, is it?
What's that got to do with
anything? I know it's not politically correct, the word.
Oh, man. Turn the shit off. Turn the frigging shit off.
How
what is he even talking about? Why do you even bring up that subject?
I know.
That's got to do with anything?
We're going in a totally different direction here.
Yeah,
just ask a bizarre question.
You mean dancing with a dwarf?
It's on BBC.
Mate, if you like dwarves, why can't you dance with one? There you go.
That's what I'm asking.
You know what I mean? What if you find a dwarf sexy? You know,
it could be worse.
Then you can have a little boogie with them, can't you?
Someone come and save me. Someone come and save me from this madness.
Do you know what I mean? You're talking bullshit, mate. It's like, okay, my nephew is like 4 foot fucking tall, right? He's not a dwarf, but he is to me. But if I want to have a boogie with my nephew around the Christmas lights.
But again, do you know what? Funny enough, you should say that though. This is what I said earlier on in the stream about things that we can and can't say now. If somebody is is overweight, right? The fact is the fat. So if I call a fat person fat, I'm not being nasty. I'm just the fat. Do you know what I mean? It's just like if a skinny person's skinny, but you can upset someone by calling a fat person fat, can't you?
But this is
the thing. If you go back to that, right? If you imagine like somebody burgled your house, right? And the police came and took a police report, and you said, "Yeah, this guy was really fat." You know what I mean?
Yo.
You know what I mean? Would that be illegal to say that the burglar that burgled your house was fat or skinny or
exactly.
fucking gay or whatever?
That's
the
same as we can't have jokes anymore. Like
no, exactly. This is what I mean. We're upsetting people these days just by pure words.
It's a load of bollocks, isn't it? It just goes too far, Kat.
Yeah,
too far.
People are so woke and snowflakes, aren't they?
Popsicles in the house. Turkey, big fat Welsh turkey.
No, I just really wanted to quickly say, you know, you were talking about that cycling Mikey guy. The reason he does what he does, and I get that people would go, what a pain in the ass, he is a grass, he's doing this. But how would you react? He lost his wife to somebody driving whilst using a mobile phone. So I know myself.
Makes sense, that, doesn't it? Makes sense.
Happened to me, I would be the first going out there trying to catch these people. Do you know what I mean? And
this is what I mean. This is like with anything we do in life, we've all got our own personal reasons, and we don't have to explain that to anybody. Do you know what I mean? To why we do what we do.
That's it. So, you know, I do get why he does what he does, and I get why people would see him as, oh, he's a pain in the ass. He's there on his push bike causing problems. But at the same time, I think I would react in exactly the same way by going out to do that. The same as, like you just said, some people...
I'd go and join him. I'd join him doing it.
Some people go out and audit because they've maybe had a bad experience in the past with the police. And I get that's their reasons for doing it. So, you know, everyone's got different reasons for doing different things. So
some good points there, fella.
Exactly.
I mean, I've been driving since I was 17. I'm 52 now. I've never used my mobile phone while I'm driving. Never.
Nope.
I don't.
Common sense. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean.
Normal people.
And I think, do you know what? Even if you did, there's some things where I think, that shouldn't be against the law. It's a matter of choice. Like, actually, I watched a video about seatbelts. When was you had to wear? It was only, was it the late 80s or something, where seatbelts were brought in? You have to wear your seatbelt. Before then, you didn't have to. And until this day, watching that video, I thought technically it should be a choice. If you want to drive without wearing a seatbelt and you go and kill yourself or whatever, that's your own fault. Personally, I've been in cars. When I've driven, I've wore a seatbelt. If I'm in the front of the car, I've wore a seatbelt. But I've got a bad habit that when I sit in the back of a car, I never put my seatbelt on. Don't know why, but do you know what I mean?
I want to know, Kat, how many times have you been in the back of a car?
It depends who you're on about. But do you know what I mean? I think things like that should be a choice. I don't think it should be, oh, you're breaking the law if you don't wear a seatbelt. If you choose not to wear a seatbelt, then that's your own stupidity.
You know what? I remember years ago there was a band that were driving up the M3 or whatever, and they got into a collision, and there was, if I remember rightly, I think there were 6 band members in this van, and the van crashed with a lorry, and 5 of the musicians died. All of them were wearing seatbelts, right? The only one that survived wasn't wearing a seatbelt, and he was thrown out of the vehicle. So
weird. And they don't have seatbelts on buses, do they?
No.
Buses
they don't have
seatbelts
on trains, and they don't have seatbelts.
So what's the difference?
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Dino?
At the end of the day, this is the ridiculous thing. It's like if you're flying at 35,000 feet on an aeroplane, you don't have to wear your seatbelt. Do you know what I mean?
Because it wouldn't have fuck all anyway.
It wouldn't have done fuck all anyway. Because if your plane blows up at 35,000 feet, you know, your seatbelt ain't exactly going to save you. It's not like you're going to float down to earth with the seatbelt on.
I'm going to say I'm a professional.
This is the whole health and safety bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. And now I was going to say about like what someone's just said, that one thing I enjoyed doing when I drove a car was whacking on music. I didn't wear headphones, but I loved listening to music. That could be classed as a distraction. Yeah. This is what I mean. Next thing, you know, we won't be able to talk in the car. Do you know what I mean? You won't be able to anything. Do you know what I mean?
I will mention something, right? I was driving to work one morning, and there's 2 lanes on a dual carriageway, and one of them is straight over only, and the other one was left only onto the motorway, right? This, unfortunately, it was a young lady, was sitting in front of me doing 50 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. And I was flashing and saying, look, get out the fucking way. Do you know what I mean?
You was flashing. What, you got your penis up at the window?
Yeah, I was swinging my cock like you wouldn't believe. Do you know what I mean? I had it like both hands. Do you know what I mean? Like really big like that. Anyway, so we got towards the end of the dual carriageway and she pulls over to the left. And I'm like, I've been flashing you for like 2 miles to get out the fucking way because you're doing 50 miles an hour. And it's the 70-mile-an-hour zone, right? So eventually she pulls over and literally she's got these on her head.
She couldn't fucking hear anything.
So she's driving
it's a distraction.
Fucking headphones, literally DJ headphones. And then she gives me the bird, right? So she knows that I've been behind her, flashing her for the last fucking 2 miles. Do you know what I mean? And so what I did was I took a number plate down and I phoned the old bill. And I'm not one for phoning the old bill, but I did it just for the fucking arguments.
It's Cycling Mikey.
Yeah, I know. So I phoned the old bill and I said, look, this woman's going to cause an accident. She's driving.
And again, is that grassing or is that doing saving an accident?
She potentially could kill someone.
Yeah, if you're behind somebody who's drunk driving and they're swerving all over the road, do you phone the police?
2 hours later,
you know what I mean?
No. 2 hours later, the police rang me back and they said, like, you made a report earlier, blah, blah, blah. She said, yeah, the police did pull her over and, you know, I think they ticketed her or whatever it was. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, it was pointless. It was like, well, you know, why would you do that? Do you know what I mean? Why? I don't answer my phone when I'm driving. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. I never did. Go on, what?
Even if I'm hands free, I'll just say, look, I'm driving. I'll call you back.
No.
What sexy?
Oh, thank you. No, sorry, I cut Fluke. I was just asking if your name's Catherine.
No, it's not.
Oh, so I know you said it's Catwoman.
You're changing the subject again, yeah. No, like somebody's just said, that this is what I mean. It's going to come to a point where we can't even talk in the car. Do you know what I mean?
You can't talk in the car. We're not in a car, are we?
No, but I'm just what we were discussing, and some people need more concentration than others. You know what I mean? I know I've been in situations where I've been like, I need to like, you know, when you're somewhere where you've never been before, and someone starts, you know, I know Rebecca used to talk to me when I was trying to concentrate on which way to go. You just hastily tend to shut because you need to focus. You know.
How long have you been driving?
I passed my test back in 2011.
Oh, so you're a baby then, aren't you?
But I'm not. See, I'll never sit here and say I'm a good driver because I don't think I am. But I'm not a bad driver either. I'm not I don't use my mobile while driving. I do follow the, you know, I don't speed. It really aggravates me when I'm walking around, and especially in this weather, I see knobheads speeding down the road at freaking 80 miles an hour. I think it's ridiculous that people do that. I really do. But you know, what can I do? Do I phone the police?
Yeah. I must admit, I plead guilty to the fact that I've done a lot more than 80 miles an hour.
I have.
I'll give you 2 examples. One, I was driving from Brighton up to Gatwick Airport.
Expense, Michael, expense.
It was a Sunday morning and there was no traffic on the road, the A23 going to Gatwick, and I hit 135 miles an hour going up there. And then in the rear view mirror, there was an unmarked Volvo with blue flashing lights in the grille of the front of the car. And I was like, oh my God, I'm well and truly fucked. Do you know what I mean? So I pulled over into the left-hand lane and the police came level with me and he waggled his finger at me as if to say, you lucky motherfucker, because we're off to something more important than you doing 130. But it's okay for the government to do 130.
Yeah, exactly.
I've done 175 up the A1 up near me in the Porsche.
More for you. More for you.
I think the most I did was I think that the fastest I ever did was 145, but my car was limited to 155. So I ran out of road anyway.
Cars, one thing I never understand: if the speed limit on the motorway is 80 mile an hour, why do they build cars that do up to 200 mile an hour?
And the other thing, actually, that's a good question as well, because some cars are limited, especially German cars like BMW and Volkswagen and a couple of
155.
Yeah, you're limited to 155. Why would you limit a car to 155 if it's for argument? Oh, okay, let's take.
It's like they want them to speed, isn't it? Do you get that? It's like they want them to speed so they can pull them over and fine them.
So what you end up with is a situation where you've got like the UK. So you could drive a BMW in the UK that can do 155 miles an hour, even though the speed limit's only 70. So that makes no sense, right? But the only German manufacturer of motor vehicles is Porsche, right? And in Italy, it's Ferrari and Lamborghini, and they're allowed to be unlimited. So your average Porsche can do about 175 miles an hour.
Yeah, but they've got Autobahn.
Yeah, but in Germany, they've got Autobahns, which is good. But the point is, you could be a German Autobahn owner of a Porsche and drive to the UK, and your car could still do 175 miles an hour.
It never makes sense, mate. I used to drive buses.
It's not supposed to make sense. The whole point of government is it doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then it comes from. If it doesn't make sense and it comes from government, it's probably bullshit.
I say, if Luke, I'm from up north, Leeds area. I don't know what it's like down south, but there's a new pedigree of driver. It just seems to be it natural just to sit in the outside lane doing
and be a cunt.
50 miles an hour.
They don't understand, mate.
I've stopped.
I'm sure it's not a matter of up north or down south.
Me personally,
there are cunts on the road that can't drive properly, and that's that. You know,
exactly.
Regardless of where you are in the country.
Though, on Autobahn, like we say, it's unrestricted. You can do 180, 190 miles an hour. Why are they all only 2 lanes though?
The thing was, and I've driven in Germany as well, and I've driven in Germany, and I was with a friend of mine who had a Moonlight 911, right? And we went to Germany he was on a business trip, so it was nothing to do with me, but he was on a business trip. And he said, "Do you want to come along?" I said, "Yeah, we'll come along." Do you know what I mean? So we jumped in the car, we fucked off, and we were going through Germany, and literally everybody, I think it was like a 3-lane Autobahn, right? And literally everyone is just flashing each other, right? And the car in front of you would automatically pull over because you've been flashed. Do you know what I mean? So anybody, we hit like, I think at one point we were hitting 160 miles an hour in this 911, and literally you flash someone and they automatically get out of the way. Do you know what I mean? It was like normal. It was like, I'm doing 140 and this bloke's flashing me, so I'm going to move out the way. And that's how they did it. And it was just normal, you know? Like if there was a traffic accident and they close, say, 2 of the lanes off and there's only 1 lane open, the law in Germany is you let one car go first and then you go, and then you let the next car go first and the next car go first. And it's like that. And that's how they do it. And the police actually stood by the accident and made sure that everybody was taking it in turns.
But what is stupid is that the majority of the Autobahns are 2 lanes. So you've got lorries in 1 lane and you've got cars in the other. But lorries are allowed to go into the 2nd lane to overtake, which they do.
A lot of, I'll tell you, from my experience, a lot of the Autobahns in Germany are 3 to 4 lanes.
Lorries cannot go into the 3rd lane, which would make more sense.
Yeah, but from my experience, you know, a lot of the Autobahns in Germany were like 3 to 4 lanes, so that wipes out.
Oh right, I thought they were generally 2 lanes.
No, not in Germany. No, I've honestly, I've been
What,
there.
they're
I've been in a car doing 165 miles an hour down a fucking German autobahn, and there isn't 2 lanes.
So
There's
the lorry's not allowed into the 3rd and 4th lanes then?
Well, if there's no 3rd and 4th lane, how can it be only a 2-lane dual carriageway?
No,
it
that's
can't
what I'm
be,
saying.
can
I
it?
didn't understand there was 3 and 4 lane autobahns. I
Yeah,
thought they were
and
all
that's the
2
whole
lanes.
point, because it would be impossible to have an autobahn that's only 2 lanes, because they'd probably stick a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit on it.
So what's people's opinion then? Because I agree with what Turbo's saying here. I personally, when it comes to roads, I don't think it's to do with safety and whatnot. I think it's more about making a quick. But now we've got this new, I think I've seen a recent upload, officers getting onto local buses, and then they've got these new detector machines where they're, catching people on the phones, they're catching people, not wearing seatbelts, and then they can just pick up their image, send them a fine in the post. Again, I don't think it's anything to do with safety. I just think it's about cashing in, really. Do you know what I mean?
Let's think about this in the sense that the British government, during the current, health crisis, right, brought in, and the government paid a private company whose name we do not know. They paid them £37 billion, right, for a track and trace system, right? So they can track and trace you due to the convids, right? Now, that track and trace system completely failed, right? And they weren't allowed, they couldn't implement it, right? So when do we get a refund of the £37 billion that all of us taxpayers paid for? Yeah.
It's probably being sent abroad, mate.
It's probably gone to the fucking Bahamas is where it's gone.
Yeah, someone's bank account.
Nobody wants to answer that question.
If I had the choice, I would leave this country tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, you're right, actually, Dino, because I tell you what, if I had the money, I would have left this country already. I'd be talking to you from fucking Mexico.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? If the whole COVID thing hadn't have broken, we were actually going to be in Spain by now. We were actually moving in the January, but thank God that all this stuff kicked off and we didn't go, because we would have been completely screwed. We had jobs and everything over there, but we would have been, we'd have been back with no money and absolutely nothing, no pot to piss in. Do you know what I mean? So I'm almost thankful we didn't go, because we'd have been in a right situation now. But
people say, don't they, things always happen for a reason.
I think if you went to any European country, you'd be fucked. Do you know what I mean? If you went to Holland, you'd be fucked. If you went to Germany, you'd be fucked.
Like they say, the grass is always greener, innit? I don't think I'd love to. I've always said I'd love to move, but I think every country probably has its own issues and problems, doesn't it? No matter where you go.
It does.
I'll tell you why this is never. I'll tell you why this bullshit crap is never going to end. Right? Prior to COVID happening, right, there was. Let me just check my notes because I've got it here.
Fucking hell, he's got notes written down.
As a researcher,
this is fluke for you, honestly.
as a researcher, it helps to have notes, right? So,
Cat, are you not having a drink like the rest of us?
There's my notes, but
I have no in.
Right. So prior to COVID, which is exactly what it was a con. Right. 4 months prior to COVID, right, they did a tabletop exercise, and you can look this up for yourself, called Event 201, which was sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Health Organization, and
Dano.
Stop interrupting, man.
World Health Organization, and the Johns Hopkins University, right? Now, that was, where is it? Hang on a second. That was 3 months before COVID hit, right? Right, so that was prior to COVID, which is
Good stuff.
Lager.
Scotch.
Council pop.
Scotch. What a
Oh,
pint.
it's not coming up. Hang on a sec. Sorry. I do apologise.
I quite like these statistics and stuff, mate.
I know it teaches me a thing or two.
You've looked into this quite a lot then, fella, haven't you?
This is what he enjoys doing. This is what I mean. He knows what he's talking about, unlike some channels.
Right, okay. So, what was it called? Fucking, it's really pissing me off. Hang on a sec.
Cat, it's been fun, this. You know that, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just need to get rid of that dodgy fucking wallpaper, mate. Get Cat come round, do
What's
something.
it about now?
Hey, you leave my bloody wallpaper alone.
Not yours.
Things are about mine.
Yes, yours.
Yeah, I know.
I like the idea, though, Catwoman. Do some scenery in background. No,
Right,
it's good.
okay. Sorry, I've got it now. If you want me to share the screen, I'll share the screen, but I'll give you the link, right? So prior to COVID, right?
I know. What the fuck was he on about?
Well,
Listen,
do you want to wait and listen, or do you want to just sort of cut across me? It's up to you.
I don't know. I'm talking to Dino.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were talking to. Anyway, prior to COVID, 4 months prior to COVID,
Everyone
right,
mute unless you're talking.
Go on,
they came out with the COVID-19 nonsense, which was called Event 201, right? And if you look into Event 201, if you do a little bit of research, it's not hard, right? You'll find that it was covered by the World Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Johns Hopkins University. 4 months prior to COVID, right? Now, 4 months after COVID, 4 months after that meeting, right, which was a pandemic planned response to a major global pandemic, right, was what happened? COVID. Yeah, you buried your head in your bollocks all you like, mate, sunshine, because you're just about to get it again, fuck knuckle, right? Here's what happened the other day, right? This is...
Batman, if you're backstage, just put your camera on and give us a wave. I don't know if that's the real Batman or not. I like your profile picture.
Right. This is another pre-planned...
Oh, he's buggered up. It's not the real Batman.
Right. This is another one pre-planned called Catastrophic Contagion. Anybody heard of that? No. Strangely enough, it was instigated by the Johns Hopkins University, the World Health Organization, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, held in Brussels, Belgium, October the 23rd, 2023, talking about a catastrophic contagion.
Yes, it is spunkfish.
No, it's bloody not spunkfish. I can guarantee you that is not spunkfish.
Fuck off. Don't believe
it. I did opinions, honestly.
It looks nothing like him, and it sounds nothing like him. Trust me, that is not spunkfish.
No, I don't think it. I'm sort of leaning towards it isn't now.
What are you doing? My missus is on all fours crawling around my office space.
Sorry?
I just looked over. She's on all fours crawling. She went, I didn't want to touch your green screen.
You're getting carpet burns.
Tell her to poke her head up and give us a wave.
No, don't.
Cat just said, give us a wave. Cat just said, couldn't say hello.
Sorry, did nobody hear anything I had to say in the last 3 minutes?
Yeah, I did actually, fella.
Just had to see your lovely female face there.
I don't mean lovely.
Do you not think, though, Fluke, a lot of this stuff, this is just my opinion, but this COVID thing and everything, everybody had to register, everybody had to say the name, everybody had to say their address, blah, blah, blah. Is it just not like a census?
No, it's not a census. It's complete data gathering. This is about...
Well, the same thing, though, isn't it? Census.
Well, it's...
You know, they have a census every...
Do you know, mate, this is like the whole Nazi Germany thing. Do you know what I mean? The reason we fought 2 world wars, right, was so we'd be free to do what we want to do. We don't have to give our information. We don't have to fucking ID. This isn't Nazi Germany. And here we are, fucking 50 years later, and every copper wants your fucking name, address, and date of birth. Are they willing to give their name, address, and date of birth when they arrest me?
But so many people are brainwashed, mate, into thinking that we have to do that.
And this is what they're trying to do. And they're using things like catastrophic contagion and all this other shit to scare people into giving up their IDs all the time. Your smartphone, your location, where you live. Like, what pizza did you order the other day? All this other bullshit. It doesn't matter. They're tracking and tracing you constantly. And the UK government gave a fucking financial grant of £37 billion to a private company they won't mention, right, to track and trace everybody in the UK on the COVID, and that completely failed. Are we going to get a $37 billion refund from that company?
Would that be?
I fucking think not.
Would that be G4S?
No, it wasn't G4S couldn't squeeze a shit out of their own arsehole. Do you know what I
mean? The thing is, though, what a lot of people don't understand, that data's power, and that's key. And I mean, that's been proven by like the way Amazon do things, you know, that they're not into retail. They're not into sales. That's not what their game is. Their game is data. And the more data they can gather on the consumer, they don't need to really, their prime thing isn't to sell. Their prime thing is to gather data, and data literally is the most powerful thing that you can own.
And,
and that's why it's called a smartphone. The whole point of a smartphone is it's gathering data on you. Now, if you go and watch James Corbett's video called "Data is the New Oil," in there's a guy that goes to Saudi Arabia, and he says to the Saudi Arabian government, "I can't walk around the desert and produce oil, but I can walk around the desert and produce data." So what he's saying is, every time you drive your car, every time you take a taxi, every time you take a bus, every time you go for a walk, every time you go skateboarding, whatever it is, you're being tracked. And data is the tracking. Tracking is money making.
Hey, Fluke,
because you can't walk around the desert and produce oil, but you can follow everybody's footprint and make money from it.
Make money from it. Yeah.
I want to know how often
that was the whole point.
I want to know how often Fluke goes skateboarding.
I haven't been skateboarding since I was about 15, I suppose. But I don't know.
I want to know if Sexy's still doing his guitar in the band where he used to be known as Spunkfish.
I've only just unmuted. I don't think he realised they were muted, to be fair, so I've just muted him now.
No, this is what people got to understand, because if tomorrow I get a taxi to work, for argument's sake, that's driving data, right? It drives the taxi's data, where he took me up, what time he picked me up, where he took me to, what time he dropped me off.
Being definitely tracked, definitely. Yeah.
And then, so the next day I take a bike to work, and the phone tracks my location all the time, and I get to work at 45 minutes or whatever, and it tracks all that data. The next day, I take a bus to work. Do you know what I mean?
Have you got a smartphone?
All that is constantly being tracked and data collected, and that is what is the core essence of data is the new oil, because it's the next thing. That's the one thing that they can make money out of, and track everything you do. Is your data.
Have you got a smartphone, Fluke?
It's not that smart, to be honest with you, because it keeps doing whatever it wants to do. But I don't take it everywhere I go, and I generally turn it off. So if I go,
I know what you're saying, Dino, isn't it?
If I walk down to the co-op, I don't.
This is the world we live in, though,
yeah,
isn't it?
it is. This is what I mean. It's like I
Just
hate
don't do it.
I hate the fact that we could be possibly being spied on. I do believe potentially our phones are watching us, are spying on us. They're tracking us. You know, when we go on Google and all that. But yet here we are still using it. You know what I mean? There's no getting away from it. It's sort of like everything now. Our entire world is on this device now. You know what I mean?
And it is true, and I agree with you, Kat, because what you've got to understand to a certain degree, and you can look into this yourselves, don't take my word for it. You know, it's like, that's why I don't take my phone out with me every time. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't need it. You know what I mean? When have I had to emergency, call the, you know, whatever? Do you know what I mean? I've never had to do it. Do you know what I mean?
It's just a handy tool.
Never had to do it.
That's the thing, though.
Well, don't get habitual to it. Do you know what I mean? Just stop doing it habitually. Because every time you go out with that phone, it's tracking you. It knows whether you're walking, taking a push bike, a moped, driving a car, taking a taxi.
I know, but it's it though. This is what I
bus,
mean.
taking
It's
a
like,
train.
is it paranoia now, or is it? You know, if I
No,
remember once going into, I went into my local phone shop. Yeah, I went into my local phone shop and asked us, is our phone spying on us? Now, whether they know the answer or not, but the person just laughed at me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because either they don't know and they're dumb, right? Or they do know and they won't admit
They won't say it.
There's only two fucking answers to that question.
Yeah.
But there's a good reason why Google bring phones out, isn't it? Why do Google bring phones out? To gather data again, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the whole smart system. Smart isn't like it's like really clever and it's doing you a favour.
It definitely needs help.
What is the World Wide Web? Right, it's a web.
It's a World Wide Web of information.
What do you catch in a web? You catch people in a web. You catch spiders in a web. You catch flies in a web. What is the internet? It's a net. What do you catch in a net? Butterflies in a net? You catch
thing is, though, mate,
fish in a net?
If there wasn't an internet, I don't think I could live, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't be able to have this conversation without
exactly. It's like again, catch-22, isn't it?
Trust me, if we are using this, which everybody does, right? I can guarantee you 100% this is being tracked, traced, and taken down. And not taken down, but, you know, literally...
They're watching us now, mate.
Like a library, if you like.
If we could go back, this is a question I like to ask people. If we could go back, would we prefer if social media didn't exist? Like, for example, what I mean is when I was at school, I'm happy social media didn't exist. I'm happy. Even though I use it now and I love creating content, I'm glad we don't have social media. I'm glad we didn't have social media when I was at school. So if we could go back, would we have social media?
Personally,
I know. Stumped people there.
I got off about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I was quite active on Facebook, right? And then I realised it was just a fucking tracking system.
Yeah.
They were just tracking what you were saying, what you were doing, what photographs you were posting. And if you said something out of the ordinary, blah, 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 you know, this, that, and the other, then, you know.
Come on, man. Keep your opinions to yourself, buddy. Come on.
I signed out of it, and that was it. And I've never been back on Facebook since. Do you know what I mean? So...
I've never done Facebook.
Tommy, whoever you are, you fucktard. Press F1 if Luke is a wrong-un, right? If I'm a wrong-un, I've been standing up for your fundamental human rights since 2017. Don't come on here and tell me I'm a fucking wrong-un.
No, I think you fucking sound, mate. You can come round here and have a pint whenever you want.
I think the point with social media, though, is it's like my life is very different now to what it was back when I was growing up, like in the 80s. Like, you know, I didn't have mobile.
You're only like 20 odd, 30 years old, mate.
Who, me? Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
Well, you don't look very old. You still got, you know, dark hair.
Oh no, it's very grey, very grey.
Look at this fucker.
I've got good lighting. Yeah, no, but like I said, I grew up in the 80s and we didn't have mobile phones. You used to have 10p to go to the phone box, to ring your mate or ring your mum to tell her whatever, So I think it's good in one sense because we can't keep going backwards. Things have got to move on, like self-service checkouts and smartphones and the internet. I mean, look at the internet now. I mean, that's what we had when it first came out, dial-up and things like that. So yeah, obviously things have got to move on because otherwise you'd be going backwards. And yeah, I agree that it doesn't always keep you as safe, and there is a lot of data being swapped between massive organizations. But at the same time, I think you need that to be able to move on in life. Otherwise, like I said, you would just be going back in time, really.
The thing is,
I think that's the thing with the progressive.
If you could give your child a lifeline, i.e. a mobile phone, to dial an emergency number if they're in trouble, you'd do that.
Yeah.
And that never existed 10, 20 years ago. You've got to have 10 pence to put it in the phone box.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay, let's take this as an example. When I went to school every day, me and my mate used to walk to school. I used to walk to his house, meet him. His mum used to make us toast and a cup of tea, and then we used to walk to school together.
That sounds like
and the rule was you walk to school together and you walk home together. If anybody approaches you, right, you fucking either run away or you run back to the nearest house. Do you know what I mean? You don't engage with people that you don't know, right? It's as simple as that. Now you've got a situation where fast forward fucking 40 years and everybody can track and trace everything you say and do online, right? And all of a sudden that's not a problem. It is a fucking problem. Trust me, it's a fucking problem.
It is a problem. I don't want people fucking tracing everything that I do, but to say that, I don't care if somebody did trace me and track me every day for everything that I do on internet because I'm not doing anything wrong.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm going to say. If you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't care, really, should you?
Okay, let's address that question because a lot of people say this. I've gone online and I've not done anything wrong, right? Now, let me finish and then you can answer. Let me finish, you can answer, right?
No,
when
not
somebody
important.
said...
Hang on. Let me ask you a question first.
No, hang on. Let me finish my... Pat, can you take direction here? Because if I make I'm going to make a statement now that's going to blow your ass out of the fucking water, sunshine. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, if I make
1 minute, just give him 2 seconds. 1 minute.
Sexy, just chill out, mate.
Just right. If I make a statement online, right, then at which point does somebody fuck's sake.
Right, go on, Flo. Go on.
Shut up. Right. If I make a statement online, right, I say this police officer was an arsehole and he violated my rights, and I say that online, right? At which point does somebody who controls the internet turn around and say that wasn't a viable thing to say? Who decides what's viable on the internet or not?
Well, the owner of the
people that control the internet.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the point. And so, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there's certain things that I don't think there's anything you can and can't say, because if you can't say anything you want to say, then you have no right to freedom of speech, and they've already stripped you of your civil liberties.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the point. The point is that somebody comes back and says, oh, this person said this on an audit or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's just a police interaction Saturday night down the fucking pub or whatever, do you know what I mean? People start recording it on their phones, which they do, and we've seen them all over the internet. You know, at which point does somebody have the right to say you could say that and you couldn't say that?
Well, it's like with these videos. It's like these videos that we upload. I've noticed recently as well, and it's changing all the time with these videos. In the comment section, YouTube decides whether they delete a comment or whether they hold it for review. That should be the content creator's choice, shouldn't it? Not YouTube.
Exactly. Exactly.
It should be our decision whether we show a comment.
What they're fundamentally doing is taking away your right to freedom of speech. Right? Now, if you've got no right to freedom of speech, you've got no rights whatsoever.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. It's getting to a point where we can't say anything anymore, and that's wrong. That is wrong.
All right, let's take this as, and I know a lot of people
Luke,
get
just one sec,
about this.
Luke. Can we let Thingy talk here? Sexy.
Yeah, go
on. I wish he'd take that bloody thing off his head because he ain't sexy right now. Sexy. It's put that name on purpose on it, so I keep calling out his name.
Hello.
Oi, no bed.
Are you going to speak before I mute you again?
Spunkfish, come on.
Hello.
It's not fucking spunkfish.
He's downstairs.
What's he doing now?
No.
Are you going to say what you wanted to say?
He's ordering a takeaway.
Yeah, hang on. 2 seconds. Talking to me. Hang on.
Right, I'll mute you again then. Wait, I'll mute you again then. Right. Go on, sorry, Fluke. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of lost it there because.
I think the thing is as well, like, you've got to remember that when you sign up to something like YouTube, you've got to agree to the rules of what they've put in place. Essentially, it's their platform, isn't it? So you either agree to what they want you to do, and again, like the thing with YouTube, a lot of people don't realize they don't give a shit about little Doris's live stream that they've done, and they've got a bit upset and this, that, and the other. All they're interested in is can they sell advertising space on your content. That is purely it. It's all
money. I get it's true.
Money making. And also, conversely, and I agree with Optical on that because I've got a lot of time for Optical, and what we have to remember about this sort of thing is it's like saying you have a YouTube channel, even if it's monetized or whatever, right? Does it depend on the message you're trying to send to people? Do you know what I mean? Because if your message doesn't agree with the content, with YouTube, if YouTube doesn't like you expressing your Second Amendment rights to carry a gun, then they can violate your right to freedom of speech, right? Whereas, if YouTube, if you're doing a makeup tutorial, then you get massive exposure. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Or advertising a product or something.
I'm not a makeup artist, but well, by far, you can obviously see I'm not a makeup artist. But do you know what I mean? It's like you can monetize that channel, but you can't monetize a Second Amendment rights channel. So if you ride around or walk around with your AR-15 completely legally and you get violated by the police, they demonetize your channel. That's not fucking fair. And the reason it's not fair is because the companies themselves are inherently not fair. They don't give a shit about your rights. They give a shit about as long as what content you put out, right, is what they define as legal or what they define as acceptable. Then my channel wouldn't exist, Cat's channel wouldn't exist, Optical's wouldn't exist. Do you know what I mean? Because they would define it as you're expressing your rights to film in a public place, therefore we're going to delete your channel or we're not going to monetize your channel. That's the answer to that question. Sorry.
Thing is, YouTube is never. You can't say what you want to say.
Can I ask a more serious question, please?
Is it a serious question?
Oh, okay. What?
We've got Joseph in a little manger.
Go on then.
Oh. Go on.
Say what you're going to say.
Jam donuts.
Your own time.
Jammy donuts.
Get rid of the cream first or lick out the jam? What do you think?
Oh, for fuck's sake. What's this guy on?
Jammy donuts don't have cream in them, man. What are you on about?
Are you trying to be some sort of distractor? Because you do, you know what I mean?
We ain't very good at it.
I know.
Jammy donuts don't have cream in, mate. If you want cream
jam in.
Jam, you've got to have wagon wheels with jam.
right? I tell you what, you're as far away from being sexy as if you tried, right? You're as far away from being sexy if you tried, right? I think I'm slightly more sexier with my hat on than you
I think you're more sexy,
right?
Fluke.
I think you're
Definitely.
a fucking piece of shit. And you can stay on here as long as you want, and you can say whatever you want because that's your freedom of speech and freedom of expression. But you look like a cunt. You've acted like a cunt the whole fucking night. Okay, so go fuck yourself, right? Or fucking give me a fucking piece of fucking shit that I want to fucking talk about. You fucking prick. How's that? You fucking dick.
Jill. This is a nice, calm, chill place. Don't make me
And I
lose
was
my
really
shit.
calm and really chilled when I slagged him off.
Don't make me lose my shit. Honestly, you don't want to hear me lose my shit.
I'm going to get my black cap on in a minute.
No, in that case, then I apologise to Kat because I don't want her to lose her shit.
I'm a northern folk. We're northern folk. What you just said, you just
we're northern folk.
Fuck off, you fucking prick. He's too stressed.
People seem to be in agreements in the comments, though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to upset anybody, but you know.
You don't upset anyone, Kat. Just be your fucking self, love Christ.
I'm trying, but you're all driving me fucking mental, and I'm gonna lose my shit in a minute.
Come on, Dino. Where's
love? You say what you fucking want, Kat.
Come on, sexy. You've got something to say. Fucking say it. Let's hear your bullshit. Go on, say it.
This is why I need a woman on this panel sometimes, just to give a bit of more women touch, because I haven't got the power. Look at me over here.
You speak.
Go on, say it, sexy. Come on, sexy. Say it.
What do you think of
just
sexy,
asking you
Cat?
questions. Do you lick the jam or the cream out of the donuts first?
It's definitely got. I don't believe he is Spunkfish, but it's definitely got the characterism as Spunkfish.
He's actually a bit calmer than Spunkfish, to be
He
fair.
is a bit calmer. I'm not gonna lie. He is a bit calmer.
I can't understand that wallpaper though. I mean, that's fucking disgusting, isn't it?
What's a towel over his head? What is he worried about?
What's that
is
for,
that
mate?
your tinfoil hat, you fucking prick?
I'm taking piss, you daft.
Or is that your towel foil hit? Yeah, you fucking knobhead.
Well, why have you got a blue edge?
Mate, you've proved yourself to be a dick on this live stream. You've proved it to yourself. You've proved it to everybody else in the chat. You're a fucking knob, right? And this isn't a towel, you fucking idiot. It's a fucking hat. There's a big fucking difference, prickhead. Come on, let's have it, mate. I'll have it with you all fucking night, mate. I'll be here all fucking night.
Does anybody else want to join and come and have the two-piece thing? Come on, let's have 5 minutes of venting, shall we? Who else wants to come and vent?
Come on, sunshine. Come
Who
and have
else
it
wants
with
to come
me,
up and have a
'cause
vent?
You're gonna fucking lose, big time, big time.
Hey,
Try and have it out with me. I'll fucking blow you out the water.
So, sexy, can I try and understand something now? So, going back to what we were talking about earlier, do you? I take it you don't support auditors. That's something you don't do, yeah? You don't support auditors, and you don't.
That's what I'm still trying to work out.
Hey,
let's get to the bottom of that one.
Geezer's a fucking prick. It's as simple as that.
Hey, torpedo.
You're a prick. You've proved yourself to be a prick. You've advertised yourself as a prick. Your attitude is prick. You don't understand anything about the First Amendment. You don't understand anything about public photography. You proved yourself to be a prick for the last 2 fucking hours, sunshine. So carry on. Try and prove yourself.
Come on, Sparky. Come on. I bet you've got a two-piece to say.
You fucking degenerate fuck.
I will say you're going to have to be very careful if you let Sparky on, though.
Right.
Why? I don't think I've had Sparky on. I'm not sure if I've ever had Sparky on.
He's not been able to go live for like
Sparky's okay.
Weeks,
I like Sparky.
Yeah, I like Sparky, but I'm just saying he might have a lot of pent up anger. He's been off the tube.
I think we've all got pent up bloody anger. I think we've all got a bit of pent up anger. That's the problem.
Tell him to fuck off.
Sparky's okay. What's the way on?
He's okay.
See, there's a level in the good thing about these lives is we can come on. Fair enough. Let's keep. We don't have to argue. We don't have to. We can fall out in an adult, mature way, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? We can fall out in an adult, mature way. If that does make any sense, it doesn't have to turn into vile comments. We get that we might not like each other. We get that we might not agree with each other.
Hey, Cat, nobody's fault. I'm not falling out with nobody.
All good. I've got my black hat on now.
Come on, Sparky. If you want to come on and have a vent, why have you been a naughty boy? Yeah.
Sparky's a good bloke. I like
it. Sparky.
Cat. Oh, Catherine or whatever. Fantastic. I've been on with you now 5 hours. It's been lovely.
I'm still trying to understand you, though, to be fair. I am still trying to understand, do you like auditing or not?
Yeah,
you do sound a bit 50-50 on it.
Let's get to the bottom of that then. So what is it? Do you support auditing or do you not support auditing?
I support it.
As in knobhead in the bottom there.
That'll be the other knobhead.
Yeah.
You mean sexy spunkfish? Yeah. No, I don't support that cunt.
I want to know what he thinks of auditing. That's what I want to try and discover.
Yeah, and we've spoken about this before, so he's, sorry, Kat, I'm just going to pop off for a minute. I'm going to have a quick cigarette.
We didn't get to the bottom of it, though. We sort of brushed along, and then... So I just want to try and understand... Does he like it? Does he not like it? Does he support it?
You've got a bit more scared of me, not Fluke. Come on.
I think Sexy's out of it. He's not even fucking...
I think he's on his way to being drunk. See, this is why I don't drink. I wouldn't do a live stream bloody drunk because I would probably say stuff that I regret.
I don't do a live stream unless I'm drunk, I think.
Dino.
What's up? Sexy?
Yeah.
Yep, I've got a brew here, mate. There you go. Cheers, fella.
Come on, Tommy. Come on.
Cheers, fella.
We've heard this all before. We've gone over this. We know you might have your opinions, but come on.
That's all.
There's a lot. Trust me, there's a lot more worse people on this app than him.
We still know you're sponsors, though.
Anybody slagging you off the channel? Come on in. Come on, and show
exactly. Rumours.
I'm an ugly fucker.
This is what I was talking. If you want to quickly flick back to this live, if you can, this is what I was talking about. This is what I wanted to set the stream up about. It's quite easy to go on a live. I could come on here and say, do you know what, everyone? Optical bloody turkey is a big fat Welsh turkey. Don't listen to anything he has to say because he's a big knobhead. It doesn't make any sense. Are people going to believe what I say? It's a proper wrong'un. It's a proper. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Are people going to believe me?
I agree, Kat.
Just have a laugh, love. That's all it is. Just have a laugh.
We all have our opinions.
Like assholes, we all have an opinion.
You can have an opinion on people. That's the difference. But if somebody is a wrong'un and you want to go on a live stream, then come with facts and evidence, not just because you don't like somebody. There's a big difference.
Who does facts and evidence, Catwoman? Apart from anal people like Mr. Fluke, who's got them all wrote down. That was fucking brilliant, that.
He's a weirdo.
He's like, fucking, I've got them all wrote down. Just give me a minute. I've got them all wrote down here. Sparky's shack's good, though. I like Sparky.
He won't come on. Why is he not coming on? I want to say hello to him because I don't think he's ever been on one of my panels. I know he's been in the chat a few times, but I don't think he's been on one of my panels. I don't do panels too often, though.
Are you seeing his videos, though, Kat?
Where's Flo gone for a donut?
I might have. Do you know what it is, honestly? I can't keep up. There's so many people now that I can't keep up with everybody. I can't keep up with all these.
A load of little, like, shorts nowadays.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him doing a live thing for a while. The
Optical said he's just been put on the naughty step, so.
But some of his short stuff is funny, though. He did one earlier of, fucking hell, what was his name? Torbs. Yeah, Torbs. He did a video earlier.
I'll put link up. Is it coming on? It might be coming on.
I like Sparky. I'll talk to the bloke.
Yeah, go Sparks. Diamond geezer, you know what I mean? Sort it out, will you?
Sort it out, mate. Fucking hell.
All right, Treacle.
Up to.
All
right, Treacle. Come up. With cream.
So you're in. Are you in Bolton?
You lick the jam out or the cream first?
No, Blackburn.
Sorry, Blackburn. He were on earlier, weren't he?
Who?
Blackburn.
What am I? He hasn't come back.
Hello, Treacle.
Oh, is that Mr. Sparky?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Here he is.
Hello, Mr. Sparky.
What's your? I hear you've got a bit of venting to do since you're on the naughty step.
I've got no venting. Where'd you hear that?
No,
I don't know. Optical's just said you've not been live for a while, so you might have a bit of vent up.
I got a week's ban 3 weeks ago, and then I got a 2-week ban last Sunday, so under a week ago.
What anything Pacific? Anything Pacific?
No, man. The first week's ban was because I put up a comical video of guns, like guns misfiring, and no blood or gore. I got a strike for that for a week. My second strike, which I'm on now for 2 weeks, was a 4-month-old video I've had up 4 months, and basically it's a road rage where a geezer gets slapped and he gets knocked out, but just a slap. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. This is what I mean with these live streams. It's getting to a point where we are being suppressed, aren't we, about what we can say and what we can talk about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like I say in the comment section, YouTube are taking it upon themselves to delete comments, and it's not right. We as the content creators should be able to choose what we delete and what we, you know what I mean?
Well, if they carry on, they're going to shut themselves down if they go on like that, aren't they?
I know. We won't have this. With this, what we're doing now, we won't have it. You know what I mean? We won't be able to have the opportunity to do this, and it's not right.
Sparky's always been open.
Yeah, who is that dino in the tube?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello, mate. Good to meet you.
Fella. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Can I just add, Kat? I don't like the way Sexy has been bullied. All right.
Why has he been bullied?
Well, you know what Fluke's like when he lets go.
Oh, Fluke's just very stern. He's just very stern. He's an oldie goldie now, right, Fluke?
Sparky Shack.
Yeah, who's that? Who's that? Sexy.
Sparky Shack.
Yeah, how you doing, bro? You good?
Sexy, yeah.
Yeah, it feels weird calling you sexy, though, mate.
There's a debate going on whether it's spunkfish over here or not.
That's not spunkfish.
Thank you, Sparky. Finally.
He's lying to you, fella.
I've been saying this. I know that is not spunkfish.
No, I mean, fella.
How you, mate? You and the missus good, yeah?
Yeah, mate. All rosy here, buddy. Yeah, all good.
Oh, he's back now.
Been missing your content, mate. Been missing your lives.
Yeah, it just seems like I'm getting about. I don't know if it's because I'm quite a paranoid person. So, is it a case of someone's mass reported that second video?
I'll always watch your stuff anyway, Sparky.
It could be a bit of anything, couldn't it? You just never know with this social media. It's either like we were saying before, either the app itself are just shutting the truth down, don't want people talking about certain things, or like you say, it could be trolls. They'll report anything. They'll they disagree with something, they can report you, have your channel shut down.
Yeah, one more strike before March though, and that's my channel gone.
Bloody hell, it's bad, really, isn't
anyway,
it? It is bad.
Yeah,
we can't speak the truth, guys.
Back now. Just come back off the M25.
Well, what's to say though, Sparky? Would you not, if that were to happen, would you not just set up another channel and start again? Or, I mean, you can always use somebody else's channel, or I don't know how it all works now. It's a bloody ball ache, innit?
Listen, I'm going to say this, right, and hopefully Optical don't laugh. I don't know if I'm just bored of it now. I don't know if I'm just bored of fucking live panel drama. And I'm not really one for small talk. So without the drama, I doubt I could fucking do a panel.
See, that's a bit 50-50, isn't it? So you don't want you're sick of the drama, but on the other hand, you don't want the smoke. Because I see myself as a little bit in between. Drama is good to a certain extent. It really, I mean, it's good to have a little bit of, touchy going like we've just had. We can have a giggle, but it's when people start screaming over each other and getting personal and calling each other nasty names, and do you know what I mean? You can't, I mean, it gets out of hand sometimes. That's why a lot of people, the cesspit seems to be doing really well. Do you know what I mean? But I won't go. I've never been over there. I've seen it. They're obviously doing something right, but I don't know. It's not me. It's not who I am. I'd rather have this. Just have a laugh, have giggle, get people on where we can find a common ground. You know what I mean?
I've been in cesspit sometimes just to try and upset fucking people.
But
it's not worked. I'm still here.
Not the problem, but I think the biggest issue is drama sells, and we all know that. That's why people watch soaps, because it's drama.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what I've personally found, I just find it wears me out. I'm just it just drains you, because it's
taking the joy away from what this was started up to be. It's taking the joy away.
Like Sparky, you open up a channel, you've got all these live people, and a lot of them are just, some of them are supporters and normal people, a bit like Catwoman and a bit like Fluke, but some of them are just complete and utter cunts. And they just want to rip you apart, mate, and they'll just keep going and going and going. And I know Sparky's a good lad. I mean, I've seen his videos. You get to know someone's sort of attitude to life and what they think is funny and stuff like that. And I go and watch his videos. I like it.
I think Nobed wants the toilet.
Excuse me, do you mean sexy?
Yes.
I'm not calling him
sexy.
that.
What have you got to say? At least he's being good now. He's putting his hand up because he wants to talk, or is he?
Yeah. Can I say hello to Fluke? Fluke, how you doing, bruv? You good?
Yeah, I'm okay, mate. I'm okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good to hear, mate. I ain't seen you about for fucking ages, bruv.
Yeah, I know. It's just there's a multitude of things that's going on. Maybe the majority of it's like health reasons. So that's
Could be here half an hour now.
But I've been doing the live streams with regards to the so-called health.
Yeah. Long as you're good, mate. Long as you're good.
I'm good. I'd like to call out somebody in the chat though, because there's this bloke called Tommy.
Yeah, just leave it, Fluke.
Angela
Just leave it.
Months ago.
I know.
Go
just
on.
leave it.
How did you destroy me months ago? Yeah,
Come on. This is what I'm talking about, because there's no point opening that can of worms, because we know where it'll end. So we might as well just nip it in the bud before it gets there.
Full of shit. They're full of shit, these people. Absolutely full of shit. They've got no fucking concept of what's going on. They've got no fucking evidence to back up anything they've got to say. They're a bunch of liars, and they come on again.
All I will say, Tommy, is me and Angela have spoken off stream, and we've spoke about Flute Dog off stream, and we've come to an agreement about it. So I know how Angela feels, and she's okay with how I feel. So. And this is what I mean. Again, it's all she says, he says, because this person doesn't like this person. I'm not going to like this person. This person doesn't support this person, so I'm not allowed to support that person.
I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm just going to shut the fuck up.
Angela?
I mean, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Go ahead, sexy.
Go on. I don't think he wants to talk, does he? It's just being distracting.
Just being
Is he doing fucking song language or something?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realise Fluke shut the fuck up.
Does that mean
you start to get a word in edgeways when Fluke's talking?
Oh, and
someone who talks more than me.
Oh, hey.
Anyway, listen, guys, I'm gonna love you and leave you all.
Oh, you're leaving me, Turkey. Don't go.
I gotta
Don't go.
Make food. I haven't had no food yet, so I'm gonna go.
And now the end is near.
And I can
It's time to face the
Enjoyed you being on my panel
final
again. I thought you was avoiding my panels.
No,
You know.
Kat, I haven't been on anybody's panel. I don't do panels anymore. So I just find it a lot easier.
Well, this is one reason I want to let people can we put our grudges aside and just get back to the way it was? Put your differences aside, and can we just find common ground and enjoy these live streams for what they were back in the early days?
Yes.
Yeah, we can all hope for that, but I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Well, it will here. Even if you come here, I'll do more of these StreamYards if we can do this here.
I'd like to say to Optical is thanks for coming on, mate, because it's a breath of fresh air, mate. And
He is a breath of fresh air.
Sensible.
There she is. Good evening, Treacle.
You're mentally fucking compass mentis. You know what you're talking about.
He's got a good channel. Everyone go and subscribe to Optical, honestly. He's got a good channel.
I'm subscribed to Optical, and he's a good bloke, and long may he prevail. That's the way I see it.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys. And like I said, Cat, Fluke, Dino, Sparky, Knobhead as well. I hope you all have a brilliant Christmas.
You too, buddy.
I am going to try and start doing some live streams on a weekly or whatever in the new year. So
yes, please do.
Turn things around a little bit, hopefully, and we'll all crack on and have a successful 2023. So
take care.
Merry Christmas, Optical.
Bye-bye.
I take it easy. See you later, guys. Have a good stream, Cat.
Oh, legend.
Yes.
Legend.
Nice, that.
See, he's a legend.
I hope I get an exit speech from Fluke like that when I leave the panel.
You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere, Sparky, now. You're here for good.
Yeah, Kat, how you been anyway? How you been?
Yeah, not so bad. I'm saying really, again, a bit up and down with this social media malarkey. You know what I mean? It's a tough slog. It's not easy. People don't realise how hard social media actually is. Again, I think it's different being a content creator to being an actual viewer. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
A big difference.
Do you know what, Kat? Lately, I've been thinking a year ago-ish, I wished I never stepped out of the chat.
It's a big difference, isn't it? Because it's like it takes that enjoyment. Even before I started auditing, just as a viewer, I definitely think I enjoyed it more as a viewer than as soon as you start doing it yourself. It puts a different stance on it when you start doing it yourself.
Yeah. I
It
don't know
really
what's
does.
happened on this ban. It's crazy, yeah, because my subs, right, in the last 6 days have gone up by 100, and I'm on a ban.
Well, there you go then. It's weird,
isn't it? I don't get
It's
it.
weird.
You're doing something right, Sparky, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's
Weird.
crazy.
I like your stuff, mate.
See, I feel like I feel like with my channel, I'm at a stalemate now. I think I've hit a point where I honestly don't think I'm going to get any bigger than what I am now. So, which, it doesn't, that's what I mean. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. I kind of wish in a way I did, because I personally believe what I do is good. I'm not, trying to big myself. I genuinely think my content's pretty good. You know what I mean?
Viewers are your viewers because of what you are and how you are. Simple as that.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean?
Everybody else, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you walk down the street in middle of the day and, I don't know, smack a cracky in the fucking face. Well, it's going to get viewers, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
You're not that sort of person, girl.
Sexy, is that your resignation?
Nah. She's not
We can't see it, mate. Hold it closer.
I like the stuff that Kat does also. Watch it. Simple as that. Fucking hell.
What does people think on my reaction videos then? How are you finding my reaction videos?
Who are you talking to, Kat?
Anybody, everyone.
I haven't seen one, to be fair.
Oh, right, I'm blocking you now. Get lost. How dare you? Go away.
Yeah,
You can't be
Tommy,
here if you've
bro.
not watched it. Go away. Go watch some of my stuff and then come back and tell me what you think.
Are you mad? I'm going to bed in a bit.
Well, tough shit. You got to go watch some. You got to go and catch up on my channel. You can't be here and not have an opinion on my channel.
As long as I've got a good opinion of you, that's all that matters. Surely.
Fair enough.
You see that?
Yeah, I would like to know what people think of my reaction. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while, but I've just been kind of thinking how to go about doing it. And I know I'm gonna get some of the odd few idiots saying, "Oh, I'm just doing it just to," you know what I mean? Chase
are they
views
reaction
and whatnot.
videos to other auditors?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Come on, Sunshine, bring it on, Sunshine, sexy, bring it on.
Have you watched any, Fluke? Have you watched any?
Yeah, I have watched them. Yeah.
You don't sound all that keen.
Are you something with some loose on?
I've watched them in the sense that, you know, like you say, they're reaction videos, and it's like any
just
video.
stating the obvious, isn't it? Really, stating the obvious.
Well, yeah, you can like I could do a video about, I don't know, the police or something, and watch your reaction to this. And
whoa, sexy, that's a bit insulting, isn't it? Eh? Come on.
What some people react in a positive manner, some people react in a negative manner, and you know that's purely psychological. So
yeah,
so that it. You know, you can put those videos up, and I'm not saying you can't put those videos up. What I'm saying is that the amount of reaction you get is purely psychological because it's not physiological.
I'm guessing I'd probably do better if I found an audit and then I spent the entire reaction sort of like what the trial. If I sort of slagged that auditor off and said, "This is where it went wrong. This is what I did," I'd probably get more views on that, wouldn't I?
No, yeah, I just think that in the grand scheme of things, it's like it's not about. I've reviewed some audits. Do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I've done reviews of audits, but I've never slagged off the auditor per se.
Yeah.
But maybe the way they could have handled it would have been better, or the way the police could have handled it would have been better. Do you know what I mean? It was kind of like that. And the reason I do it like that, and I haven't done many of them, but the reason I do it like that is to show people there's two sides to every story. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, could the auditor have done better? Could the police have done better?
Yeah,
could
get
the
it.
security guards done better? Do you know what I mean? It's more objective rather than subjective, if you like.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I could give that a try.
Have you ever seen
Kat, can I interrupt? I've got to jump off now, my love, but thanks for letting me on.
Oh, thank you for coming on. Thank you. Have a good Christmas, Sparky.
Good to see you, Sparky.
And you, sweetheart. Fluke, Dino, have a good Christmas.
Mate. You have a good Crimbo, mate.
Right, go on, Dino. What were you saying, buddy?
Have you ever seen Focus Pocus?
Yeah, Focus. It's not. He doesn't upload that much, but he's awesome, isn't he? Yeah.
No, but he's fucking brilliant.
He's good at what he does. He's another good one.
If there was ever going to be number one auditor, I know AB does a lot of stuff, blah blah blah. But if
Focus is up there as well. Yeah,
doing a lot more stuff, I would put him above AB, to be honest.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think if he did do more stuff, I think that's one reason why I like Focus Pocus, because he's not one of them that's quite there in your face as well. Like he's quite like it's surprised. As soon as I see one of his videos come out, I'm watching it straight away.
Yeah, it's not
very rarely.
Whatsoever,
do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a shame he doesn't upload more.
But I love it.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Focus Pocus because I've been in contact with him as well, and he's like
you know, he's very arranged in the way that he does things. He's very focused on.
Yeah.
I use the word focus because that was his name.
Focus, yeah.
But he's very focused on what he wants to say, you know, and the way he talks to people.
Articulate, very articulate.
Yeah, he's very articulate.
It's like Reggie Forto as well. Reggie Forto's another one he knows exactly what to say and how to say it. And I must admit, I'll audit myself and say, when I do audits, I stumble over my work. I kind of, sometimes I do think, when people say, oh, it's scripted and all that smart, sometimes I do think to myself, you know what, when I get asked this question, if I get asked this question, I'm going to fire back this at him. But when you're in that moment, everything just goes out the window. Do you know what I mean? And you can't. And I must admit, I sort of do trip myself up, and I do get mad when I'm watching it. Yeah, when I'm watching my videos back, I get mad with myself because I know I get cross and I know I trip myself up, and I know I kind of wish I was as psyche as Reggie Forto. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not. I'm not that person. Do you know what I mean? So
I think that's a good point actually that you make, because it's very difficult. Like, I could sit here before I go on an audit and say, right, this is what I'm going to say, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to. Do you know what I mean? But when you get on it, you know, it's completely different because when you have security guards or police saying this, that, and the other, you know, it completely changes your perspective. And you have to sort of adjust what you're going to say based on what they are saying.
You know? And that's why it's not scripted. This is what I mean. Anyone who believes it's scripted, this is what I mean. You can, whereas, you know, when you watch people like Reggie Forto and whatnot, and they come back with the comment, you do kind of feel like, do you know what, this is something from a TV, you know what I mean? It kind of almost like they've planned this out in their head for ages, but it's not. It's just that they're just quick-witted, quick on the feet, whereas I'm not. So,
do you know what I like about auditors though as well? Is because we get actual real news from people.
It's real life. It's real life stuff.
Rather than watching like BBC or ITV.
Made up rubbish. Yeah.
Because it's all fucking scripted.
Yeah, exactly. That is scripted. That is edited. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bollocks. And
exactly.
That's why sometimes I'd rather watch like Charlie Veach with fucking crackheads on fucking street. Yeah, sometimes it goes on about what do you call it? Philosophy. It's like, fuck me, I'll turn it off now. Can't be doing with that.
No, it's true. It's true. And TV now, I honest to God, TV now is boring.
I'd rather watch real life.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be honest with you, going back to what we were talking about before about vlog, that's why I kind of like watching vloggers, because vloggers, it's just a typical family going about the business, vlogging the life. Some are better than others, some are more boring than others, but it's real life. It's not made up. All right, again, yes, you could say a lot of channels, there's a lot of editing that does go into it. Yeah, there is that and whatnot, but it's still, like you say, it's still real life. It's still, you know.
Well, it's more recent than recent fucking news.
And it's true. It's not scripted. It's not like the news, and it's not like we're telling you what you want to hear. This is what's going on. This is what's happening.
I don't watch real-time TV, to be honest with you. Never do.
And when people say stuff like this,
I'm afraid that Sexy has just proved himself to be.
So what if we're making money from it? When you get idiots like this coming in, putting comments like this, so what?
Ground, rolling your hand all over the place. You're a fucking idiot, mate.
Who cares if we're making money from it? So what? What does that matter if we're making money from it? Who cares?
But the thing is, if people are putting out real content that is like live on YouTube, I'd rather watch that than the news and pay a fucking TV license.
No, exactly. Exactly. And like some people as well prefer these. I'm not a massive fan of these lives, if I'm honest. I can't really sit. I do now and again, and some I do. It depends what's being said, who's on there. But I don't really. I prefer to watch content over live streams. Whereas it feels like today a lot of people enjoy these lives over content as well. Do you know what I mean? So
I prefer lives a bit like this. Yeah. It depends.
But that's what I mean.
Again,
But as a content creator, that affects me because it feels like I say, I'm being pushed further down the ladder Do you know what I mean? Because people are doing lives or more interesting stuff. They're getting bigger views than what I'm getting. Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah, but you know, they do what they do, though, Kat. You're a different person to them.
No, I get it. I get it. It's just hard. It's just hard.
I'm never going to be a fucking athlete. I'd love to be one, but I'm never going to be a fucking athlete.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, love? It's a bit like fucking sexist. I mean, well, fucking hell, God help him.
I'll tell you what. Come on, sexy. Bring it on.
Come on, man. You've not hardly said out all night. You've just been, come on. What? Come on.
Oh, what have you got to say, mate? What have you got to bring to the table? Because you've got nothing to bring to the table.
We've got a couple of candles and some tea causes if you want.
Well, here's something for your table. There you go, sunshine. How's that? Yeah, because you're a cunt. You've always been a cunt. You always will be a cunt.
Come on, Fluke. Come on, man.
You said bring something to the table.
And you actually, on this live stream, you've proved yourself to be a cunt. Okay? Because you've done nothing to further the cause. You've done nothing but degenerate the cause. You've done nothing to fucking promote fucking civil rights in this country. And you've done everything to denigrate fucking civil rights in this country. You've proved yourself to be a cunt. That's all you've done, right? And if you want to prove me wrong, prove me wrong.
I can't prove you wrong. I am a cunt. There you go. You're right.
Thank you very much. Good night. God bless.
It's a bit silly though when you want to, you know what I mean. This is the problem. Like with these lives, right? This is where, you know what I mean. I think going back a couple of years, when you've got your auditors, you've got your content creators, and then you've got your viewers. And then when obviously this StreamYard all started up, and then the viewers started jumping on board, the two started mixing. So it sort of started I think that's where it started getting messy, because it's different being a content creator to being a viewer. You know what I mean? And then you've got your sensible viewers like Dino, and then you've got ones who are a bit of a nuisance like this.
I think you make a very good point, Kat, because at the end of the day,
at least we can have a laugh.
I've been doing this for like fucking 5 years. Do you know what I mean? And I've been doing this before fucking so-called sexy has even had a fucking YouTube channel. So don't even fucking get involved with me, sunshine, because I'll rip you a new one, right? So if you want to get on these channels and get on these live streams and you've got an opinion, I bet you a tenner to a pound, right? You better make your fucking perspective clear and absolute before you get on these channels, because you're making yourself look like an idiot. That's what you're doing, right? And if
but at the same token, it's like going back to people like that auditor. Do you know what I mean?
Honestly, if he wants to carry on making himself look like an idiot, then please carry on, sunshine.
Yeah. I mean, he's here, and it's like when people like auditor come on the channel. You know what I mean? To be fair, without him even showing his face, I actually pretty like auditor. I don't know why. There's something about him where I always, do you know what I mean? I welcome him on. He says the same boring shit every time, but there's something edgy about him. I don't know what it is, and you know what I mean. I've said this from the start. So
I'm sorry, but to be honest with you, Kat, I'd have to call auditor out as a complete cunt.
I know what you're saying, but I kind of, there's something, whether he's like an ex-copper or he's just a failed auditor or something, there's something that I can't quite put my finger on with him, you know what I mean?
He's probably Intel, do you know what I mean?
But why not just be honest though, Kat?
But this is, see, I said this, were you not there, Dino, when I said this on Dino's live? Fluke, you missed this. So obviously talking about the government, right? Obviously I don't want to go down the rabbit hole because I know where it goes. If the world is like, these flat earthers, if the people who believe the world's flat, if the world is flat, why can't the government just come out and just say, yeah, it's flat? What is the big secret? Why can't they just come out and tell us and come out and just...
If the world is flat, I'll buy them an airline ticket to go to wherever they want, where they think the earth drops off, and just see them fall off the edge of the earth.
Right.
With the government, why can't they just come out and just say it? What?
Right, okay.
Either they're lying to us, or they're hiding things from us, or
you,
they just don't want to tell us.
I'll answer that for you, Kat. Right? It doesn't matter, right? Because whether the Earth is round or flat or a triangle or a square,
yeah, I've said this. It doesn't matter.
Right?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right? The point is the people that are in charge of the financial system, they're the ones you need to keep an eye on. Because they're the ones who are lying to you. They're the ones controlling the system. They're the ones that are fucking bullshitting their way through. And I said to a friend of mine, and he said to me the same question, which was, sorry, I got hiccups.
Take time, fella.
So a friend of mine said to me,
oh, did he? All right, fair enough.
Shut up, fuckface.
You've
got nothing to say when you've got nothing to say, right? So just shut up, you fucking prick, right? So my mate said to me, what would the parameters make if the government said,
look,
the Earth is square, the Earth is round, the Earth is flat, the Earth is this, the Earth is that. It's irrelevant, because if the fucking monetary system stays the same, right, it doesn't matter if the Earth is a triangle or if it's square or if it's flat or if it doesn't matter, because the monetary system
I don't think it matters.
itself
I don't think it matters.
change.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't. I don't think it matters. I just think with the government, I kind of just think, what is the big secret? There's obviously something they're keeping from us, they're hiding from us. Do you know what I mean? I just kind of feel like, I must admit, personally, I wouldn't like to be in that position myself. I wouldn't like to have to make that decision of, they'd be damned if they do, they'd be damned if they came on TV tomorrow and said, look, right, this is what's been going on. The world is going to come to an end in about a month's time. Or there's going to be this. Would we believe them, or would it cause mass panic? Or do you know what I mean? It's kind of like I think there is a reason why they don't tell us everything. So it's kind of like they disguise the truth with lies. And is that a good thing, or is that a bad thing?
That's the whole point of it. Is if they had something to hide, they would hide it. And if they had some truth to tell, they ain't going to tell the truth. Do you know what I mean? Because they've got something to hide in the first place, right? Because that's the whole point, right?
I don't think we're alone in the universe.
Fucking pieces of paper up on the fucking video because you look like a cunt. Okay, so either just say what you want to say or keep acting like a wank stain. Okay. That's up to you, sunshine. Because nobody can read what you've got to say. They can only
tell us what they know, and they don't know everything.
Off to toilet. Oh, you can't even spell toilet, you
Luke,
fucking
come on,
prick.
just leave him. Just leave him, man. Just leave him.
There you go.
There
you go. While you're in the toilet, stick that up your fucking arsehole.
Give him some Lego bricks to play
with.
You're a fucking prick.
He'll be quite
just
happy
go
then.
fuck yourself. Do you know what I mean? You're a fucking prick.
Luke, I know one thing for sure. You need to get back out on them bloody audits again. Go let some of this
I will do.
out
I will do. Trust me, I will
your ass back in the new year. I want to see you back out making good content again.
I'll tell you what, I'll do another video based on this fucking prick here on the fucking on the channel going.
Where are you based, Fluke?
Near Gatwick Airport.
This
is the woman. Okay, this is a guy that called Tommy in the comments section who says Flukes are wrongin' and ask Angela a fluke dog. Apparently, Angela has exposed me
No, listen, let's not talk about people who aren't here.
There
Obviously,
you go,
what it
Angela.
was.
There you go, Tommy.
Fluke, sit down a bit, because it was what happened on a panel once when Angela was on. So you was on a panel with Angela once, but I'm not going over that again. So.
Well,
I
don't
know
remember
Angela,
that,
but
so I'll retract that statement.
I think Fluke's a pretty decent guy, I reckon, to be honest.
Yes, I think I've said this before. The problem with Fluke is he's just very misunderstood by a lot of people, and that's the problem.
Do you know what I want written on my tombstone? Misunderstood.
What? I don't want a tombstone. Do you know what I mean? This is the thing when it comes to die. I'm not bothered about being. Do you know what I mean? Be made a foot off when you die. When you die, you die. Do you know what I mean? Why spend all the money on a bloody tombstone and a coffin and all that lot? Do you know what I mean? Why spend loads of money on a flipping funeral?
About having a funeral and paying for this funeral in advance. What happens to the people that haven't got anywhere, any family or anything?
Exactly.
What happens to them, Kat?
All right, I'll give you an explanation to what I think, right? I was one of the very first auditors in the UK, right? And I'm not saying that as some sort of badge of, you
started as a photographer. I put you down as a photographer, but it doesn't matter.
Just a decent person.
So if you want to call me an auditor, that's fine. You know,
I've got the biggest penis in the world ever, mate. You know, I'm not going to brag.
You know, I don't have a problem with that. Do you know what I mean? But
I don't want to know, thank you.
But the point was, the point I was trying to make was the fact that I have every right to do what I do.
Yeah. That's it.
Right?
Exactly.
And you can't strip me of those rights. And if you do strip me of those rights, then you, whether you're a police officer or a security guard, are literally violating my rights.
Or the fucking Queen. It doesn't matter, mate. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. So that's the whole point, right? And it was never about anything else, because I've been a photographer since I was 14 years old, right? So this is predating, you know, YouTube and auditing and all the rest of it.
Internet
it predates all of that, right? I was doing this shit as a 14-year-old kid, right? And nobody harassed me about taking photographs, right? Nobody. Only since 2001, 2005, everybody starts fucking harassing me about taking pictures.
Right? It's mad, isn't it? It's kind of mad.
Even though there's more cameras and CCTV.
And I've already spoken about cameras and CCTV. I've done it time and time again on live stream after live stream after live stream. I'm getting bored of fucking doing it. And this fucking piece of shit down here.
The next thing that could be good for an auditor is having facial recognition.
Come on, sexy. Come on, sexy. Let's have a debate. Let's have a debate, Sunshine.
For an auditor.
Come on, let's have a debate, Sunshine.
Well, we've got it, haven't we? They know what we look like. Even the ones that do cover their face up, they know what they look like.
Am I covering my face up now?
Yeah.
Have I covered my face up on YouTube?
I'm going to start doing that.
No, I'm.
But again, it's a choice, isn't it? If people want to cover their face up, then that's up to them.
Live
do you know what I mean?
I've done fucking audits where I've never covered my fucking face. I've exposed my face. So come on, sexy. Let's get it back to the fucking. Come on, sexy. Come on, sexy. Bring it on, Sunshine. Because you've got fuck all. You've got fuck all. You got.
You know what? I'm pissed off right now. My phone's on charging. It's not frigging charging. Why am I wasting money trying to charge my phone and it's not frigging charging?
Put it by the window. It will charge
it's not
quicker.
Fucking charge. It's plugged in, and it's not pissing charging.
Take it out and put it back in.
I
know that sounds a bit rude. But...
Put it by the window because it will charge quicker. Because it's
What's
using
putting
your
it by the window, do? I'm next to the window. That doesn't charge your phone. It's not charging.
No, it does because your phone's using an internet connection. So if you put it next to the window,
it will get a quicker internet connection and it will
No,
charge.
it's not my
Here we
internet. I
go.
mean my battery. My battery.
What's he fucking saying now?
What are
It's
you
not
doing
charging.
putting up this
Oh, there
shit
you go.
on your fucking sexy? What are you fucking doing with this shit? What are you trying to prove?
You're not muted anymore, you know. You can talk. He doesn't even realise when he's muted and when he's unmuted.
What are you trying to prove, you fuck knuckle? You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're proving yourself to be. I've recorded all of this shit on my laptop. You proving yourself to be a fucking
you
idiot.
have been. Go on. Well, we can't see rest of it yet, mate. You have been fantastic. I can't read that.
Why don't you just speak?
Fucking hell, mate.
The geezer's a fucking idiot. The geezer's a fuck. Why can't you just say what you want to say? Why do you have to fucking...
torn here because I've got Tommy you I like in the chat. Having a go at Fluke. So I'm going to fall out with you, Tommy, if you don't pack it in. You know what I mean? See, this is what I'm saying. I'm torn because it's like, I don't like him, so you shouldn't like him.
What does Delius mean, you fucking idiot? It's not even a fucking word. You fucking prick.
Shall I just let it all loose ends and just think all of you are complete knobheads? You're doing all my frigging head in. Let's just cause a big fucking argument to get everybody in here. Let's just turn into the cesspit, shall we? Come on. Anybody want to come on and have a pop at anyone? Come on, get your ass on here. Let's lay it out on the frigging line.
But this is the thing.
I want you to tell
Cat,
fuck off,
me,
Cat.
and Dino.
That's
At
what I
least
want.
we
I
can
want
have a
Cat to
sensible
fucking
conversation.
Yeah, we won't anymore if it carries on.
This bloke, Sexy, whatever his name is
I'm
a
gonna cry.
fucking idiot.
He's out of there.
Absolute fucking idiot. Because if you had any fucking brains, mate, you would come on this panel and fucking express yourself. And I would absolutely fucking,
Cat, you're fucking
accept the
brilliant,
fact that you had the right to express
Honestly.
yourself. But you turn up like a fucking prick,
Be yourself.
putting up bullshit on little bits of paper like you're fucking pussy. You go fuck yourself.
Hold on.
Go fuck yourself.
Chill, Fluke. Chill, Fluke.
Hold on.
Go on then. What are you going to say then? Come on, say it. Say it.
Hold on a minute.
Say it.
Just hold
Say
on a minute.
it, sexy. Come on, say it, sunshine.
Just hold on a second, fella.
Who's going to come on and help? Who's going to be the distractor? Who's going to come on and help me?
Come on, sexy. Say it. Say it. I'm waiting.
Because these two are just going at it. If you
come on, sexy. Say it. Say it.
Just
say
turn
it
off, love.
Say
I know. I'm going to in a minute. I'm going to kick them both out in a minute.
Yeah,
I might kick them both out.
Just turn it off, girl.
Wanker.
I think you do what you
say
need
it.
to do.
Come on,
girl.
sexy. Say
Well,
it.
somebody else needs to come back. I'm going to remove you. You're gone. Fluke, I'm going to email you in a bit. You need to go and chill out and bring out more content. I'm going to email you. See you later.
Chill out.
Take a chill pill. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. You're both on the naughty step. Tommy, you're on the naughty step as well. Tommy, you're putting you on the naughty step.
You can kick me out all you want. Don't
No, you've been good.
Love.
You've
Don't
been
get
good.
Upset.
See, this is what I mean. I kind of want to be like, yeah, you know what, you're a fucking wanker. You this, you that, but that's just, do you know what I mean? It's not me. It'd be quite easy to do, but
no, it's not you, love. It's not you at all. Just don't.
Like, this is what I mean. The cesspit obviously are doing something right because they get 400, 500 people in. You know what I mean? So, do you know what I'm saying? It'd be quite easy to do it, but on the other hand, it's like that's just not what this should be about.
No, I'm fucking crying here, love.
You're crying? Don't take my tears away from me. Honestly.
It's just wrong, though. Fucking hell. What's the problem? I don't understand.
I know, I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Chat, having a fucking laugh, and okay, some people are fucking knobheads, blah blah blah. Just Move on. Have a laugh.
This is, if you're still watching, buddy, honestly, this is why people struggle to bring you on panels. You know what I mean? It is a little, I get what, you know what I mean? Totally on your side, buddy, but do you know what I mean? I understand why. People, it's just hard because people are misunderstood. Do you know what I mean? And it's hard when you're misunderstood.
I think the last thing I want to see is you getting upset.
I know. It's just hard. I'm not upset, but it's just hard. It's just like, I'm only little over here. I'm not like all you men. I might pretend I've got bigger balls than some of you. And sometimes I do, but sometimes I'm just like, I'm little old pussycat in the corner while everybody's screaming at each other. And I'm like this small voice trying to scream out and say, why can't we just all have a fun live stream? And it isn't working.
You got a bigger set of bollocks than some men, love. Trust me.
I know. Take these all on, honestly. We'll take these all on. I might end it soon. What time are we at? Is it fucking 11:15? Bloody hell.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I would just say, Kat, if you've had enough, just cut it off, love. Just cut it off.
I know. Don't justify yourself to other people. Yeah.
No, but don't fucking hurt yourself either.
Yeah.
I could see you getting upset, and there's no need for it.
I can't. Do you know what I mean? I can't. It's fun. I get it. I see the attraction. I see it's fun to some degree, but then on the other hand, it's just like. Do you know what? It's like with Tommy in the chat. It's hard because it's like I see where he's coming from, but then I see where Fluke's coming from, and I don't want to take sides, but I don't want to fall out with anyone. Do you know what I mean?
And it's trying to keep everyone fucking happy.
Yeah, and it's like this is what I was saying before about, you know what I mean? I support who I support. You support who you support. I'm not going to sit here and say, right, because you don't like him, I'm not going to sit here and please you and say, well, I don't like him either.
I'm just going to shut my mouth. But the thing is, I don't like.
Then you go bottling it up. Then do you know? This is why I don't do these stream lives. You know what I mean? Because I feel like, you know what I mean. Or I don't jump on other people's stream lives because you bottle stuff up. Either I haven't really got anything to say. I haven't got an input in the conversation. Or then when you say something, you say something wrong, or say something to upset someone, or say something stupid.
But people like to see what you say, Kat. That's why you've got people that follow you. Simple thing, really.
Stop apologising. Just. Like, this isn't the room. We know this. This isn't the room. I get where you're coming from, Tommy. I do, but you know what I mean. I think you have got him wrong, but again, that's just my opinion.
I don't know, Tommy. To be honest, don't know him.
I know where it's come from. I know where it stems from, and this is the thing. I think it's by association with some people as well, which I think, you know what I mean, and. That's sometimes, this is what I'm saying. Again, I've gone out on audits with different people, and when I've gone out on audits, after that audit, I get messages like, oh, he's a wrong and cat, oh, he's this, oh, he's that, oh, be careful of that one.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, it's either because to some degree, I like socialising, but it's getting to the point where it's so much easier just to keep myself to myself. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oz is all that keeps me happy. Do you know what I mean? I don't need people.
There's always someone fucking bitching and backstabbing.
Exactly.
But it's just trying to find out people that are just normal people, should I say? And just, I don't know, linked to your way that you think.
Yeah. But again, obviously, you've all, like Tommy, you're a mod. You're a mod for a reason. You're from my neck of the woods. Again, let's boil it down. Let's put our personal feelings about people aside. Like people like Flo. Fair enough, if you don't like someone, fine. But we're all here because we've all come together for one reason only, and that's auditing and public photography and standing
just
up.
Having a chat, you know what I mean? Talk about it.
So despite whether you dislike somebody who's on the panel, just focus on the things you do have in common. You know what I mean? You don't have to agree with everything he says. And some people have just got different ways of putting things, haven't they? Some people are just more stern than other people. Other people are a bit more blunt. Like, even like with the comments, people are just a little bit more blunt than others. They say it how it is. Other people are a little bit more cautious. You know what I mean?
How can you see comments, Kat?
I've got the chat open under the screen.
I haven't got. Where's chat?
Are you on a laptop or a phone?
Tablet.
Are you on tablet? Should be there. Comments.
No,
should be able to. You can't always. Sometimes it's like it is hard to. Oh, he's gone. He's just kicked himself. I think he's trying to figure out, and he's just kicked himself. Yeah. No, there's no need to apologise, Tommy. Honestly, I get it. I understand it, but yeah, it's just not nice. You know what I mean? Fluke were one of the very first people to support me in this community. Do you know what I mean? He was one of the very first people who, you know, out of everyone, to sub to my channel, to give me advice. Do you know what I mean? So, and I know things that have been said and whatnot, but look. So, listen. If does anybody else want to come on and have one last say with anything before I turn off? Do you know what I mean? Does anybody want to come on? Or, because obviously it's getting late, I'm going to end it soon anyway. It's been good. Do you know what I mean? I do get worried about doing these panels. I really do, like with everything, with porn bombers. But I have great people in the chat. I always do. Do you know what I mean? You all, in my opinion, all of you are ace. Even the trolls, do you know what I mean? Even the people that come in who disagree with auditing, you know what I mean? 24 hours. I don't think I can keep going for 24 hours. I've done it before. It's bloody hard work. I'm not gonna stay on for 24 hours by myself. If we can get a decent panel going and get it, you know, carry on the conversation. Kicked off, but I'll always hear you. Thank you, Dino. Thank you. You can come back on if you want. I'm just seeing if anyone else wants to come back on. If anyone else, if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, I'm going to end it because I'm not going to just sit here carry on talking crap. I've said what I have to say. I just think that, like I say, with all these live streams going on, not everything is true. You've got your back cat. I know, optical. I know. Not your fault, cat. You do your best. It's just so people can't see how you are. You know what I mean? It's just, this is what I mean. Again, part of me, like I say, I do look at other panels sometimes and I do think, right, you know, I'd love to have 400 people in here. I'd love to. That'd be awesome to have 400 people in here and get a good conversation going, get a good debate going. But then on the other hand, it's like, if it's for the wrong reasons, then I wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? If it means like, yeah, let's start screaming at each other, let's start threatening each other, I'm going to come to yours, I'm going to kick your head in. It's not achieving anything. It's not worth anything. It's not achieving. It's not getting us anywhere. Do you know what I mean? So you know, it's one of them 50-50 things that I'd love to, you know, say how I really feel sometimes. But sometimes you can't. You do have to hold back. But you guys are pushing me to it, though. I'm not gonna lie. Every time I do one of these, I do feel like, do you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to sit here and I'm just going to say what I really think. And then all of you are just going to unsub and I'm never going to see you again. Stay silent next time. So. No, you're all right, Tommy, honestly. And like I say, you won't be here. You won't be a mod if otherwise. But, you know, you've got to understand that, you know, I support people that you don't. And this is the thing with social media, you know, we support channels, we don't like other channels, but we don't have to all agree with each other on everything. You know, again, it's finding that happy medium, that happy, do you know what I mean? Let's hone it in onto what we do agree on, you know, and put aside personal feelings, put aside, you know, what we do, what we don't, what tears us apart, and just focus on what brings us together. What's your plans for next year with the channel, Cat? Just keep doing what I do. Hopefully, I'm going to start getting back out again, visiting some new places that I've not been. But again, it's really hard. It's just travelling. Do you know what I mean? I've been to most places near me. I've literally been to a majority of places locally to near me. I want to go to new places, but again, it's getting there. Do I stay there? Because, you know, most of it is to travelling. Do you know what I mean? Spending all day on a train just for the sake of a few hours. You know what I mean? It's a tough one, but yeah, I'm just going to keep going with my channel. You know what I mean? That's all I can say. You know what I mean? I'm just going to keep doing what I do. Bringing out my videos, my vlogs, my daft stuff with Aussie. You know what I mean? So I think there is a way around that, Dino. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know. Yeah, somebody else can help him out sometime. I think it will be there. It will be there. But sometimes it's not. It doesn't matter. To be fair, you don't always have to, focus on the chat. It distracts you. It's only a distraction. Go on Flybar and blog across the pond. It's not that bad of a price. I know. I do. I know. I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what? I bloody need a flipping holiday. A sunny holiday. I really, really want to go abroad again. But do you know what? I'm so scared because one of these days I'm just not going to come back. Literally, I'm honest to God. I feel like when I go out there, I just want to stay there. Do you know what I mean? I just want to stay there. I don't want to come back. So a weekend isn't enough. A week's not enough. Do you know what I mean? It's a tough one. It's a bloody tough one. But yeah, I do want to. I definitely want to go away again. Without a shadow of a doubt, I need to get away again. But hopefully, fingers crossed, in the new year. Definitely in the new year. Fly by. Hopefully, I know sometimes it's cheaper to go abroad than it is to flipping stay over in the new go on holiday in the UK. A lot cheaper in some cases. It depends what time of year as well, obviously, where you go and whatnot. See, the thing is with me, if I go away, I'm not even bothered about staying in the freaking hotels. You know what I mean? I'd go and I'd sleep on the bloody street if I wasn't so scared. Do you know what I mean? I'd quite happily just go and bloody sleep on a beach somewhere. Do you know what I mean? But obviously, it's a bit different going abroad, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's always nice to go and put your feet up in a safe hotel room, even if it's, do you know what I mean? I'm not bothered about bloody 5 stars or anything like that. Just as, somewhere to go and put your feet up. I hope to go to Spain. I hope to. Me too. I miss the sun. It's this weather. No, just, do you know what I mean? I need the sun. I'm missing the sun. I'm missing the heat. I'm missing do you know what I mean? It just brightens you up. It just makes you feel better. Do you know what I mean? I hate being cold. I hate this weather, and I just want to really feel warm again. Exactly. If it could sunshine all year round, that'd definitely be my key. Right, guys, I'm going to go because I'm tired, and yeah. Do a voice. Can I come? Can you squeeze me in your suitcase, please? And I won't bother you. I'll be quiet as a mouse, and yeah. I want to go and not come back again. Me and Ozzy fit in your suitcase. Get a part-time job. That's not a bad idea, actually. That isn't a bad idea. Tour worker. I've got ideas. It's just right now motivations at ground zero. Do you know what I mean? Motivations at ground zero. So I need, you know what I mean? That's the thing. When the new year comes back round and it's sunny again, and that motivation starts to come back again. Support needs. Oh, sorry, go on. Definitely take me with you. Call me up. We'll arrange something. I'll come and help your friend out for a couple of weeks for free. Just as long as I can, like I say, put my feet up at the end of the day, sunbathe on the beach for a few hours. I'm do you know what I mean? Good to go. Good to see you. Really? Would I make a good air hostess? I don't think I've got the bloody figure. I don't think I'm one. I'm not as snooty. Proper, prim and proper to be one of them air hostesses. I'm just not one. You know what I mean? I'm too much of a chav, as people like to say. Too much of a tomboy to be one of them posh air hostesses. Thank you all for being here. Honestly, you all have been awesome. Even that bloody sexy. Even him, Fluke. Honestly, you've all been amazing. You really have. Honestly, I don't know if YouTube has chose to block people out or whatever, but. We're going back to jammy dodgers. What is it about jammy dodgers? I prefer Jaffa cakes. But with a jammy dodger, I peel them apart. I either peel them apart or I bite a nibble round the biscuit and then eat the middle bit on its own. Sometimes depends. But I don't know why we're coming back there again. It's a bit cheaper than I can get some. I want to go on the Eurostar. I think my next trip is I do want to go on the Eurostar to Amsterdam or something. I've never been on the Eurostar and I kind of want to go on that. So, yeah. Right, guys, I'm going. Thank you all. You've been amazing. You've all been fantastic. You really have, and I appreciate it. And hopefully I'll start doing more of these again. If we can keep it civil, keep it like this, hopefully, fingers crossed, we can start doing more of these again. We can start reining it back in, bringing it into the, the good old days. Do you know what I'm saying? And yeah, let's get away from, all the negativity and all the bullshit calling each other out and trying to tear each other down. Screw what other channels are doing. You do what you want to do with your channel. This is my channel. You know what I mean? This is different. I'll go back to Fleetwood for fish and chips. I'll go back there. Right, I'm going. Love yous and leave you. If I don't see yous before Christmas, if I don't do another live or see yous on have an amazing Christmas, everybody. Whether you celebrate it or you don't, just have a great time. Just do whatever you can to have a fantastic time. Bye-bye. See you later, everyone. Bye-bye. How do I end this now? I've even forgot how to end it. Bye.